Chapter 144. It had to be said that the power of the torpedo was really good, and the effect was also quite ideal. Jing Tan heard a lot of splashing sounds, as well as particularly abrupt and sharp shouting and cursing sounds at night. The stench spread everywhere, and the toothpick man didn't even pull up his pants completely before he rushed out of the outhouse. After running for 2 steps, he was tripped by his pants and rolled on the ground. Then he got some feces on the ground and rushed into the house with a body full of feces. The impact of the torpedo on the feces pit was too large, even the firewood was splashed a little. Jing Tan was glad that he used the firewood as a shield, so he didn't get hit. The trees in the yard of the toothpick man's house were splashed. What made Jing Tan admire was that the outhouse was quite sturdy, and he didn't see any obvious cracks. Of course, there might have been an explosion, but he couldn't see it himself. Although Jing Tan wanted to see the miserable state of the toothpick man again, the stench was too strong, and he wanted to vomit. He didn't want to continue to stay here for a second. The noise here had already disturbed some people, and the house of the toothpick man had already started to become noisy. Jing Tan quickly left the backyard of the toothpick man's house, and when he left, he had to avoid the smelly drip. The villagers living in the surrounding area didn't care about the explosion at first, they just thought that some naughty kid was blowing up a puddle or something like that. Who knew that after the explosion, there would be shouting and cursing? When they opened the door to see what was going on, the night wind blew in, bringing with it the smell of the outhouse. Jing Tan took 2 torpedoes from the box of the toothpick man. He blew one up, and there was an extra torpedo in the spare. Jing Tan hid it under a tile, and if he didn't lift the tile, he wouldn't be able to see it. And no one would lift the broken tile in the corner of the yard for no reason. If he saw the toothpick man provoking his family in the future, then he could use it again. When Jing Tan returned to the backyard of the old house, he still felt that there was a smell of the outhouse on his body. He didn't know whether it was psychological or the stench was still there. To be safe, Jing Tan squatted on the pile of firewood outside for a while. While squatting on the fireplace, Jing Tan saw the 3-legged tortoiseshell cat. It was holding a fat rat in its mouth as it ran briskly past the backyard of the old house. Even with 3 legs, it was able to move faster than some cats. Were hawksbill turtles that powerful? Jing Tan's ears twitched. No matter what, he admired that 3-legged cat. About 20 minutes later, Grandpa Jiao returned with Jiao Yuan. Jing Tan followed them into the house. Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Yuan both smelled like a pig pen. Therefore, even if Jing Tan smelled of the outhouse, it wouldn't be obvious. After all, he wasn't the only one who smelled of the outhouse. Jing Tan sniffed around Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Yuan and sneezed. Then, he sniffed around Jing Tan and wanted to lick him. Jing Tan slapped him a few times, and then he obediently ran to the old lady and squatted beside her. The Jiao family didn't pay attention to Jing Tan's movements. Those who stayed at home thought that he was taking a walk outside with Grandpa Jiao. Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Yuan thought that he had been staying in the backyard, so they didn't notice anything unusual about him. That night, Jing Tan leaned on the small wooden bucket and asked Jiao Ma to boil some water for him to take a bath. Otherwise, he would feel weird and embarrassed to crawl under the covers. The next day was Chinese New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, the 4 adults of the Jiao family got up and got busy. Jing Tan crawled out of bed and went to the kitchen for breakfast. Jiao Pa and the others had already eaten. Jing Tan sat alone on a chair and ate the breakfast that Jiao Ma had prepared for him. As he ate, Jing Tan listened to the conversation between Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Pa. I told you. Our dogs are in good health. They're not that fragile. They're full of energy after a walk. The old man of the Jiao family pointed at the big yellow dog in the yard. The big yellow dog was jumping around in front of a plastic toy duck. Aren't you going to give it breakfast? Jiao Pa asked. Breakfast? No, it's not your cat. Who would give it 3 meals a day? After talking about the dog, Grandpa Jiao grinned and told Jiao Pa about the toothpick man. Early in the morning, many people in the village knew that the toothpick man had been set up by someone while he was taking a dump. However, until now, they still didn't know who did it. According to the toothpick man's own memory, he didn't hear anyone opening the door to his backyard. The only thing he heard was the sound of firecrackers being lit. He couldn't remember anything else. In addition, the new cell phone that the toothpick man bought not long ago was also affected. At that time, he was so scared that his new cell phone with a flip cover fell into the cesspool. It was difficult to get it out, and even if it was, it couldn't be used. No one would use it again. The toothpick man was so angry that his liver hurt. He couldn't sleep the whole night. His mouth didn't stop, and he kept scolding people until dawn. Some people in the village were secretly gloating. The toothpick man had attracted too much hatred. Not many people sympathized with him, especially that cell phone of his. He didn't get the money to buy it properly. After he bought it, he always showed off in front of people. He was so arrogant that he thought he was rich just because he had a cell phone. Since it was New Year's Eve, the village started to set off firecrackers in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Grandpa Jiao and Jiao Pa told them not to go out. They had to set off firecrackers everywhere today. It was dangerous to set off firecrackers, especially for people like the Jiao Yuan and Little Pomelo. They didn't know much about the village, so it was easy for them to get into trouble. Therefore, the Jiao Pa told them to stay at home. Jing Tan watched them move the table, place the candlesticks, and incense burners. During the New Year's Eve dinner, they lit candles and incense. Some people even burned paper money. In the past, it was a legend. It was a tradition passed down from their ancestors. They prayed for the gods' blessings, wealth, and longevity. Now, it was a custom. It was just a way for people to have a sense of hope. In recent years, although many people had followed the customs, they didn't have to follow the old customs. The Jiao Pa originally wanted to bring Old Master Gu and his parents over to celebrate the New Year together, but Old Master Gu refused. Jiao Wei brought over a few firecrackers. He and some of his peers in the village made firecrackers themselves. The firecracker made of red paper was as big as the Jiao Yuan's arm. Jing Tan's heart skipped a beat when he saw it. The other 2 firecrackers made of other paper were smaller. They were for the Jiao Yuan to play with. In the village, they called these big firecrackers Spring Thunder. They set them off during the New Year's Eve dinner. Previously, Jing Tan thought that there were too many people setting off firecrackers in the village. However, when it came to the New Year's Eve dinner, he realized that it was just a small matter. The Jiao Yuan helped the Jiao Pa move the firecrackers out. He took them apart and arranged them on the empty ground in front of the old house. Before dinner, the Jiao Pa lit the incense. "Quick, close the door. They're all coming in." The Jiao Pa ran into the house and closed the door. When the firecrackers exploded outside, the debris flew everywhere. If the door wasn't closed, the debris would fly into the house. Jing Tan squatted by the window and looked at the firecrackers outside. He also looked at the smoke rising from the firecrackers. If every household in the city set off firecrackers, there would probably be a smog for a long time. As for the big yellow dog, it was already waiting by the dining table. The firecrackers had nothing to do with it. After the firecrackers were set off, the Jiao Pa took the spring thunder given by the Jiao Wei and went out to set it off. Compared to the firecrackers just now, the firecrackers this time were further away from the old house. Bang! The huge explosion made Jing Tan feel that the whole ground was shaking. Even the windows were making thumping sounds. Outside, the firecrackers and the debris from the big firecrackers explosion covered the ground with a layer of red. After the New Year's Eve dinner, the two children were so excited that they didn't go to bed until very late. At around 11 o'clock in the evening, there were very few people setting off firecrackers and fireworks. The children couldn't stay up and had already gone to bed. The night was much quieter. Jing Tan had some insomnia tonight. He didn't feel like he was thinking about anything, but he just couldn't sleep. This was the first lively New Year he had ever had. Last year, at this time in the Eastern Courtyard, there were many restrictions in the city. There were only 4 people in the Zhao family. It wasn't as noisy as here. It was indeed better to be lively during the New Year. Just as Jing Tan thought of this, he heard the sound of firecrackers being set off outside. More and more people were setting them off. Setting off firecrackers after midnight was a custom here. Moving his ears, Jing Tan heard the Zhao Pa's voice. Not long after, he heard the sound of firecrackers going off in front of the old house. Even if he was sleeping soundly, he would still be woken up. Hearing these sounds, Jing Tan couldn't help but sigh. In fact, it wasn't so good to be too lively. Because they went to bed late, Jing Tan stayed in bed for a while in the morning of the first day of the new year. Little Pomelo didn't get up either. She didn't sleep well the whole night. When Jing Tan woke up, he saw the Zhao Pa, Zhao Yuan, and the others who had just returned from outside. Early in the morning of the first day of the new year, the Zhao Yuan was still yawning when he came back. As a child, he was entitled to red packets. Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo received red packets from Grandpa Jiao and Grandma Jiao. Jiao Wei's parents came over and gave Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo one each. As a cat, he didn't have any red packets. However, when Jing Tan woke up in the morning, he received 2 red packets from Zhao Pa and Zhao Ma. When he opened them, there were fish slices and pork jerky. Jing Tan didn't have much to do on the first day of the new year. He basically slept on the cat tree that Grandpa Jiao had built. On the second day of the new year, the Zhao Pa, his parents, and Jing Tan drove to Grandpa Gu's house, which was Zhao Yuan's maternal grandfather's house. The Zhao family and the Gu family lived not too far apart. They could reach there in half an hour by car. After spending a few days at the Gu family's house, they came back to the Zhao family's house. It was said that the toothpick man had been quite well behaved these days. Some people guessed that he had been set up by someone, so he didn't go out much these days. The reason why the toothpick man was behaving like this was because he was afraid of being retaliated against again. Secondly, it was because of his reputation. After all, there were not many people in the village who didn't know that the manure pit had exploded when the toothpick man took a dump. Visiting relatives and friends had nothing to do with Jing Tan. Seeing the big yellow dog running around and having fun, he couldn't stay idle anymore. After dinner, he went out for a walk. During the time he spent in the old house, Jing Tan had become more familiar with the surroundings and could wander around by himself. Walking in the fields, the old house behind him became smaller and smaller. In front of him, in the fields that stretched into the distance, there were a few graves. Some of them were surrounded by broken pieces of firecrackers and burnt joss paper. Obviously, there had been a lot of people here. Some of the graves were still covered in weeds, and there wasn't even a single joss paper. No one cleaned or worshipped. As Jing Tan walked forward, he paid attention to the surroundings. Suddenly, he saw a few people coming towards the fields. Chapter 145. A group of people walked to the tombstones, placed incense, burned paper, set off firecrackers, and knelt down. Jing Tan watched them complete the series of actions. When he went to the Gu family mansion, he followed Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo to the tombstones. When the people went back, Jing Tan was about to leave, but he didn't expect to be seen by a little kid. Among the group, the little kid was very happy when he saw Jing Tan. It was probably boring to follow his parents and grandfather to the tombstones. After all, at his age, he couldn't understand the feelings of the elders. When he finally saw a cat, he was excited and ran over. However, before he could run far, he tripped on a big piece of soil under his feet. When he fell, a small toy in his hand flew towards Xingtan. The child's mother quickly went forward to help him up and patted the dirt off his body. The rooster is gone. The child didn't cry, but he looked very sad. He even raised his empty hand to show his mother. Rooster. Xingtan looked at the thing that flew over. It was a cartoon version of a rich man's golden chicken toy, like a key. There was a ditch between Xingtan and the child. The ditch was quite wide, about 1.5 meters. There wasn't much water in the ditch, but there was a lot of mud. There was also some withered grass growing beside the ditch, which was a hindrance. If it was a young man with good athletic ability, it would be easy for him to cross the ditch. However, there was no one in the crowd who looked like they had good athletic ability. The middle-aged man who had spoken to Father Jiao was wearing an expensive suit and leather shoes. It was very inconvenient. And it seemed that the middle-aged man wasn't ready to cross immediately. Go forward. You can cross from there. Go back and pick it up, the middle-aged man said. The child didn't care about his father's words. He pushed his mother's hand away, pointed at Xingtan across the ditch, and shouted, "Cat, cat." Yes, that's a cat, cat. The child's mother thought that the child was just identifying things and praised him. Cat, cat. Yes, a big black cat. The child's mother patted the dust off the child's pants and prepared to lead him away. Shaking off his mother's hand again, the child pointed at Xingtan across the ditch and shouted, "Kitty, throw it over here. Let Kitty throw it over here. Kitty, you can't throw it away. Daddy will pick it up for you later, okay?" The child's mother explained patiently. Let Kitty throw it, cats can't be thrown away. Before the child's mother could finish her sentence, she heard a soft slap. The cute little rooster that reflected golden light in the sun fell to the ground next to her. The child's mother, the child didn't have as many complicated emotions as his mother. He happily picked up the golden chicken from the ground and tried a button on it. The golden chicken immediately made a rooster crow sound. It wasn't bad. It was good. Thus, the child grinned and laughed quite happily. Just now, Xingtan had originally planned to ignore them, but when he saw the child's reaction, he thought for a moment and scooped up the golden chicken toy to his side. With a hook of his claws, he threw it over. Throwing a little toy wasn't too out of line, was it? Xingtan wagged his tail and left without looking at them again. That cat. Is it the cat of the family we saw on the highway? The old man looked at the black cat that ran away and wondered. No way. There are many cat owners here, and now that people are more open-minded, there are many black cats like this. Some people even think that this kind of black cat is auspicious, and especially by this kind of pure black cat, the child's mother said. Although it felt a little strange, the old man and the middle-aged man didn't talk about this topic anymore. According to the Jiao Pa's plan, they would stay here for the 15th day of the lunar month before returning to Chuhua City. However, the old lady had said in advance, so on the 15th day of the lunar month, the Jiao Pa brought Xingtan to find her. Still a little far away, Xingtan heard the sound of playing the arrow from where the old lady lived. Xingtan didn't know how to appreciate music, and he didn't like listening to arrow. However, when he heard this sound, he felt an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. When the Jiao Pa pushed open the gate and walked into the yard, Xingtan saw the old lady sitting on a chair by the door, playing the arrow. He didn't expect her to be able to play the arrows so smoothly at her age. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, Xingtan would have thought that the old lady had hired someone to play the arrow. The Jiao Pa didn't interrupt the old lady's playing. He first found a place to sit down. Xingtan looked around. The three-legged tortoiseshell cat was lying on a wooden chair in the house. Compared to the first time Xingtan saw it, it had gained a lot of weight. It closed its eyes and seemed to be taking a nap, but its ears twitched along with the sound of the arrow. There were a lot of gifts on the table in the house. It seemed that many people visited the old lady during the new year. After the song was finished, the old lady put the arrow aside and said to the Jiaopa, "You're here." "Yes, I plan to leave early tomorrow morning, so I came here today," the Jiaopa said. The old lady didn't say much. She turned her eyes to Jingtan, and Jingtan felt a little uneasy. "Black cat, come here for a moment." The granny waved at Jingtan. Jingtan hesitated. He looked at the Jiaopa, then looked at the old lady in front of him, and pulled his ears. Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. Anyway, the Jiaopa is here. This old lady probably won't do anything that would make people angry. When Jingtan came closer, the old lady patted her leg and motioned for Jingtan to jump on. This time, Jingtan didn't think for too long. He paused for a moment and jumped on her leg. The old lady put her hand into her pocket and pulled out a jade pendant. There were characters written in seal script on it. Jingtan only knew one of the characters, Yang, and he wasn't 100% sure that it was Yang. He had never learned seal script. He had only seen it by chance and couldn't remember most of it. The pendant's lanyard had been changed and was woven into a small loop. It was just big enough to wrap around Jingtan's neck. After putting it on, the old lady looked at the Jiaopa and said, "Can you let it keep this for me?" Jingtan pulled his ears again. "What's the point of asking for its opinion now that you've put it on?" The Jiaopa was confused. Even if this jade didn't look like it was worth hundreds of thousands, it was definitely not something that could be compared to a few dozen or a few hundred yuan. But why did the old lady give such an important thing to a cat? People who didn't know her would think that she was crazy. "I just want you to keep it for me. If you see someone wearing a jade pendant like this one day, let me know. My biggest wish is to see my family before I leave. Unfortunately, I don't even know if they're still alive." The old lady sighed. She suddenly thought of something and said to the Jiaopa, "Can you help me with this?" The Jiaopa was speechless. "You've already put the jade pendant on me and said what you wanted. Why are you only asking me if I can help you now?" "Of course I can help you." The Jiaopa nodded and said, "But it doesn't seem right to keep such a precious jade pendant on my cat. My cat likes to run around. What if he accidentally loses it?" "I see." The old lady took the jade pendant off Jingtan's neck and handed it to the Jiaopa, "Then help me keep it first. You can give it to me at this time next year." Jingtan and the Jiaopa were speechless. They felt that the old lady was unreliable. She was so strange. "But Granny, I'm going abroad this year. I won't be back at this time next year," the Jiaopa explained. "Then postpone it. You won't stay abroad forever, right?" the old lady asked nervously. "No," the Jiaopa said with certainty. However, he wasn't sure if the old lady would still be around when he came back. After all, according to the elders in the village, the old lady was quite old. "That's fine." The old lady waved her hand. Seeing that the Jiaopa wanted to say something, she said, "Don't worry. I can still live for 3 years." The Jiaopa, whose thoughts were exposed, coughed embarrassedly. He quietly listened to the old lady's next words. The old lady came to this village more than 40 years ago. It was said that she was a refugee. At that time, most of the places in the country were very difficult. The old lady found a place to stay in the village. After she recovered from her illness, she stayed in the village. "In the early years, I tried many methods, but unfortunately, I couldn't find him. There was a period of time when I even gave up hope." Sigh. "If I can't find him, this jade pendant is worthless to me." The old lady sighed. Jingtan muttered in his heart. If she didn't have hope, why did she find him in the Zhao family? It's been more than 40 years. Who would still remember you? Moreover, wasn't this old lady a witch? Couldn't she do the math herself? Thinking about it, Xingtian glanced at the old lady. Coincidentally, the old lady looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Suddenly, Xingtian's heart skipped a beat. F***ck, could this old lady see what a cat was thinking? Some people said that as people got older, they either became more muddle-headed or smarter. Xingtian felt that the old lady in front of him was pretending to be muddle-headed. The Jiao Pa was thinking about something and didn't notice Xingtian's little movements. He said, "The internet is gradually becoming popular these days. There are many ways to find people." The old lady waved her hand. "Forget it. If you can't find him, then it's fate." Xingtian patiently listened to the old lady's nagging. Then, he walked out of the courtyard with the Jiao Pa. The old lady was really good at talking. Once she started talking, she would inadvertently change the topic and then inadvertently come back to the topic. Xingtian was too lazy to care about what to do with the jade pendant that the old lady gave him. He left it to the Jiao Pa. He was just a cat now. He just needed to eat and sleep well. Early in the morning of the 16th day of the lunar month, the Jiao family drove out of the village with 4 people and 1 cat. After driving for a short while, they saw the familiar BMW appear at the fork in the road. Originally, the Jiao Pa didn't plan to stop and say hello. Unexpectedly, there was a traffic jam in front of the wide road. This time, the 2 cars stopped next to each other and rolled down the windows. "We meet again." "Yes, it's fate." The Jiao Pa smiled and greeted the other party. He took the other party's business card. Xing Xian, general manager of a company in Nanhua City. If it was just a suspicion when they went to the tomb, this time, Xing Xian was sure that the black cat looking at him calmly through the window was the one they met at the tomb. Chapter 146. My company is in Nanhua City. You can contact me whenever you want to visit. This is my private number. Xing Xian smiled warmly in the car next to them. He introduced himself and briefly talked about his family's old house and village. The Jiao Pa also introduced himself. This way, everyone knew each other. However, the Jiao Pa didn't have a business card, so they exchanged numbers. The Jiao Pa was going abroad in April. They didn't know when they would be able to contact each other again after exchanging numbers. However, exchanging numbers was also a step forward in their relationship. After all, they were from the same hometown. Who knew when they would need to work together? Xingtian listened to their conversation from the back seat. Because they had the same surname, Xingtian paid more attention to them. Coincidentally, he saw the look in Xingtian's eyes. From his eyes, Xingtian knew that he recognized him. Also, from the half-opened car window, the little brat waved his shiny golden chicken at Xingtian. Xingtian ignored him. Moreover, after this, everyone would go their separate ways. However, Nanhua City, and Nanqing, would he be able to go there again in this lifetime? Selfishly, Xingtian wanted to go back and take a look. However, he had no choice. Once the Jiao Pa left the country, the remaining Jiao family members living in the Eastern District courtyard wouldn't travel far. In short, they wouldn't be able to go there again for at least a year. After the traffic started, the 2 cars' routes overlapped. They only separated when they reached a certain section of the highway. The Jiao family and Xingtian didn't take this little episode to heart. Things changed too quickly. No one knew if they would have the chance to meet again. They could only say that they would meet again if fate brought them together. If not, then there was no need to force it. When they returned to the Eastern District courtyard, the winter sweet in the courtyard was still blooming. The children in the courtyard liked to pick flowers. Lan Tianzhu corrected Su An's misunderstanding. Winter sweet is winter sweet. Plum is plum. These 2 are different species. Even their families are different. The plum blossom belongs to the apricot family of the rose family, while the wintersweet belongs to the camphor family of the wintersweet. As they were talking, the two of them saw the Zhao family's car coming over. They didn't care about the wintersweet and plum blossoms anymore. They called the Zhao Yuan and the three of them gathered together to discuss tomorrow's school. Jing Tan had seen the weather forecast. It said that in 2 days, the temperature would drop and it would snow again. The children were very unhappy about this. No one wanted to snow right after school. It was cold to ride a bike. Moreover, this kind of weather was actually very suitable for huddling in bed instead of braving the cold wind, rain, and snow to go to class in the cold classroom. Unfortunately, the weather wasn't something that could be changed just because you said so. After school started, everyone started to get busy. Zhao Pa was now mainly busy with his plans to go abroad. Before he went abroad, he still had a lot of work to do, especially for Yi Axan and Su Chu. As for the new graduate students this year, Zhao Pa did not ask the other teachers to help him choose. He had already made up his mind to only accept one graduate student. He would not be able to take care of more than one graduate student while he was abroad. All he had to do was to wait for the results of the postgraduate entrance examination to be announced. The remaining places were given to other teachers. This new graduate student was different from Yi Axan and Su Chu. This time, Zhao Pa originally planned to recruit a female graduate student. This was also because when he was not at home, Zhao Ma would have more people to help her. After all, there were more restrictions on male graduates. It was more reliable to recruit a female graduate student. Before the postgraduate entrance examination, Zhao Pa had selected some applicants from his mailbox. After the results of the postgraduate entrance examination were released, there would definitely be more applicants who would promote themselves. However, Zhao Pa did not have that much free time. Fortunately, he found a satisfactory candidate. The third candidate was Xing Jing, who had switched majors from the school. She was originally from the School of Foreign Languages. Many people did not understand why Xing Jing chose to be a postgraduate student at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This gap was too big. Although many students from the Chinese Academy of Sciences would also choose to be a postgraduate student from other schools, such as the School of Medical Sciences, the School of Chemistry, the School of Electronics and Information, or the School of Economics and Management. However, very few girls who were purely in liberal arts would choose to be a postgraduate student. This was not an ordinary step. Moreover, even if they could pass the entrance examination, some teachers would not be willing to accept them. After all, the teachers wanted to recruit students who were quick to learn and strong in theoretical knowledge. Tsinghua University's strength meant that the competition was strong. There would not be a shortage of students. According to the cutoff score of 120%, in the past 2 years, a group of people would be eliminated in the postgraduate entrance examination. Some of them had good scores. Therefore, many people said that they would not be confident if they did not score more than 10 points higher than the cutoff score. Su Chu was a special student. Many students in the same batch as Su Chu said that he was lucky. Jing Tan had never met Xing Jing. He only heard about her from the Zhao Pa and the Zhao Ma when they were chatting. Besides, the cutoff score and cutoff score were not out yet. It was uncertain whether Xing Jing would be accepted. Therefore, the Zhao Pa only mentioned Xing Jing casually and did not elaborate further. However, the Zhao Pa was not a person who would compromise. Therefore, there must be a reason why Xing Jing was accepted by the Zhao Pa. Jing Tan was looking forward to it. After staying at home for 2 days, Jing Tan could not hold it in anymore. There was no news about the cat carriage. He guessed that it was not ready yet. He could not stay at home all day and sleep in a daze. The weather forecast said that it would snow. It had been 2 days, but there was still no snow. Jing Tan looked at the sky. Who cares? Let's go out for a walk first. Tan chose the road leading to the Jiao Yuan school. He wanted to see how the Jiao Yuan school was like in class. Unfortunately, the windows were full of water vapor. He could not see what was going on inside. He could only hear the teacher's voice. Tan did not stay at the school gate for long. He went to Zhong Yan's house. Zhong Yan must be in class at this time. There was no one at home. There were not many people walking around in the neighborhood. He could not hear any gossip. After leaving Zhong Yan's neighborhood, Tan went to see the construction site developed by Yi Hao. Compared to before the new year, there were not many obvious changes. It was probably delayed by the new year. After the new year, the progress would be accelerated. It was still early. Tan was not in a hurry to go back. He looked at the fork in the road and walked in a direction. He had not been there before. He wanted to explore the terrain and expand the area he was familiar with. Chuhua City was a relatively old city. Although the city was developing rapidly, there were still many old residential areas. However, with the development of the city, these old residential areas would gradually be demolished. After walking through the streets of the old residential area, Tan came to a neighborhood with elevator houses. This area had only been developed for a few years. It was like a crane and a flock of chickens in the old residential area. The greenery in the neighborhood was not bad. Tan saw some winter-sweet trees in the neighborhood. The winter-sweet was blooming. If it was not blooming, Tan would not be able to recognize it even if he stood in front of the winter-sweet trees. There were not many people walking around in the neighborhood. They were either at work or too lazy to go out. Even if it was not snowing, it was cold enough. Although it was not as cold as in the north, it was still unbearable for many people. Chuhua City's winters were wet and cold. Some people from the north and the south coast who came to the city to study in university suffered from frostbite in their first year. They were not used to the weather here. There were not many people, and there were not many animals outside. He could only hear a few dogs barking occasionally. As for cats, Tan had not seen a single one for the time being. As he was walking, it started to drizzle. Tan cursed the bad weather in his heart. He wondered if he should go back or find a place to hide. After all, it would take some time to return to the east courtyard from here if he calculated using the catwalk, unless he ran all the way back. Before Tan could make a decision, there was a crackling sound around him. It was the sound of falling snow. Looking at the raindrops and snow falling faster and faster, Tan estimated that it was going to snow soon. Forget it. I'll find a place to hide first. At this time, he would be wet and cold. It would not be comfortable to be hit by the snow. He looked around. The bottom of the elevator was a parking space, so the first floor started from the floor above the parking space. Many residents had installed anti-theft nets on their balconies and windows. Some of the nets were too dense for Tan to squeeze through. After looking around, Tan chose a balcony on the first floor of a building. Tan could only squeeze through this balcony. It was also a good place to block the wind and rain. The height of the parking lot was not difficult for Tan to climb up. After jumping up, Tan walked to the balcony with the help of a piece of empty space and went in. There were a few cardboard boxes on the balcony of this house. There was a layer of dust on the boxes. It seemed that no one had touched them for a long time. After listening to the movements in the house and confirming that there was no one, Tan pulled 2 cardboard boxes down and used them as walls to block the wind. He squatted on the other side of the cardboard boxes. This way, he could use the cardboard boxes to block the wind and also pay attention to the weather. Today was unlucky. 2 days ago, the rain and snow did not fall. Today, as soon as he went out, the wind and rain came. While squatting there waiting for the rain to stop, Tan heard the sound of the door opening. After a while, footsteps came closer. Tan adjusted his posture and prepared to leave immediately if the owner of the house rejected the cat. The door on the balcony was opened. A middle-aged man in a black coat walked to the balcony. As soon as he took a step, he noticed the black cat squatting next to the cardboard boxes. The man was stunned. When he met the cat's eyes, he did not show any sense of rejection. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned back to the room. The door was not closed. Tan moved his ears and heard the sound of people walking back and forth in the house. Then, there was the sound of the microwave. After a ding sound, the man came out with a cup of milk in a disposable paper cup and put it in front of Tan. Sure enough, there were more kind people. Tan sighed in his heart. However, many people did not know that cats could not be fed milk casually. Many cats were lactose intolerant. If they drank milk, they would have diarrhea. The consequences were more serious. As for Tan's unusual stomach, he had drunk a lot of milk in the Zhao family. He had never had diarrhea. Therefore, for him, milk was definitely drinkable. In addition, he did feel a little cold and wanted to drink something warm. Moreover, Tan did not feel any malice from the man in front of him. However, it was necessary to be vigilant. Tan took 2 small licks. Then, he pretended to look at the scenery outside. He moved his ears, lowered his head, and took another lick. He glanced at the man in front of him and then looked at the scenery outside. He pretended to see something interesting or threatening. He repeated this several times. In this way, after a while, Tan felt that there was no problem with drinking the milk. Then, he drank the rest of the milk. The man saw that the black cat in front of him looked outside from time to time. He thought that the cat was just wary of the people outside. He chuckled. Quite alert. Chapter 147. After drinking the small glass of milk, Tan felt much warmer. He shook his fur, stretched, and looked out of the balcony. The rain had stopped and was replaced by patches of white snow. From the looks of it, the ground would soon turn white. Seeing that the glass was empty, the man squatted down to pick it up and walked into the house. After taking 2 steps, he turned around and said to the black cat in the corner, "Come in, it's cold outside." Tan hesitated. Should he go in to avoid the wind? The wind outside seemed to be stronger. Tan didn't respond. Seeing this, the man thought that the cat in front of him didn't understand, so he stood at the door and waved his hand, pointing at the glass of milk. Perhaps realizing that his actions were ineffective, the man walked into the house, but the door to the balcony was not closed. Most places in Chuhua City didn't have heating. People were used to using air conditioners and other heating devices. The air conditioner in the house was on. Tan walked to the door and could clearly feel the warm wind coming from the house. Compared to outside, the house was too warm. Tan looked at the snowy sky outside and walked into the house. Inside the house, the man had already taken off his jacket. He stood in front of the microwave and continued to warm a glass of milk. When the milk was warm and ready to be taken to the balcony, he realized that the black cat had already entered the house and was curiously looking at the furnishings in the house. Tan roughly scanned the house and felt that the man should be a cultured person. There was a bookshelf in the room. Most of the books on the bookshelf were in English. They covered a wide range of subjects, from literature, history, geography, agriculture, medicine, and so on. This kind of person shouldn't be a threat. The man put the warm milk in front of Tan. This time, he didn't stare at Tan drinking the milk. Instead, he walked to the table next to him, turned on the computer, found some documents, and started working. Tan drank the milk and observed the man. Although he couldn't see the things on the table clearly from his angle, Tan could tell that the man was a translator. He helped people translate books and articles. Tan didn't know if translating was his main job or his side job. There were 3 rooms in the house. Only one of them was open, which was the room Tan was in. The other 2 rooms were closed, and it was unknown if anyone lived there. There was a 1-meter-long drawing board in the room. There were many small notes and notes stuck on the drawing board. Tan couldn't understand a single thing written on it. Could that be English cursive? But the English cursive script shouldn't be so cursive, right? Regardless of whether it was English or English cursive, he couldn't understand it anyway. The door leading to the balcony was not closed. Gusts of cold wind blew in, and Tan shivered again. The man also felt the cold wind blowing in from outside. He got up and closed the door. When he closed the door, he looked at Tan, as if to make sure that the cat would not throw a tantrum after closing the door. Tan did not lose his temper. Instead, he jumped onto the desk. The desk was next to the window, and there was an open book in front of the window. There were some bookmarks in the book, and there were many notes on the pages. Tan did not squat on the desk. It was obvious that this was a book that the owner of the house needed. It was better to behave in someone's house. Since he couldn't squat directly in front of the window, Tan squatted beside the thick book and looked out the window with his neck tilted. He could only wait for the snow to stop before going home. He couldn't stay outside like this forever. If he couldn't go home in time for dinner, Jiao Ma would nag him again. There was the fragrance of wintersweet in the room. The tea in the man's teacup was also wintersweet. Zhang Xian wondered if the wintersweet used to make the tea was picked from the wintersweet trees in the neighborhood. After translating the planned task, the man stretched his arms and twisted his neck to look at Tan. When he saw the black cat looking out the window without blinking, he smiled, took out a pen and paper from the drawer, and drew a simple drawing. From the drawing, Zhang Xian could tell that the man had learned how to sketch before. His drawing skills were not bad. After the drawing was done, the man showed it to Tan. Tan was not interested. He glanced at the drawing and continued to look out the window. He calculated the time. In another hour, little Pomelo's school would be over. He could stay here for half an hour at most. After half an hour, whether it was still snowing or not, or whether it was snowing heavily, he would have to leave. Fortunately, after half an hour, the snow was much lighter. Although it was still falling, it was not as heavy as before. Zhang Xian could make do with it. Tan moved his neck and stretched. He had been in this position for too long, and it was a little sore. After jumping down from the desk, Tan stood in front of the door. He raised his paw and knocked on the door. Then, he looked at the man. The man had been paying attention when Tan jumped down from the desk. When he saw Tan like this, he smiled. Thinking of leaving. As he spoke, the man opened the door and let Tan out. Tan could open the door himself. However, in front of someone he had only met once, Tan did not want to appear too special. Moreover, Tan felt that the man should like to smile. However, he always felt that the man's smile was a little uneasy. He could not tell why, but it was just his intuition. After opening the door for Tan, the man watched as Tan squeezed out of the anti-theft net on the balcony. When he jumped onto the ground, he saw a footprint on the ground. When he saw that the black cat had gone far away, he went back into the house and closed the door. After leaving the neighborhood, Tan ran in the direction of Tsinghua University. The snow on the ground was a little cold. The people around did not care about the black cat running on the sidewalk. Their attention was on the thin layer of snow that had accumulated on the ground. When Tan passed by a crossroad, he stopped because there was a lot of traffic. At the same time, he noticed that 2 police cars were driving towards the street he came from. However, he did not have time to be curious. After he crossed the road, he quickly walked across the street with the other pedestrians. When Jing Tan reached the entrance of Fu Tong Elementary School, the school bell rang. Fortunately, there was no delay. At this time, the snow began to fall heavily again. During this period, both little Pomelo and Zhao Yuan were in low spirits because of Zhao Pa's impending departure. They were not very excited about the snow. When the other children walked out of Fu Tong Elementary School, they were very excited when they saw the thin layer of snow on the ground. However, there were many people and the snow was thin. When they stepped on it, they could not see the white layer. There was only snow mixed with the sand on the ground. It snowed for 2 days. When the weather cleared up, the snow began to melt quickly. The weather forecast said that there would be no rain or snow for the next few days. The temperature would gradually rise. When the snow had almost melted, Jing Tan went out for a walk. He still walked along the road that led to Zhao Yuan's school. Jing Tan was now familiarizing himself with the section of the road. Just like the day of the snow, he walked from Zhao Yuan's school to Zhongyan's neighborhood. Then, he went to the construction site to take a look. Then, he walked further and familiarized himself with the area. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the neighborhood with the elevator house. When Jing Tan walked into the neighborhood, a few middle-aged women happened to be returning with daily necessities from the supermarket. "Hey, is there a conclusion to the case?" "I don't think so. I didn't hear any progress." "Hey, didn't they say that they committed suicide by jumping into the lake?" "Wasn't it suicide? How could it be? It was so cold." "Also, I heard from a nephew who works nearby that the person was found naked. Even if they wanted to commit suicide, they wouldn't have done it in such a way." At this time, another middle-aged woman walked in from outside the neighborhood. She should know these people. When she saw them, she quickly walked over and asked, "What are you talking about?" "What else? It's about the day of the snow. What happened at the lake?" Listening to their conversation, Jing Tan remembered the 2 police cars he saw at the crossroads when he was rushing back on the snowy day. It should be related to what these middle-aged women were talking about. However, Jing Tan felt that those things were too far away from him and had nothing to do with him. Such cases happened every day in the world. There was no need to worry so much. Besides, he was not like those middle-aged women who had nothing to do, who were gossiping and looking for fun to pass time. Jing Tan decided to go to the house of the person who drank wintersweet flower tea. Maybe he could get a cup of warm milk to drink. When he came downstairs, Jing Tan looked up. He could see that the lights were on in the house. The person should be busy with work at this time. Jumping over the parking space, Jing Tan squeezed into the balcony. He saw that the balcony was different from the first time he came here a few days ago. The cardboard box was still there, but in the corner, there was a relatively clean cushion. Next to the cushion was a paper cup filled with cold milk. The cushion and milk were not there the last time he came. Jing Tan sniffed the milk in the paper cup. There was no strange smell. In this weather, it was not easy for there to be strange smells. Jing Tan could not guess how many days this cup of milk had been there. Looking at the furnishings, people who did not know would definitely think that the owner of this house had a pet. Jing Tan was not in a hurry to scratch the door. He first sniffed around the balcony to see if there were any other animals to prepare himself in advance. If there were, he would carefully consider whether or not to scratch the door, especially if the owner had a dog. It was better not to make a fuss. Many people believed that a dog's nose was much more sensitive than a cat's nose. Otherwise, why would there be so many police dogs that detect drugs but no police cats that detect drugs? Others believed that a cat's nose was comparable to a dog's nose. However, because of a cat's personality, it was not easy to train and was not willing to be manipulated by people. Many of the functions in its body were fully performed when it was beneficial to itself, and many of the commands of people were dismissive. Because of this, people more often could only make use of a dog's sense of smell, but not cats. Jing Tan did not know whether a dog's nose or a cat's nose was more sensitive. At least, he thought that his current sense of smell was quite good. At least, it was much more sensitive than when he was a human. After sniffing around carefully, Jing Tan was sure that, just like last time, other than the smell of the owner of the house, there was only the smell left from when he squatted in the corner and rubbed the cardboard box out of boredom. There was not even the smell of a girl. That person was really a homebody. Jing Tan walked to the door and raised his paw to knock on the door. Just as he was thinking about whether or not to scratch the door, he heard footsteps coming from inside. The next moment, the door opened. Chapter 148. When Jing Tan came, the man was working. There were a few books open on the desk, basically the same as last time. After putting a cup of warm milk in front of Jing Tan, the man sat back down at the desk and started working again. Jing Tan looked at the paper cup of milk in front of him. It was newly taken out from the packaging bag. This was one of the reasons why Jing Tan had a good impression of the man. The man never used a dirty cup to drink milk, even though Jing Tan was just an ordinary cat now. After drinking the milk, Jing Tan didn't disturb the man and walked around the room. Compared to last time, there was an extra picture on the bookcase in the room. It was a pencil drawing with no color. It was a picture of several children surrounded by wintersweet flowers. There was a date on the bottom right corner of the picture. It was the day before yesterday. Jing Tan was looking at it when the doorbell rang. It was a boy who was about the same age as Zhao Yuan. He was holding a paper box with a small cake in his hand. The paper box was full of wintersweet flowers. "Uncle Lame, here you go. These were picked from the branches that the kids broke today." When the kid said kids, he didn't seem to notice that he was quite young. Uncle Wintersweet. This name made Jing Tan curious. Was it because he liked wintersweet tea? Or was his name originally Wintersweet? It was too weird for a man to be called Wintersweet. The boy took a bag of lollipops from Uncle Wintersweet as a reward, scratched his head embarrassedly, thanked Uncle Wintersweet, and left. The Uncle Wintersweet mentioned by the boy took the box with the wintersweet flowers into the room and put it aside. Seeing Jing Tan staring at the box, he smiled and said, "There are many children in the community who like to break branches, especially the wintersweet flowers that are still blooming. I told them that if they accidentally break a branch, they can pick the wintersweet flowers and give them to me." Jing Tan understood. No wonder there were so many wintersweet flowers in Uncle Wintersweet's room. The group of children probably broke some on purpose to exchange for lollipops. Uncle Wintersweet should know, but he didn't point it out. "I drew that drawing the day before yesterday when they came over." Uncle Lame pointed at the pencil drawing that Jing Tan had just seen and said. Jing Tan was even more confused. Although Uncle Lame seemed to be very gentle and close to children, he rarely spoke to people, but he could talk so much to a cat. Another strange person. Sure enough, pets like cats and dogs always made people let down their guard. As he spoke, Uncle Lame took out a pen and paper and watched Jing Tan begin to draw. The technique was practiced. Jing Tan watched as the black lines on the white paper quickly took shape. However, Jing Tan suddenly noticed, this guy was actually drawing with his left hand. Left-handed. If Jing Tan remembered correctly, Uncle Lame used his right hand when he wrote before. The last time Jing Tan squatted on the desk, he saw Uncle Lame's writing. At that time, Jing Tan was still thinking, if he could write English cursive like the scribbles on the small notes and sticky notes on the drawing board, how was his handwriting? In the end, the handwriting was quite normal. After that, Jing Tan didn't pay much attention to it. Now, combined with the current situation, this guy might be left-handed, but he might not be a pure left-hander. Among the people that Jing Tan knew, this was the first person who used his left hand as well as his right hand. When he moved, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. The room was very warm because the air conditioner was on. Jing Tan squatted there and felt a little drowsy, so he took a short nap. 10 minutes later, a simple pencil drawing was completed. Jing Tan yawned, stretched, and looked over. On the drawing was a black cat, squatting next to a cake box containing wintersweet flowers. It tilted its head slightly, and there seemed to be some confusion in its eyes. Uncle Lame stared at the drawing in his hand for a while, and then looked at Jing Tan. I heard that many animals have spirituality. Are you one of them? Jing Tan didn't answer, and he couldn't answer. Uncle Lame didn't want to find the answer from the cat's mouth. He only asked because he suddenly felt a strong sense of strangeness when he saw the cat's eyes. After asking the question, he remembered that it was just a cat in front of him, and it couldn't speak, so he just smiled. Jing Tan was a little confused. There were indeed a lot of crazy people who answered their own questions in front of a cat. Uncle Lame put the drawing in his hand and the drawing of the child into a folder and walked out of the room. Last time when Jing Tan came, there were 2 rooms in the room that were tightly shut. This time, Uncle Lame opened one of them. Jing Tan walked over to take a look. The room wasn't big, and it should have been specially soundproofed. The layout inside was very simple, and the most obvious thing was the upright piano inside. He didn't expect this person to be a musician. Jing Tan jumped onto a stool next to him. Since this person was going to play a song, he didn't mind being a guest listener. After listening to the beginning, Jing Tan knew the name of the song Uncle Lame played. For Alice. Although Jing Tan didn't listen to the so-called world-famous songs, he still knew this song. It was too famous, and many children liked to play this song. But, Jing Tan didn't know much about the piano. He only knew that the version played by this person was different from the version he had heard before. It was slower, but it was also far different from the slow playing techniques taught to children. And there were some other factors involved. The piano version of For Alice that Jing Tan had heard before had a more refreshing melody, and the rhythm was light and comfortable. Some people said that piano music made people feel relaxed and happy. But now, Jing Tan didn't feel relaxed and happy at all. Instead, he felt an inexplicable pressure, and even felt a chill down his spine. Could it be that the version played by this person in front of him was wrong? After the song, Uncle Lame sat there without moving, as if he was thinking about something. Jing Tan stretched his neck to take a look. What the hell? He could even play a song dedicated to Alice until tears welled up in his eyes. Jing Tan expressed that he couldn't understand. Feeling that the atmosphere wasn't right, Jing Tan decided to go home. When he returned to Tsinghua University, the school hadn't ended yet. Jing Tan wasn't in a hurry, so he took a detour to the university's teaching building for a walk. He happened to hear a debate in the lecture hall on the first floor. It was quite lively, and the topic was interesting. So, Jing Tan climbed up a tree next to the lecture hall and squatted down to listen. They were first-year medical students, and they were debating whether left-handers were geniuses or weaklings. The left and right hemispheres of the human brain each have their own division of labor. The left hemisphere is mainly responsible for reasoning, logic, and language, while the right hemisphere focuses on the feeling of geometric shapes, emotions, imagination, and spatial distance. It has the function of directly judging visual signals. The opposing side of the debate believed that left-handers were stronger. Many left-handers in life were intelligent and quick-witted people, especially in occupations that required imagination and spatial distance. Left-handers were often the best talents among them, such as Mozart, Beethoven, and Bach in the field of music, Caesar and Napoleon in the field of politics and military, and Einstein and Newton in the field of science. In addition, they also used the example of seeing to illustrate. They compared the neural response route of right hemisphere of the brain, left hemisphere of the brain, right hand, with the neural response route of right hemisphere of the brain, left hemisphere of the brain, with the neural response route of right hemisphere of the brain, left hand. They believed that left-handers had an advantage over right-handers in terms of agility. The opposing side of the debate believed that left-handers were weaklings in life. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so small in the large human population. As for the distinction between left-handers and left-handers in history, it was still controversial and not convincing enough. At the same time, the opposing side of the debate cited a new hypothesis put forward by the Swiss scientist, Dr. Irwin. Irwin believes that in ancient times, the probability of human ancestors using their left and right hands was the same as that of other animals. It was only because they didn't know the plants around them that they accidentally ate the poisonous parts of the plants. Left-handed people had a weak tolerance for plant toxins, and eventually, due to the severe impact of plant toxins on the central nervous system, they couldn't continue to survive. On the other hand, right-handed people, with their strong tolerance, eventually gained the ability to survive in nature. In addition, some foreign scientists have also used experiments to prove that many left-handers have a weak autoimmune system. In fact, 65% of autistic patients are left-handed. Jing Tan squatted on the tree and watched the students argue until their faces turned red. He found it funny. If this continued, it would probably be the same as a street brawl. After all, they were only first-year students. Most of them had never participated in a formal debate before. At the beginning of the debate, they paid attention to the rules of the debate. However, towards the end of the debate, it became a little chaotic. However, the teacher on the rostrum did not stop them. Instead, she smiled. The reason she organized this class debate was to arouse the interest of the students. Aside from interest, the rules were secondary. After all, it was not a formal debate venue. In the end, the teacher on the podium gave everyone a conclusion. In the biological world, only humans and apes have a distinction between left-handed and left-handed people. Moreover, only humans would discuss which one is better. In fact, so far, many people have conducted research on the differences in intelligence, immunity, lifespan, and even the prevalence of mental illness between left-handers and right-handers. However, the results are still indisputable. The second half of the teacher's sentence was the conclusion of the entire debate. Jing Tan had always felt that debates were elegant and sharp quarrels. The topics of the quarrel were so far without an absolute answer. What a pain in the ass. While despising the students, Jing Tan lowered his head and looked at his two front paws. He raised his paws and bent them. Suddenly, Jing Tan felt a little depressed. Just as the teacher said, other than humans and apes, there didn't seem to be a distinction between left-handed and left-handed animals, including Jing Tan himself. Thinking back to when he was still a human, he was used to using his right hand. But now, there didn't seem to be much of a difference. If he hadn't listened to the students' debate today, Jing Tan wouldn't have noticed this change in himself. After thinking about his changes, Jing Tan thought of the scene when he saw Uncle Lame painting today. Was that person left-handed or not? Well, I should pay more attention next time I go there for a walk. Jing Tan had originally planned to go to Uncle Lame's place on Saturday, but Celestine came to Jing Tan and took him to the night building to play. Chapter 149. On the way to the night building, Celestine still didn't stop talking. Jing Tan also learned from him that Ajin and the others had now moved from the most ordinary North District to the South District, which was a good progress. It was not in vain for them to leave their hometown and come here, and it also proved their ability. Now, they were much more relaxed and had rented a bigger apartment. Even the stray dog that Ajin had picked up was now fat and full of energy all day long. Ajin and the others were now passionate and motivated enough. Some of the people who often went to the night building already had supporters of their band. The person in charge of the night building also thought highly of them, and Jing Tan was also happy for them. Now, the person in charge of the night building had been changed. Ronchi and Leopard had been sent by Yi Hao to be in charge of several important projects, such as the land near Chu Hua University. Therefore, Yi Hao transferred another person to replace Ranqi's position. The night building was still so lively at night. When Jingtan followed Celestine into the private room on the third floor, there were two other people besides Yi Hao, Leopard, and Ranqi. Jingtan had seen one of them before. That person was called Tiger Liang, and Yi Hao and the others called him Huzi. He was also the person in charge of the night building. As for the other person, Jingtan didn't know him. However, those who could stay here must be Yi Hao's confidants or trustworthy people, and their mouths were tight enough. Knowing Yi Hao and Celestine's way of doing things and means, Jingtan didn't have to worry too much about it. He still did what he had to do before. No, there was another difference. It was the one lying on the single sofa. On the way here, Celestine also talked about the Monseigneur. Rumor has it that the Monseigneur has performed a meritorious deed again. During the new year, the Monseigneur had been by Master Tang VII's side the entire time. Even though Master Tang VII had retired, his influence behind the scenes was still not small, so he would not be too idle during the new year. Coincidentally, someone had taken advantage of a loophole and attempted to harm Master Tang VII. That person had been scratched half to death by this big cat. For this reason, Master Tang VII was even more gratified. This also caused the Monseigneur's status in the family to soar. After the new year, Master Tang VII did not go out much. Now that his safety was guaranteed, he had Yi Hao look after the Monseigneur outside. Perhaps he could be of some help. As a result, Jingtan saw the Monseigneur in the night tower again today. Glancing at the Monseigneur who was resting on the sofa with his eyes closed, Jingtan looked at Ranqi. Sure enough, that guy was sitting the furthest away from the Monseigneur. Moreover, when he saw Jingtan, Ranqi's face clearly stiffened. As usual, when Ranqi saw Jingtan and the Monseigneur, he felt that something was wrong. Jingtan was already used to Ranqi's behavior, so he did not mind. He jumped onto the coffee table and began to look for food. These people had their own topics to talk about. After Jingtan came, he only cared about eating and drinking to his heart's content, then sleeping. When he woke up, he would be home again. In short, he was just passing time. After Celestine entered, he pulled a chair and sat down very naturally. He knew everyone inside, and they also knew him. They were all on the same side, so no one was too reserved. "What are you talking about?" Celestine asked. As he spoke, Celestine dragged the plate of peanuts over. There were a lot of nuts on the coffee table. Everyone knew Celestine's preferences, so they did not object to his practice. Celestine liked the peanuts here. Although peanuts were a bit too popular, the taste of the peanuts fried in each place was more or less different. Celestine preferred the peanuts of the night building. Every time Jingtan came here, he ate a lot of peanuts. Anyway, he just had to wait by the side. He peeled a peanut and put it in front of Jingtan. Then Celestine peeled another one for himself, waiting for Yi Hao's answer. Yi Hao did not say much. He handed a folder to Celestine. "Take a look at this first." Jingtan was also curious and leaned over to take a look. On the top was a photo of a young woman in her 20s. It was probably taken in a bar. The woman in the photo was dancing. Her curves were fully displayed, and her flying hair could not hide her gorgeous face. "Hey, isn't this the little white flower that Lier bought?" Celestine snorted with disdain. "What's this woman doing again?" The Lier that Celestine mentioned was Yi Hao's rival. The woman in the photo was Lier's follower. From time to time, she would come to the night building to cause trouble. Putting the photo aside, Celestine read the following report and suddenly frowned. The report was clipped from a certain newspaper. Nowadays, newspapers often reported such content, and ordinary people were used to it. However, if the culprit was this woman, Celestine was really curious. Suicide. Celestine read the report and could not believe it. The money that Lai Er gave her is enough for her to squander for a long time. This woman loves to enjoy life. How could she commit suicide? Jing Tan read for a while and was a little bored. He was not interested in these things. When he was about to leave, Celestine flipped through another document. There was also a photo. There were 4 people in the photo. 3 fat men and a cute girl of 14 or 15 in a princess dress. Even if the 2 men inside weren't 1.8 meters tall, they were considered to be of average height in Chuhua City. However, looking at the father and son, both of them seemed to weigh more than 100 kilograms, and their bodies were full of fat. When the 3 fat men stood together, they indeed looked like a family. Because of this, the little girl on the right looked even more outstanding. Jing Tan glanced at the photo. His eyes fell on the girl in the princess dress for a while, then moved to the fat man standing on the far left. He felt that the fat man was a little strange. Yi Hao lit a cigarette and pointed at a fat middle-aged man in the photo. This man is called Chen La. When I came to Chuhua City to follow Master Qi, Chen La was quite famous in Chuhua City's business circle. Lai Er stepped on him to become famous and was put in an important position by Lei Tu. 10 years had passed since then. Who would still remember that fat merchant named Chen La from back then? Who still remembers Lei Tu, who was in the same era as Master Tang VII and Nian 19? Celestine raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Hao. He did not interrupt and waited for Yi Hao to continue. He knew that Yi Hao was not saying all this to reminisce. Jing Tan was also listening attentively. Every now and then, he stuffed 2 peanuts into his mouth and listened while eating. After Yi Hao sighed for a while, he said to Celestine, "Look at the article at the bottom." Jing Tan glanced at it while Celestine was flipping through the materials. It was also a newspaper clipping. Jing Tan knew what it was talking about. He had heard it from a few aunties in the neighborhood where Uncle Lame lived. Back then, Chen La had a loyal helper. One day, he suddenly disappeared and was later found in the lake, Yi Hao said. Celestine looked at the article in his hand. The same situation as here. The same lake, the same way of death. Yi Hao nodded and continued, back then, a few days before the Qin family's accident, Chen La's youngest daughter committed suicide by jumping off a bridge. Chen La doted on his youngest daughter very much. The little girl's dream was to be a musician. In order to make her look more Western, Chen La even gave his daughter an English name, Alice. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Jing Tan, who was chewing peanuts, choked. It was not good to cough at the coffee table, so he turned his head and coughed in the opposite direction. After coughing, he realized that the Monsignor was lying there. When Jing Tan coughed, he spat out some peanuts. Lord Zhu glanced at Jing Tan with half-opened eyes. He tugged at his ears, shook his fur, and shook off the peanut crumbs stuck to his fur. After shaking off the peanut crumbs, he rested his chin on the sofa and closed his eyes again to rest. Everyone's attention was mainly on Yi Hao and Celestine. No one paid attention to whether a cat choked or not. Celestine only glanced at Jing Tan and found that he was just choking on peanuts. It was not a big deal, so he turned his attention back to the materials in his hand. Celestine turned the materials in his hand to the woman from before. This woman, same bridge, same place on the bridge, Yi Hao said. It seems that there are a lot of things that we don't know about, Celestine said after reading the materials. They did not know the people involved in the incident, so for them, it was just a story. According to what we know, the woman said a lot of nonsense before she jumped off the bridge. She didn't seem to be in her right mind, Leopard said. She must have taken drugs. She's been having a lot of fun lately. She must have taken drugs. It's just that the local newspapers didn't report it. Maybe Lai Er covered it up, someone said. Those drugs can make her excited, but they also make her more receptive to suggestions, Ron Chi said. They used to come in contact with those drugs in their business, but they never touched them again after they cleared their names. However, they still knew a lot about those drugs. Suggestions. Suggestions to commit suicide. When I did some research, I learned that this woman really hates bridges and things like that. Sometimes, she would ask people to take a long detour to avoid a big bridge. If she really had something to do with what happened back then, what Ronchi said might be true, Leopard said. In any case, someone did want to deal with them, Celestine concluded. So, Wei Ling, when you have time, help me ask your senior about the progress of the investigation so that we can take action as soon as possible. It was not that Yi Hao couldn't find out anything by himself, but He Tao could find out more and faster. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Do you have any suspects? Celestine asked Yi Hao. Yi Hao shook his head and raised his finger to point at the ceiling. Someone up there wants to deal with Lai Er. That guy doesn't know how to restrain himself, and not everyone up there likes him. But if it's someone up there, they wouldn't spend so much effort to deal with those two people. Originally, I had a suspect, but I'm not sure. Back then, Chen La and his wife died in the fire. Chen La's youngest daughter jumped off the bridge, but Chen La's son was sent away and no one knows where he went. As he spoke, Yi Hao pointed at the fat man standing on the far left in the photo of the family of four. The four people sitting around the coffee table also came over to take a look. After Jing Tan coughed and sprayed peanut crumbs on Lord Ju, he quickly changed his position and squatted down. At this time, he also leaned over to look at the photo in the folder. Jing Tan happened to block Ronchi's view. Ronchi could only see the black cat's silhouette or back. Chapter 150. Chen La's son. They looked at the fat man Yi Hao pointed out, but they couldn't figure out who he was. Chen La's son, Chen Jia. When his family got into trouble, he was just in university, not Tsinghua University. I remember it was the city's University of Finance and Economics. However, in many rich families, there were many who went to good universities. In comparison, Chen Zhou was not too outstanding. In addition, his figure and appearance at that time were completely inferior to his sister and some of the children of rich families at that time. Therefore, not much was known about him. But Yi Hao put out the cigarette in the ashtray and said, someone who could disappear so completely must have been killed. Otherwise, he's not a simple person. Chen La and his wife weren't stupid, or they wouldn't have taken advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. Their biggest mistake was not recognizing people and getting stabbed in the back by Lai Er. It could also be Chen La's friend who helped him, Long Qi said. It's possible, but Yi Hao paused for a moment before he continued, I heard that Chen La has a material in his hands. I don't know what it is exactly, but the seventh master said that the material could make Lai Er unable to rise again. But no one found it back then. Lai Er searched for it for a few years after that, but still couldn't find it. So, I suspect that if Chen Jie is still alive, the material must be in his hands. Now that Lai Er lost two of his men in the same way, he must have known something and taken action long ago. But now, there are many people who want to get their hands on the material. You want to get your hands on it too? Celestine asked. Of course. Besides, if Lai Er's men or other people who want to cooperate with him get their hands on the material, it'll be a big blow to us. Lai Er's appetite is quite big now. Hey, tell me more about Lai Er. I'll analyze it. Celestine was interested. Lai Er. I heard from Mr. Qi that Lai Er's surname wasn't originally Lai. One day, Boss Lei laughed and said to Lai Er, you're so shameless. So, Lai Er replied, since Boss Lei said so, I'll change my surname to Lai. Lai Er was the second son in his family, so everyone called him Lai Er until now. But he didn't think it was a shame. Instead, he thought that the name was a symbol of glory. It recorded his glorious history of stepping on Lei to make a comeback. While Jingtan was looking at Chen La's family's photo, he was looking at the photo of Lai Er's family. He compared the fat man standing on the left with Uncle Lame. Upon closer inspection, there was a slight resemblance, but generally speaking, it was indeed difficult to tell them apart. After all, Chen Jia in the photo was really too fat. At that time, he looked like a young boy who had just entered university, while Uncle Lame had a normal build and had a weather-beaten look. Jingtan also compared the pretty little girl standing on the right. She was the only one of the four with a normal body. But according to Chen La's own words, the little girl looked like her mother, and Chen Zhe looked like his father. Chen Zhe and Chen La did look similar in the photo, but he didn't know if they would look like Uncle Lai Mei after they lost weight. The photo alone couldn't prove whether Uncle Lai Mei was Chen Zhe or not. Jingtan didn't see anything like a photo in Uncle Lai Mei's room. Moreover, Jingtan was only relying on his intuition. He had doubts and couldn't be sure. Just as she was thinking about it, Jingtan caught a glimpse of a line of words at the bottom of the photo. The information provided introduced Chen La and his family. What caught Jingtan's attention was that it said Chen La's wife's surname was Mei. Lai Mei. If there was a connection, this was a connection. Jingtan pondered for a while and decided to go to Uncle Lai Mei's house to take a look. It was just a suspicion, and there was no way to prove it. If that person was really Chen Jia. As a cat, it didn't seem to be able to do anything, nor did it bother to care about those things. According to Yi Hao, the situation had probably escalated. As a kitten, it was better for it to squat aside and watch. Yi Hao's gaze moved from the photo of the four people to another photo. When they were talking about Lai Er, they talked about the woman in the photo. She was close to Chen La's daughter and played well with her. However, she was the one who brought Chen La's daughter to the bridge. She might have done something. Otherwise, why would a normal girl commit suicide by jumping into the river? Because of Lai Er's protection and Chen La's fall, the woman in the photo was safe and sound for so many years. But now, someone was coming for revenge. Who was the one who gave the woman the hypnosis? Who set up these murderous plots? The person who could do this must have a high IQ. Yi Hao and Celestine stopped talking about Lai Er and Chen La. They turned to talk about the current projects. Jingtan squatted on the side and listened to them. He stuffed a few peanuts into his mouth. Celestine had already peeled them and placed them in front of him. Jingtan only needed to eat them. The Monseigneur was lying on the sofa with its eyes closed the whole time. Occasionally, it twitched its ears to show that it was still alert of its surroundings. Compared to Jingtan, the Monseigneur was too well behaved. 2 days after returning from the night building, Jingtan went to Uncle Lai Mei's house to check on the situation. He wanted to solve his doubts. Jingtan arrived at 3 in the afternoon. Just like last time, there was a cushion and a glass of cold milk on the balcony. He sniffed the milk. There was no smell. It should be fresh. After knocking on the door and entering, Jingtan jumped on the desk and squatted there. He didn't run around. Looking out from the desk, he saw that the other 2 rooms were closed. He had already checked one of them. It was the piano room, and the other was still a maze. Uncle Lai Mei put a glass of warm milk in front of Jingtan. Unlike last time, Uncle Lai Mei didn't do his translation work this time. Instead, he was busy in front of the large white drawing board. The sticky notes and slips of paper that Jingtan saw for the first time had changed. Although there were still many sticky notes with English cursive, they weren't the same as before. On the white drawing board, there were some lines and symbols next to the sticky notes. Uncle Lai Mei used a marker to write and draw on the sticky notes. There were more and more lines and English cursive on the white drawing board. What made Jingtan depressed was that he couldn't understand a single word. Although he didn't understand, looking at Uncle Lai Mei's serious expression, Xingtan felt that the slips of paper on the drawing board were probably explaining some secrets. Besides Uncle Lai Mei, Xingtan was the cat closest to this secret. Unfortunately, even if he squatted in front of the drawing board, Xingtan couldn't see anything from the drawing board. Not wanting to disturb Uncle Lai Mei, Xingtan squatted on the desk and looked over quietly. Unlike when he was working as a translator, Xingtan sensed that other than the seriousness on Uncle Lai Mei's face, there was a sense of oppression and heaviness around him. There was also a hint of murderous intent. Nowadays, Xingtan was sensitive to the surroundings, but he was still a bit restless. To relieve the pressure, Xingtan moved his eyes away from the drawing board. There were many books on the desk, and not far from where he was squatting, there was an open magazine. These days, some magazines were quite popular, and many people still had the habit of reading magazines. Unlike in the future, when computers and phones were everywhere, everyone liked to look at their phones. Walking to the open magazine, Xingtan squatted down and looked at the content of the magazine. He wanted to divert his attention and get rid of the oppressive and heavy feeling. However, when he saw the content of the open page, the oppressive and heavy feeling didn't go away but became stronger. The overall content of the magazine covered many aspects. It was divided into several sections, including emotions, technology, current affairs, and so on. The page that was opened was an article on psychology. How did a good person become a demon? This was the core question of the article. The article was very long, and it wasn't finished on both sides of the open page. There were many relatively professional terms, as well as some related experiments and examples. Xingtan skimmed through it and didn't read it in detail. Xingtan felt that this article was too profound, and he couldn't understand the deeper things. He thought that he was a layman, and he could only use a layman's perspective to read this article and understand some of the superficial meaning. Even so, Xingtan still felt that it wasn't very smooth. The boundary between good and evil is not fixed, but it can be changed and crossed. The change of situation can bring about a change of human nature. In some situations, black and white are reversed, and conscience and evil are also reversed. Humans have unlimited potential. They can make anyone good or evil, care or indifference, create or destroy, and they can even fall from Lucifer to Satan. When he returned to the main house, Xingtan was still in a bad mood. Huang was lying on the parterre in the neighborhood. He was probably basking in the sun for the whole afternoon. He looked very relaxed, which made Xingtan envious. Sometimes, ignorance was a kind of luck. The more you know, the more troubles you will have. When Xingtan was unhappy, he couldn't help but slap Huang twice when he saw him. Huang was still a little confused after being slapped. He looked at Xingtan innocently, turned his head, and rubbed his head on the ground. Suddenly, he saw a gray magpie and immediately became excited. He didn't feel sleepy at all and walked over to the gray magpie. After the Zhao family finished dinner that night, Zhao Pa didn't go to the biology building, nor did he immediately go to his room to do his work. Zhao Ma didn't go out to do the fitness dance with the other female teachers. Instead, she sat on the sofa in the living room and discussed something with her husband. Little Pomelo's 10th birthday party. Xingtan, who was originally a little listless, turned his ears to them when he heard this. Little Pomelo was indeed almost 9 years old. According to the customs of Zhao Pa's hometown, 9 years old was 10 years old. In terms of birth date, little Pomelo's birthday was actually a few months away. However, Zhao Pa was going abroad soon, and Zhao Ma couldn't do it alone. After asking for little Pomelo's opinion, they decided to hold the party next week. Chapter 151. Xingtan wasn't prepared when he heard about little Pomelo's birthday party. If he had known about it a few days earlier, he could have thought of a way to prepare a birthday present. But now, time was tight, and Xingtan didn't want to make a perfunctory gift. Since he couldn't think of a good way and couldn't find a good gift, Xingtian decided to keep it in mind and give it to her when the time came. As for little Pomelo's irresponsible mother, Auntie Jiao had called her and told her that she was going to hold a birthday party for little Pomelo. She did not say much about it and transferred some money over. The Jiao family didn't expect Pomelo's mother to say anything. They didn't expect much, but they weren't disappointed either. After confirming the time, they had to book a hotel. Originally, the Jiao Pa was going to find a hotel near Tsinghua University. Unexpectedly, Third Master Fong called and asked the Jiao Pa to book a private room at the Shaoguang Hotel after he found out that little Pomelo was going to hold a birthday party. He didn't even need to show the Jiao Pa his membership card. The Third Master Fong just had to say hello. The Jiao Pa wanted to refuse, but after the Third Master Fong talked to the Jiao Pa on the phone, the Jiao Pa didn't say anything more. No matter what the Third Master Fong said, Xingtian felt that the Third Master Fong was quite nice. At the same time, he also told some relatives and friends that the Jiao family valued little Pomelo a lot. They didn't want to neglect this little girl who didn't have parents by her side. In addition, there was another reason. In the eyes of many people, from the perspective of benefits, people who could hold a birthday party at a place like the Shaoguang Hotel deserved to be seen more often. After Jiao Pa went abroad, these colleagues and relatives, who were not close to him, could more or less help him when necessary. They did not alienate him and put too much pressure on Jiao Ma. In this society where money was the most important thing, there were some methods that needed to be used even if they were not worth it. Perhaps the Third Master Fong had mentioned these factors to Jiao Pa when he was on the phone. After the location of the birthday party was confirmed, Jiao Pa started to prepare the invitations. He even bought some cartoon invitations for little Pomelo to invite her classmates. This kind of birthday party could also bring little Pomelo closer to her classmates. With the help of Yulisha and Xia Axian from the Western Compound, Jiao Pa wasn't worried at all. Of course, it was inevitable that this matter would be criticized. Several relatives who worked in Tsinghua City had already criticized Jiao Pa for being extravagant and wasteful after finding out the location of the birthday party. She was not their biological daughter, so why bother? In this regard, Jiao Pa did not explain anything. In the Jiao family, little Pomelo was already a member. He did not need to explain more to anyone. Xingtian did not have a good impression of those nosy relatives. If those people came to the Jiao family, Xingtian was too lazy to pay attention to them. However, when they were not paying attention, Xingtian threw a few dead cockroaches into their bags. The cockroaches were found next to the bag of trash in front of Chu Xiangyang's house. Chu Xiangyang probably found the cockroaches when he was rummaging through the cabinets and boxes and smacked them to death. Otherwise, how could cockroaches run around arrogantly in this weather and temperature? There were also many people who could not attend the birthday party, but sent gifts early in the morning, such as Zhao Lo, Yuan Ziyi, and some people from the Western Compound. Although Yuan Ziyi was busy with work and could not attend, he generously arranged for a company bus to pick up the children who were going to little Pomelo's birthday party and take them to Shaoguang Hotel. This way, the parents could rest assured. As for the postgraduate students in Jiao Pa, the results of the postgraduate entrance examination had already been released, but the cutoff line had not been set. However, according to the admission ratio, Xingjing's score was still within the safe range. Now, this female student who came from another major was already working with her two senior brothers. The sooner she familiarized herself with the laboratory, the faster she could get the hang of her own experiments in the future. With this new junior sister, Yi Axian was promoted from senior brother to senior brother, and Su Chu was promoted to second senior brother. Xingtian met Xingjing when the three of them came to visit the Jiao family. She was a girl who was not skinny and was almost 1.7 meters tall. She was good-looking and cheerful, but in some people's eyes, she was a little strong. Xingjing had played basketball and soccer on behalf of the School of Foreign Languages, so her physical fitness was quite good. Perhaps because of this, the Jiao Pa relaxed the requirements for this student. Otherwise, if he recruited a student who was often sick, not only would she not be able to help take care of the Jiao Ma and the two children, but she would also be the one to take care of the Jiao Ma. It had to be said that many times, when the Jiao Pa selected students, besides looking for a good character and real ability, he also looked for a good housekeeper. Xingjing did not know about this at all, and the two senior brothers who knew kept their mouths shut. It was better not to talk about this kind of thing, as it would ruin their tutor's image. On the day of the birthday party, the Jiao family definitely did not have much free time to care about Jingtan, so Tong Qing was sent over. With him, the Jiao family did not have to worry too much. After all, they all knew that their cats would not stay at home obediently on the day of the birthday party. The day was Saturday, and early in the morning, little Pomelo's classmates were brought over by their parents to the eastern courtyard. Everyone agreed to meet there, and then went to the school gate to get on the bus and go to the hotel. There was a side door next to the eastern courtyard, and the bus was parked there. The children's parents were relieved when they saw the bus. It was not a second-hand car, but a bus used by Yuan Zi's company to send its employees to and from work. There were always spare cars in the company's garage, and they did not need them during this period of time, so they transferred them over to help. As the birthday girl, little Pomelo felt a little awkward facing so many people today, but she was already mentally prepared. With the help of Elisha and Xia Axian, she quickly got used to it. Seeing that Jingtan was led by Tong Qing, she was relieved to entertain her classmates. As for Jingtan, Tong Qing, the cat's housekeeper and bodyguard, drove the car. Jingtan was the only one in the car, which made Celestine jealous. Tong Qing drove the car and followed the bus in front of them. Jingtan was bored to death, lying on the back seat and thinking about something, the tip of his tail moving from time to time. There was a luggage bag next to him. Jingtan would have to squat inside and be carried to the hotel. Although the third Master Fang did not say that Jingtan should hide, the Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma felt that they should not cause trouble for others. If they were seen by others, it would be bad. After all, most people were against pets entering hotels these days, not to mention a high-end hotel like this. They could only let Jingtan suffer for a while. Fortunately, the luggage bag had been modified. There were a few nets added to it, and it was breathable enough to let Jingtan see the situation outside through the nets. If the people outside the bag did not look carefully, it would be difficult to see that there was a cat in the bag. Celestine was on vacation today, so he came to the hotel to play a few games at the card table. After lunch, the children all went to the amusement park, and some of the adults also left. The people who stayed wanted to enjoy the entertainment facilities of the five-star hotel. Celestine was bored, so he called Jingtan to go to the night building. There were not many people in the night building at this time, so Celestine did not mind. He was going to sing some songs, and then find a chance to fight with Tong Qing. He could see that Tong Qing was also from the army, and he was itching for a fight. Jingtan squatted in the bag and was carried by Tong Qing. He and Celestine walked out of the hotel together. When they came out of the elevator, there were a few people in front of them. Jingtan did not plan to pay attention to these people. There were too many people here, and there was nothing to see. However, when Jingtan heard a name, he had to pay attention. "Hey, Lier, coming here to eat at this time of the day," the person who came out of the elevator on the other side said to the person who was protected in the middle of the group. Jingtan had seen this person before. He was also at the banquet of the third Master Fang, but Jingtan forgot his name. Not knowing the name did not stop Jingtan from hearing the main point. Lier. Jingtan was immediately interested. He looked out of the luggage net, wanting to see what the Lier that Yihao mentioned looked like. The small holes on the net did not stop Jingtan from seeing the famous person clearly. He did not look special. If he had not heard Yihao and the others talk about him, Jingtan would not have connected this successful middle-aged man with the Lier that Yihao mentioned. However, people could not be judged by their appearances. If one took a closer look, they could see a hint of ruthlessness in the man's eyes. Other than Lier, Jingtan also glanced at the people around Lier. Other than the plump secretary-like woman beside Lier, the others were all men who did not smile. They were probably bodyguards. Tong Qing did not know Lier. Even if he did, he would not care about Lier. He walked straight to the door. Jingtan did not want to look at the man who was willing to stab his brothers in order to climb up the social ladder. He even changed his surname to Curry Favor. In the end, he killed his former boss. Soon, Jingtan could no longer see Lier and the others. However, he could hear Lier and the rich businessmen mocking each other. The rich businessmen seemed to be mocking Lier for being so afraid of death that he brought so many people with him for a meal. Lier was mocking the businessman for his recent investment failure. Jingtan could guess from the rich businessmen that many people knew about Lier's current situation. They knew that Lier was being watched. Well, there was no such thing as a permanent secret in the circle. Since Yi Hao knew about it, he would not be a fool. However, Tong Qing did not walk far before Celestine told him that something came up and changed his mind. He asked Tong Qing to take Jingtan for a walk while he went back to the hotel. Jingtan roughly knew why Celestine went back to the hotel. He was curious as well. Was Lier here to talk business, meet someone, or just for a meal? Jingtan couldn't find out the reason why he didn't dare to do so. Jingtan did not go for a walk. She walked around the area and then slept in the back seat of the car for the whole afternoon. Tong Qing listened to the traffic radio for the whole afternoon and did not say a word. Chapter 152. The birthday party on Saturday went smoothly. The Jiao Pa's goal was achieved. Many people approached the Jiao Pa in private and told him that they would take care of Jiao Ma and the two kids. After a busy day, the 4 members of the Jiao family prepared to have a good rest on Sunday. However, Jingtan was not one of them. On Saturday, Jingtan slept the whole afternoon. He did not help much at the birthday party. He was too lazy to interact with the naughty kids. He slept on his own, ate his fill, and waited for the party to end before going home to continue sleeping. Therefore, the next day, unlike the 4 members of the Jiao family, Jingtan was in good spirits early in the morning. The Jiao family only had their first meal at noon. After breakfast, they fell asleep immediately. Jingtan went out to play after lunch. On weekends, the people on campus were scattered. Some were sunbathing, some were on dates, and some were jogging. There were many places where people could be seen. Jingtan ignored the 7th student who said, "Hey," to him and decided to take a walk outside the campus. The afternoon sun was good. As Jingtan walked on the fence, he met a few cats who were sunbathing. As he had walked this path many times, Jingtan had seen most of the cats that liked to wander outside at this time. Of course, there were a few that showed hostility, but Jingtan ignored them. He did not have time to waste on these cats. Jingtan walked around the construction site. He was very satisfied with the progress of the construction site. Even though it was not the same every day, the changes were obvious. Jingtan had something to look forward to. Originally, Jingtan wanted to go to Uncle Lame's place to check on the situation. After seeing Celestine yesterday, Jingtan guessed that he must have heard something important. Otherwise, he would not be in such a hurry. Therefore, Jingtan wanted to see what Uncle Lame was up to. Even though there was no concrete evidence to prove that Uncle Lame was Qin La's son that Yi Hao had mentioned, Jingtan's intuition told him that it should be this person. The previous 2 murders were very likely this person's revenge. When he was about to reach Uncle Lame's neighborhood, Jingtan suddenly stopped. He saw a familiar person. After thinking about it carefully, Jingtan recognized that he was one of the people who were with Lier at the Shaoguang Hotel yesterday. But what were Lier's men doing here? The surrounding area was an old residential area, and one of them was a private house. Some people had built their own houses and rented them out. Although there weren't many students who came here to rent, it wasn't like there weren't any. In addition, there were office workers around, and the cheap rent here compared to the residential area, the houses here were still in high demand. Jingtan watched as the man said something to the two men standing at the intersection. The two men nodded and continued to stand at the intersection. The three men were dressed casually. If Jingtan hadn't recognized one of them, he wouldn't have paid attention to them. After the man finished talking to the two men at the intersection, he walked in through the intersection. Jingtan thought for a moment and followed him inside. As for the two men at the intersection, they just glanced at Jingtan and continued to observe the surroundings. It was just a cat, so they didn't pay much attention to it. There were many people who had cats in the neighborhood, and they had seen two just now. From the intersection, there were 5 or 6-story old residential buildings on both sides. The gray walls didn't have many colorful decorations, and many of the residents were drying clothes on the balconies. Because the two buildings were too close, the residents living on both sides of the street couldn't really enjoy the sunlight. The road was narrow, and if a family car drove in, the remaining width was barely enough for a bicycle to pass through. Jingtan kept a distance and followed the man in front of him. He also noticed that along the way, there were people standing at intervals. Like the two men at the intersection, they were dressed casually, but Jingtan could feel a bit of fierceness from them. When the people in front of them passed by, they would nod slightly at the people behind them. Perhaps they would even make eye contact. Jingtan stood at the back and could not see them clearly. He could only try his best to be as natural as possible, walking past them like a normal house cat. Fortunately, these people were like the two men standing at the intersection. They didn't take Jingtan seriously at all, which made Jingtan's tracking a lot easier. In the process of following, Jingtan was also wondering what these people were doing in broad daylight. After walking for a while, there were no longer old residential buildings on both sides, but private houses. The man didn't stop there, but kept walking. After walking for about 7 or 8 minutes, he stopped in front of a residential building. This residential building had a similar architectural style to the surrounding buildings. It was a small 2-story building with a small courtyard of 15 or 16 square meters. Perhaps because no one had lived here for a long time, there were a lot of weeds in the courtyard. Unlike the narrow feeling when he first entered the intersection, there was still some distance between each building. Many of the houses had their own small courtyards. Although they weren't big, they looked quite romantic. Jingtan looked around. The private houses around weren't as tall as the ones he saw before. Most of them were only 2 or 3 stories high, leaning towards the American style. The people who lived here should know how to enjoy themselves. A year ago, there were actually many private houses in front of this villa, just like this one. Now, they were all torn down and surrounded by buildings. He didn't know what they were going to build. Some of the people who originally lived here had already moved away. Only the empty houses were left here, waiting to be torn down. There were a few people standing in front of the house. Jingtan watched as the man walked over and said a few words to the people at the door, then took out his phone to make a call. 2 minutes later, a car came from the other side of the intersection. Different from the path Jingtan came from, the road led to a wide street. From the intersection, there were construction sites all along the way. It was likely that this place would be torn down soon, and some of the people who rented here were already thinking about looking for another place. It should be Lai Air in the car. Jingtan carefully approached the house while avoiding Lai Air's people. Although a cat was nothing to these people, Jingtan wasn't sure if they would kill a cat just to be safe. However, Jingtan was indeed curious. Since he had encountered such a thing, Jingtan wouldn't be satisfied if he just stood there and watched. Curiosity killed the cat. After becoming a cat, Jingtan's curiosity grew. Perhaps it was because of the boring life after becoming a cat. While the people at the door were paying attention to the car, Jingtan went around to the side and climbed up the wall to the window on the second floor. Jingtan was getting better at climbing walls. As long as it wasn't a particularly smooth wall, Jingtan could easily climb up as long as it was a certain height. Lai Er got out of the car, and the person Jingtan had been following walked over to report to Lai Er. I've arranged people around the intersections. The buildings on the left, right, and back have been cleaned. There are people guarding downstairs as well. I've checked the house 3 times myself and found a surveillance camera in a hidden place. It has been removed. There is indeed a computer in the room, but no one has turned it on. Don't worry. Lai Er raised his hand to show that he understood. He then gathered his coat and walked into the house. Jingtan planned to climb up and find a window to sneak into the house, but soon, Jingtan heard faint voices coming from inside. Jingtan was at the window on the side of the house, and the people should be in the room with the front window. Jingtan moved over carefully. It was daytime now, and she would be easily discovered if she was not careful. Fortunately, the guards below were standing at the door and could not see Jingtan above. After Lai Er went upstairs, he walked to a room. From the window, he could see the construction site in front of the house, but it was blocked by old blinds. The things in the room were simple and easy to see. There was a table with a laptop on it. One of the people beside Lai Er walked over and turned on the laptop. Jingtan moved to the front window on the second floor and peeked through the thin gap between the blinds. The others had left, and only Lai Er was inside. When it came to secrets, Lai Er didn't want anyone but himself to know. He didn't trust anyone. Lai Er was sitting in front of the table, video chatting with someone on the laptop. Jingtan's hearing was good. Although Lai Er lowered the volume, Jingtan could still vaguely hear something. On the screen, there was a person wearing a black coat and a mask. The mask was round and looked simple and crude, like a child's toy. "Uncle Chang, long time no see," said the person on the screen. "Chinja." Lai Er stared at the person on the screen and gritted his teeth. When Jingtan heard Chinja's voice, he knew it was Uncle Lame. "Oh, I almost forgot. You should be called Lai Er now. Do you think this place is familiar? I remember that when I was young, my father bought a house here when he had some money from his business. He said that he liked the kind of houses that he saw on TV, so he built an American-style house. Later, the neighbors all followed suit, so this area was jokingly called the high-end villa area." Chen just seemed to be immersed in his memories. "I'm not here to listen to you reminisce. Where is the thing?" Lai Er interrupted Chenja. Chenja didn't stop there. "After my father became famous, we moved to the downtown business district. We only came here occasionally to rest, so we didn't have to order food from high-end restaurants. My mother cooked for us, and we had a normal weekend. Enough. My time is limited. Where is the thing?" Lai Er asked sternly. "You're guilty. Scared? Back then, when you ordered people to burn them to death here, how did you feel? They were watching you from the sky." Chinja's voice was low, and there was a hint of absent-mindedness in his calm voice. "You think you can scare me with this little trick?" Lai Er snorted. "You bought this land, rebuilt the burned house, and sent me an anonymous email asking me to come here. You mentioned your parents who died in the fire just to scare me. I wasn't scared when they were alive, so I'm even less scared now that they're dead." Lai Er suddenly thought of something and said darkly, "You set up the surveillance camera." "Unfortunately, I've already removed it. I admit that you've grown a lot since you killed 2 people without leaving a trace. That's an improvement, but you're still too young for me. I've already found the thing you're talking about. I can find it even if you don't tell me. As for you, you've been hiding for so many years. Now that you've come out, you can just wait for your death. Chen Zhe didn't care. He said to Lai Er, do you believe in karma? Chapter 153. Xing Tan was becoming more and more sensitive to his surroundings, and he trusted his intuition. Because of this, Xing Tan regretted coming here to watch the show out of curiosity. No matter how curious he was, no matter how unwilling he was to miss the opportunity, he shouldn't gamble with his life. Even if it was just a cat's life, he had to cherish it. It was better to be alive than to die mysteriously, even if the threat was not aimed at Xing Tan himself. At this moment, Xing Tan didn't know that all the fur on his body, from his back to the tip of his tail, was standing on end due to an inexplicable fear. He didn't have the energy to feel the changes in his body caused by this inexplicable fear. To be safe, he had to leave this place. Xing Tan, who was about to run away, saw something he had never seen before through the gap between the old blinds on the window before he moved his eyes away from the house. Flames suddenly burst out from Lai Er's body. He didn't see who poured the gasoline or lit the fire. It just burned. If Xing Tan's sharp intuition was ignored, this situation could be said to have happened without any warning. From Xing Tan's angle, he couldn't see Lai Er's expression. He could only see the masked man on the computer screen, who was still calm or indifferent, and the strange fire reflected from the screen. Lai Er always thought that Chen Zhe was a hothead who would give himself away if he was scared. Lai Er could guess the method of the first two murders. Although there were no strong clues left at the scene, Lai Er knew that it must be Chen Zhe, the fish that escaped the net years ago. He had even planned the follow-up action. As long as Chen Zhe gave himself away, his subordinates would definitely find this person who had been hiding for years. Even if they didn't catch him now, they wouldn't be far away. But he didn't expect this to happen. Lai Er didn't know until the moment he lost consciousness that he had never known the person on the screen in front of him. It didn't matter if it was the fat boy who was overshadowed by his twin sister, or the masked man on the screen in front of him. Lai Er didn't make a sound when he was engulfed by the flames. He didn't call for help, nor did he wail in pain. He didn't even move. It wasn't because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Lai Er rested his hands on the armrest of the chair. There was a small machine on his right. If he pressed the button, the people guarding outside the room would rush in immediately. However, he didn't even have the chance to do so. Xing Tan looked at the man sitting in the chair in the room. Strangely, the fire only burned above his knees. His calves and shoes were not covered by the fire. The fire looked very hot. Lai Er, who was sitting in the chair, was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was strange was that the flames did not spread wildly. Since there was no fire source and Lai Er did not smoke, there was no way anything flammable or explosive could be in the room. Lai Er's men had already cleaned the room once and did not leave behind anything suspicious. Lai Er had been very cautious and even moved the table with the laptop. But even so, why did something like this happen all of a sudden? Xing Tan couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Could it be that Chen Zhe's trap was not discovered by Lai Er's men? Suddenly, Xing Tan thought of something. Xing Tan once overheard a few students talking about a similar phenomenon when he was strolling around Tsinghua University. They called that phenomenon spontaneous human combustion. Perhaps in the historical records, spontaneous human combustion was not caused by deliberate human factors, but what was happening in front of Xing Tan's eyes told him that at the very least, it was caused by human factors. Xing Tan would never believe that it was just a coincidence that number 2 was summoned to this room by someone who had been hiding for so many years before coming out for revenge. Furthermore, number 2 was burned to such a state. Many people once thought that spontaneous combustion was God's punishment. But from a scientific point of view, what was spontaneous combustion? Fat, alcohol, static electricity, atomic reactions, and even the widely accepted Wick effect could not explain its nature. Otherwise, spontaneous human combustion wouldn't be listed as one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries in the world. Perhaps Chinja had solved the mystery, or perhaps Chinja had come into contact with the person who had solved the mystery. Or perhaps it was a possibility that no one could think of, or even a possibility that would be criticized as whimsical. But no matter what the situation was, what was happening at this moment was indeed inconceivable, and it gave Jingtan a great shock. Jingtan remembered that the students who talked about spontaneous human combustion said that in this phenomenon, the part of the human body that was on fire would be completely burned down in just 20 minutes. Regardless of whether this was the so-called spontaneous combustion of the human body, regardless of whether this was revenge or something else, regardless of what was happening inside the house, Jingtan only wanted to get as far away from this place as possible, this place that made his hair stand on end. Jingtan looked at the side of the room. No one was leaving from here, so he immediately jumped down. It was a bit high, and Jingtan didn't have much cushioning. Because of what he saw with his own eyes, Jingtan's body was still a little stiff, and his legs hurt when he landed. But Jingtan didn't care that much. His priority was to get out of here as soon as possible. As Jingtan ran along the road, he saw two people at the intersection who received a phone call. Their faces changed drastically as they ran inside. He knew that Lai Er's matter must have been discovered. But at this time, Lai Er was definitely dead. This road wasn't the one that Jingtan had followed Lai Er's subordinate into, but it was another road that led to the main street. The cars and pedestrians coming and going on the main street also made the street warmer. There was sunlight, but the sky seemed to be covered by a layer of haze. The sunlight was not pure, or maybe it was mainly psychological factors. In short, Jingtan didn't feel the slightest bit of warmth brought by the sun. Instead, the feeling of trembling didn't disappear completely after leaving that place. Jumping onto a flower bed, Jingtan squatted down to rest, relieving the pressure caused by the sudden fear and uneasiness. He always thought that he had some guts, but now he doubted it. Before he could catch his breath, the fear had already faded. Jingtan took a deep breath, preparing to use the breathing method that Zhao Pa once taught him to relieve the pressure. But halfway through, Jingtan almost choked. He saw a few tall buildings. These buildings were relatively obvious in this area. Although they weren't very close, they weren't far either. That was the neighborhood where Uncle Lame, Chenji, lived. I should have known. The streets were interconnected. Jingtan didn't notice it before, partly because there were old residential buildings between here and there. Jingtan also didn't see it from the right angle, so he didn't notice it. But Jingtan felt that it was mainly because he didn't know this area well. It turned out that Uncle Lame, Chenji, lived so close to this place. Did that mean that Chenji had planned this long ago and was waiting for Lai Er to jump in? There was no doubt that Lai Er was dead, burned to death. But at the same time, Jingtan believed that even if the police came, they wouldn't be able to find any evidence to prove that the fire was man-made. Suspicion was one thing, but evidence was necessary. Without evidence, without clues, everything was just empty talk. Jingtan thought about what she had learned and what she had experienced and seen with her own eyes today. Chenji knew Lai Er very well. He knew that Lai Er would definitely come here and stay in the room alone. There were blinds on the window, and he knew that Lai Er would definitely close the blinds. That way, even if there was a fire in the room, the people outside wouldn't be able to find it immediately, and they wouldn't be able to save Lai Er in the shortest time possible. As long as they could buy some time, the chances of Lai Er dying here would be higher. As for the surveillance cameras and suspicious items that Lai Er's men found, they were probably just a smokescreen. As for the items they were talking about, Jingtan didn't know what they were, and he didn't want to find out. At a time like this, it was better to just be a normal cat. Looking around, Jingtan didn't want to run into Lai Er's men. It was impossible to go back through the small path now. So, he looked behind him, then looked at the tall buildings in front of him. He decided to walk around from the front and check on Uncle Lame. This time, he wouldn't go into Uncle Lame's house. He would just take a look outside the building to see if the Avenger was there. Then, he would leave and go back to the eastern courtyard of Tsinghua University to wait for dinner. Xing Tan had a good plan. This way, he could satisfy his curiosity, which had shrunk because of the incident just now, and he could also stay in a safe area. Climbing over the wall into the residential area, Xing Tan came to the building where Uncle Lame lived. Uncle Lame was at home, and the lights in the room were still on. Xing Tan could see people moving around in the room from downstairs. Just as Xing Tan was wondering if Uncle Lame was planning to escape after getting his revenge, or if he was thinking about something else, he saw Chenja open the door to the balcony. Xing Tan almost jumped away like a kangaroo from the sudden shock like Huang. Suppressing the idea of running away, Xing Tan tried to act dumb like the other cats and leave. Then, he heard the man standing on the balcony shout, "Hey, black cat." Xing Tan ignored him. Chen just shouted a few more times, and Xing Tan had to look over there. At the same time, he thought to himself, if I go over, will I be burned until I'm only left with 4 paws and not even a tail? Chapter 154. Chenja didn't expect to see the black cat as soon as he opened the door. Originally, when he was boiling water to make tea, he also warmed a cup of milk to replace the one on the balcony from last night. Later on, he accidentally found out that not every cat could drink milk, but seeing that this black cat was so happy to drink milk every time it came, he decided to stick to this habit. Seeing Uncle Lame waving at him and waving the paper cup with milk in his hand, Xing Tan hesitated. Should I go or not? Xing Tan thought. Before this, he decided to just take a glance and leave as far away as possible. But now, looking at Uncle Lame's kind and expectant gaze, Xing Tan's suppressed curiosity was reignited. What does Uncle Lame want to do? Xing Tan slowly jumped up and went to the balcony. The balcony was still the same as before, paper boxes, soft cushions, and paper cups with milk. Because Xing Tan came over, Chenja didn't leave the paper cup with the warm milk outside. He turned around and went into the house and put the milk in front of Xing Tan, who had already jumped up on the desk. Xing Tan jumped up on the desk just to broaden his vision a little and see the changes in the house. Compared to what he saw the last few times he came here, today's room, it should be said that the whole house had changed a lot. The books on the bookshelves were gone, and the shelves that displayed the items were also empty. From here, Xing Tan could see that the doors to the other 2 rooms in the house were open, but now there was nothing. There were a few sealed boxes on the floor of the living room. There was a cup of winter sweet tea on the desk. Looking at the steam rising from it, it should be freshly brewed tea. The jar of winter sweet was empty. This was the last of the winter sweet tea that was brewed. There weren't many winter sweet flowers left in the neighborhood now. With the arrival of spring, the temperature rose, and the winter sweet flowers disappeared from people's sight. Next to the teacup was an upside-down book in a foreign language. If it wasn't for his recent experience, Xing Tan wouldn't have associated this seemingly pleasant scene with the previous one. Looking at the person in front of him again, Xing Tan realized that compared to the last few times he saw Chenja, the current Chenja had changed a little. Although he used to look quite gentle, Xing Tan always felt that this guy was shrouded in a heavy shadow. Even when he was smiling, the shadow didn't disappear. But now, it was as if the haze in the sky had been dispelled, becoming clear and pure. When faced with seemingly harmless animals, people tended to behave more naturally. Chenja returned to his seat at the table. He stared at Xing Tan for 2 minutes. Just as Xing Tan started to feel annoyed, Chenja finally averted his gaze and confessed everything that he had done. Chenja only mentioned a few things. He mentioned the 3 murders, but he didn't go into the details of the methods used in each case. Especially the last case of Lier, he simply summarized it as, "It's a trick." Xing Tan listened to him. Just as he guessed, Chenja was the one who single-handedly caused Lai Er's death. But how did Chenja do it? Trick. 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 Magic. And then, there was no and then. After Uncle Lame finished his sentence in English, he picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip before continuing with the rest of the story. Jing Tan didn't know what to say. This made Jing Tan very disappointed. Although the scene was indeed terrifying and strange, it was impossible not to be curious. It was like witnessing a great magic show. People would wonder, how did this guy do it? Therefore, Jing Tan was most curious about how Lai Er was burned. What kind of tricks did Chenja use? What kind of trap did Chenja set in advance? Unfortunately, Chenja didn't say anything. The piano has been donated. The large boxes in the living room are filled with books. They're going to be donated as well. Regardless of whether they're in a foreign language or in Chinese, they're all donated anonymously to a few middle school libraries in remote mountainous areas. Some of the teachers and students there might be able to use them, Chenja continued. But why would he suddenly say all this to a cat? It's really strange. Jing Tan couldn't figure it out. Jing Tan wasn't in the mood to drink the milk. He looked around in boredom, then his eyes landed on the book next to the teacup. It was an original foreign language book, not English. Jing Tan didn't know which language it was in. Jing Tan's focus wasn't on what the book was about, but on the picture on the cover of the book. In a church, a young man was confessing to the priest. A lot of people confess to get rid of their mental suffering. Was Uncle Chenja also confessing? No. The point was, if this guy was really repenting, why would he repent in front of a cat? Confessing my ass. Jing Tan looked at the cover of the book, then looked at Chenja, who was sitting on the chair and talking to himself. Then he looked at the cover of the book, then back at Chenja, what the F***ck. Jing Tan suddenly had the urge to flip the table. What the F***ck, I'm a cat, not a priest. Why the F***ck are you confessing to a cat? However, Chenja didn't seem like he was purely confessing. It seemed like he was purely trying to share some of the psychological pressure. Well, this kind of thing couldn't be told to outsiders. Even the most trusted people might not be able to tell. As for the reason why Chenja chose to confess to a cat, Jing Tan could roughly guess. This wasn't the first time Jing Tan had met someone who talked to an animal to relieve their psychological burden. Obviously, to people, cats couldn't speak, and couldn't understand human language. Even if they could understand, they couldn't tell a second person what they heard. However, Jing Tan was an exception. Not only could he understand, but he also had a certain degree of understanding about this matter. Ashes to ashes, and dust to dust, in the present and certain hope of the resurrection of an eternal life. After Chenja finished speaking, he was silent for a while, then he took a deep breath and smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He looked up and saw the cat squatting on the desk staring at him. It seemed to be very surprised. Chenja smiled again. He had decided to bury these things in the bottom of his heart. He had never thought of talking about these things. Even if he did, he wouldn't have thought that he would talk to a cat. Sure enough, it was much easier to talk about things that were kept in the heart. He was grateful to this cat. If it wasn't for this cat, he would have to carry the words that he had suppressed for so long into the future. Suddenly thinking of something, Chenja took out a golden pocket watch-like object from his pocket and waved it in front of Jing Tan. Black cat, tell me, what should I do with this thing? For many people, it's very important and can even trigger betrayals. However, I don't want to carry it around with me all the time. Seeing it reminds me of my nightmarish past. In fact, Jing Tan was already very impatient. He had listened to Chenja's nagging for so long, but this person didn't tell him what he wanted to know. Now, he was even waving a pocket watch in front of his eyes, making his eyes tired. This made Jingtan even more annoyed, so he raised his paw and slapped the pocket watch in front of him to the side. Chenja didn't hold the pocket watch tightly. When he was talking, he was a little distracted. He didn't want to get any advice from a cat, he just said it casually. Suddenly, he felt his hand being pulled by the chain. When he looked over, the pocket watch had left his fingers and was lying on the desk. As if he didn't expect this, Chenja was stunned. Then, he looked at the pocket watch that was thrown on the desk. A few seconds later, Chenja smiled in relief. According to your suggestion, that's it. Chapter 155. The gold pocket watch wasn't big, but it should have some weight. Jingtan could feel it when he grabbed it. Seeing Chenja's nonchalant reaction, Jingtan felt that this pocket watch was like a very common everyday item. There was nothing to be cautious about. When Chenja held it, he didn't hold it tightly. If it was something precious, he definitely wouldn't be like this. Moreover, when he saw Jingtan throw the pocket watch on the table with his paw, he didn't check it anxiously. He didn't seem angry at all. However, after thinking about what Chenja said just now, Jingtan wasn't sure. Before this, Jingtan heard from Yi Hao that there might be a material in Chenja's hands that could defeat Lai Er. It could help Yi Hao eliminate a strong competitor in Chuhua City. Yi Hao also wanted to get that material, but when Jingtan eavesdropped on the video call between Lai Er and Chenja, he didn't hear any material. However, the word thing did appear. Moreover, this thing sounded very important to Lai Er. Lai Er also had some idea of what it was. Thing, Jingtan looked at the golden pocket watch beside her feet again. How could something that could make people betray their friends just be a daily item? Chenja saw the cat in front of him looking down at the thing at his feet. He thought that it was just curious, as if it was looking at a new toy, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he continued, before the accident, my father told me that if I could escape, I should leave this place far away and start a new life. If I really couldn't live anymore, I could open it. However, I hate this thing. Every time I see it, I think that it was the betrayer's greed and evil intentions. As for life, it's fine as long as I can earn enough money to survive. There are so many shining people, so I don't need to join in the fun. This world is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Some people are high profile, while others are low key. As he spoke, Chenja poked the cat's head with his finger. This thing, just leave it here as you wish. Out of those people, whoever finds it first will get it. It's up to God. This is also a kind of opportunity, don't you think so? It's your grandpa. Jingtan tilted its head and avoided Chenja's fingers. It continued to study the special features of the local tycoon's gold pocket watch. What was troubling was that with Chenja watching, Jingtan didn't dare to do anything that was too unusual for ordinary cats, such as picking up the pocket watch and opening it. Chenja suddenly thought of something. He got up and walked to a cardboard box in the room that had not been sealed with tape. He opened the box and rummaged through it. Jingtan walked over to take a look. There were some pens, paper, boxes, notebooks, and folders in the box. Chenja took out a plastic pencil box from the cardboard box. The box was a little big and had 2 layers. The upper layer had colored pencils of different lengths, and the lower layer had ordinary pencils arranged neatly from B to H. These colored pencils of different lengths were given by a child in the neighborhood. Chenja had drawn for them once, so the child gave his old colored pencils to Chenja. The child felt that since he already had a few sets of new colored pencils, he didn't need the old pencils, so he might as well give them to this uncle who often gave candy and was good at drawing. Chenja randomly took a half-used pencil from last time. He opened the sketchbook and was about to draw. Before he started, a cat paw rested on the edge of the cardboard box. Chenja, whose attention was still on the cardboard box, stopped what he was doing. He followed the cat's gaze and found that the cat in front of him was looking at the colored pencils. Colored pencils. Chen Zhe thought for a few seconds. He looked at the pen in his hand, put it back, and picked up another pencil. It was a cheap pen, and his drawing skills were far inferior to those who graduated from professional classes, but Jing Tan felt that the drawing was still very good. At least he felt that Chen Zhe didn't draw himself crookedly. This was also the first time in many years that Chen Zhe had drawn colored pencils. Actually, colored pencils were not bad, right? After finishing the drawing, Chen Zhe wrote down the date and other notes, and then looked at Jing Tan. Keep it as a memento. I don't like to take photos, so I drew you again. When I recall in the future, I will remember that I used to know a cat. Chen Zhe carefully put the drawing into the folder, tidied up the cardboard box, and sat back on the chair. I'm leaving tonight. Maybe I won't come back in the future. Leaving at night? In such a hurry. Did the investigation come? After staying at Chen Zhe's place for another 10 minutes, Jing Tan couldn't stay any longer. He had to go home. Chen Zhe stood on the balcony and looked at the black cat who quickly ran away and disappeared. The next day, Jing Tan was brought by Xiao Guo to shoot a video for the promotion of the new product. Jing Tan didn't have any free time until the evening. After dinner, Jing Tan thought about it and decided to go out. Since last night, Jing Tan's mind had been thinking about Chen Zhe and the rich gold pocket watch. After making up his mind, Jing Tan stretched, jumped off the sofa, and prepared to go out. Black Charcoal, are you going out to play tonight? Jiao Ma, who was washing dishes at the kitchen door, looked over and asked. Jing Tan looked at Jiao Ma and let out a soft, wah-woo sound. Jing Tan still couldn't make the sound of a normal cat, but the Jiao family was used to Jing Tan's uniqueness. Ow-woo, wah-woo and other similar sounds were common. Therefore, after hearing the wah-woo sound, Jiao Ma said, come back early. In fact, many people who had pets would communicate with them in their daily lives and talk to them in a normal tone. For example, if a family in the courtyard raised a Pekingese that wanted to poop or pee, it would jump with all its might to attract attention. Its family would untie its leash, bring it to the entrance of the building, unlock the door, and then say to it, go, come back when you're done. Then, the Pekingese would rush to the bushes and landscaping trees by itself. After it was done, it would paw the grass a few times to express its carefree and happy feeling. Then, it would return to the building by itself, wagging its tail at its owner and asking for a reward. Every time Jing Tan saw this scene, he would despise it. Asking for a reward for taking a poop. It was so stupid. After leaving Tsinghua University, Jing Tan went straight to Chen Zhe's neighborhood. Standing downstairs, Jing Tan saw that the lights in Chen Zhe's house were off. The door on the balcony was closed, but not locked. Jing Tan jumped up and opened the door before the street lights came on. The house was empty, and there was no one in it. There were only simple furnishings and darkness. This was what Chen Zhe meant when he said, your suggestion, and, so be it. Jing Tan thought the pocket watch was an eyesore, so he threw it to the ground. He didn't expect Chen Zhe to misunderstand. Jing Tan moved his ears to make sure there was no one in the house. He jumped on the table and saw the rich gold pocket watch on the desk. There was no computer, translation materials, books, and magazines on the desk. There wasn't even a teacup. This made the pocket watch even more conspicuous. Jing Tan walked to the pocket watch and picked it up with his two front paws. Since no one was looking at him, he wasn't afraid of being discovered. The sky was dark, and the house was dark. Jing Tan didn't dare to turn on the lights. Besides, he could see the house without turning on the lights. There was no need to take the risk of being discovered. Just as he thought, the pocket watch was a little heavy. It wasn't as light as it looked. Jing Tan fumbled with the pocket watch for a while before opening it. When he opened it, Jing Tan was worried that it might be a trap set by Chen Zhe. Although he didn't have that creepy feeling now, Jing Tan was still a little nervous. It couldn't be helped. It was the after effect of being scared. After opening it, Xingtian realized that it wasn't a pocket watch. There was a dial on it, but there were no numbers. Moreover, there was only a pointer. When Xingtian held the pocket watch and looked left and right, the pointer moved along with it. A compass. It couldn't be. Weren't compasses double-headed? One was N, and the other was S. Besides, the pointer wasn't pointing to the south. Connecting it to the information he heard before, Xingtian guessed a lot of possibilities. The guess that made Xingtian the most excited was that there was a secret in the direction the pointer was pointing to. Was it the material Yi Hao mentioned, or was it something else? No matter what the pointer was pointing to, Xingtian didn't dare to act rashly. If this thing was really that important, as Xingtian guessed, this thing was too hot to handle. One's ability depended on how much burden one had to bear. The price of being overloaded was heavy. Xingtian did not want to end up like Qinji's family. Furthermore, Xingtian was just a cat now, a cat that even the law would not speak for. Even the Jiao family he lived in were ordinary people. How could he compete with those people? Not to mention people like the third master Fang and Yi Hao. Ordinary hooligans could also put the three members of a Jiao family in danger. Xingtian didn't want to think too much about conspiracy theories. However, after experiencing this incident, Xingtian knew that accidents weren't that difficult. But it seemed too wasteful to just leave this thing here. Chenji didn't care. He had taken his revenge and was looking for a peaceful life. But even if he didn't care, there were more people who cared. Xingtian's ears twitched. He heard movement at the door. It shouldn't be Qinji at this time, right? If it wasn't Qinji, then it was very likely to be those people who had been looking for this thing. It could be Yi Hao's men, or it could be someone else. Xingtian gently buckled the thing on his paw and wrapped the chain around it. Then he took it and walked out of the balcony. Fortunately, he didn't close the balcony door when he came in. It was convenient to leave now, and there wouldn't be any sound of the door opening. Xingtian got out of the balcony and walked to the empty space above the parking lot. Fortunately, the angle here was better. The lights in the neighborhood couldn't shine here, and no one would notice a cat walking upright with something in its paws. Xingtian put the thing in his hand in the corner and squatted in front of it to block it. Then he pricked up his ears and listened to the movements in Qinji's house. Someone must have entered the house. There was more than one person, and the person who came in didn't turn on the lights. After a while, Xingtian heard them cursing in a low voice. They were probably calling to report. Soon, those people left. Xingtian walked to the edge of the empty space and looked down. 3 young people came out of the building. One of them cursed again in a low voice. This made Xingtian certain that they were the ones who entered Qinji's house. After the 3 people drove away, Xingtian was about to turn around when he saw a person coming out of a car parked below. Because of the angle, he couldn't see the person's face, but Xingtian felt that this person was familiar. He should know him. When the person passed by here, he looked up at Qinji's balcony. Then he seemed to feel something and looked at Xingtian, who was standing at the edge of the empty space near the balcony. Oh, it's someone I know. After seeing the person's face, Xingtian thought to himself. Chapter 156. There were many people in this world who were not afraid of snakes, but were afraid of frogs. This was very strange. They could play with colorful poisonous snakes without changing their expressions, but when they saw frogs without fangs or claws, they would unconsciously turn pale and break out in a cold sweat. Ranqi was similar to this kind of person. He could crush a person's head without blinking, and he could remain calm when facing a fierce dog, but when he saw a cat, he would unconsciously become stiff. In fact, Ranqi's situation was not as serious as it was now. Ever since Xingtian and the Monseigneur appeared one after another, Ranqi's situation became more and more obvious. Of course, if he met other cats, Ronchi would at most be a little stiff. Only when he met Jing Tan and the Monsignor would this person, who was usually calm, wise, and brave, suddenly become a little listless. Ronchi came over with the 3 people today. He was originally going to the construction site for a routine visit to supervise and prove that his position as the person in charge of the project was not just for show. After visiting the construction site, he was ready to drive to another place to meet up with Yi Hao and report the results of today's inspection of the construction site. He did not expect to see a familiar person when he was waiting for the green light at the intersection. Ronchi had seen this person in the materials that Yi Hao had given him yesterday, but Yi Hao had let Leopard be in charge of the investigation there. Ronchi did not take over, nor did he take the initiative to contact him. This person was not very conspicuous among the people that appeared in the materials. Although it was just a quick glance, Ronchi was sure it was that person. Even Celestine had to acknowledge his observation skills in this area. It was also this observation skills that allowed Ronchi to recognize Jing Tan at a glance when he saw him, and not treat him as a cat raised by another resident in the community. Ronchi was glad that he was driving a subordinate's car today. His car had been sent for maintenance, so he temporarily borrowed this very popular car for transportation. It was inconspicuous and easy to track. Before this, Ronchi was secretly happy that his luck was not bad today. The investigation on Leopard's side had not been going well. If he could find something today, it would definitely push the investigation forward. And now, Ronchi suddenly felt like vomiting blood. F***ck, didn't this cat live in Tsinghua University? Why did he run so far away? How could a cat walk so far? Ronchi didn't know about other cats, but he knew that this cat would always appear in unexpected places, no matter how close or far it was from its home. The man and the cat stared at each other for half a minute. In the end, it was Ronchi who looked away. He didn't know whether he should continue his investigation or turn around and leave. If he continued his investigation, with this cat around, there were too many variables. It would not be good if he was discovered by others instead of investigating. But to turn around and leave now, Ronchi was quite unwilling. He had followed behind the 3 people. Although he didn't go upstairs, he knew that the 3 people should be moving around on the floor above the parking lot. And Ronchi didn't hear any knocking on the door, nor did he hear the owner open the door to speak. Ronchi didn't think that the 3 people lived here. So, the biggest possibility was that the 3 people had broken the door. There was no quarrel, no fighting, most likely because there was no one in the house. And looking from the outside, at this time, there was only one house that didn't have the lights on. When the 3 people went downstairs, Ronchi quickly hid in the car. After the 3 people left, Ronchi planned to go to that house to take a look. But unfortunately, the cat he hated the most was squatting by that resident's balcony. Could it be guaranteed that when he was on the move, the cat would stay where it was and not disturb him? Could it be guaranteed that the cat wouldn't make any sounds to attract more attention and expose him? Could it be guaranteed that the cat wouldn't go into the house from the balcony and cause all kinds of trouble? No. Ronchi didn't have any guarantees at all. What the F***ck? Cats are the most annoying animals in the world. Ronchi thought. Ronchi scolded Jing Tan in his heart. Jing Tan was also hesitating. Before this, Jing Tan didn't decide who to give the hot potato in his hand to. He even wanted to hide this thing first and take it out later. But now that he saw Ronchi, he had to admit that it was just as Chin just said. When you can't make a decision, let them make the decision for you. The reason why Jing Tan hesitated was that he didn't know if Ronchi was reliable or if he would silence him. If the person in front of him was the 3rd Master Fong or Celestine, Jing Tan definitely wouldn't hesitate for so long. But now it was Ronchi, a guy who had an inexplicable prejudice against cats. While Jing Tan was hesitating, Ronchi had already made a decision. He was going to leave first and walk around, or stay in the car to take a nap. He would stay here tonight and observe. After the black cat left, he would act freely. So, Ranchi looked at Jingtan again and turned to leave. But before he could take 2 steps, a black shadow rushed over and stopped in front of him. When Jingtan saw Ranchi like this, he thought that he was going to leave. He quickly jumped out of the car and stopped Ranchi. He hadn't made a decision yet, but he couldn't let Ranchi leave just like that. If he left, Jingtan didn't know when he could get rid of the hot potato in his hand. Every second this thing stayed in his hand, Jingtan felt a sense of crisis. He still had to go home tonight. Jingtan wouldn't feel at ease if he couldn't give this thing away. Ranchi frowned. He moved his feet 45 degrees to the left and continued forward. The next moment, Jingtan stopped in front of him again. Ranchi changed to the right. Jingtan stopped him. Long Qi turned around and walked back. Jingtan continued to stop him. After going back and forth a few times, Ranchi was furious. He felt that this cat must be bored out of its wits and wanted to find someone to play with. He was just unlucky to have run into it. What was worse was that he couldn't do anything to this cat. After all, Grandpa Tang the Seventh and Yihao had spoken. If he really did something secretly, not only would Grandpa Tang the Seventh and Yihao, but even Celestine and the Third Master Fang would investigate thoroughly. Ranchi definitely couldn't fool them. Ranchi understood the complexity of people's hearts. So, he didn't want to and didn't dare to do anything to this cat. Once he did, it would cause a chain reaction that he couldn't control. 2 years ago, if someone had told Ranchi that he would be forced into this state by a cat, he wouldn't have believed it even if you beat Ranchi to death. So, Ranchi raised his hand and pointed at the black cat in front of him. Let me tell you, don't go too far. He was obviously trying to sound tough. Celestine had told them that this cat had to speak human language. If it sounded like an animal's voice, this cat would ignore it. Ranchi had said that he was waiting for the cat's reaction. Jingtan's reaction was to look at it with even more disdain. Don't think that I can't see that look in your eyes. Ranchi wanted to vomit blood again. After a minute of confrontation, Ranchi walked into the car, took out his phone, and made a call. Brother Ling, I've run into a situation here. Ranchi briefly explained what had just happened. He didn't mention what he was investigating, and Celestine didn't ask. Jingtan saw that Ranchi went straight into the car and didn't chase after him. He wasn't that familiar with Ranchi, and he wouldn't jump into the car. Besides, Ranchi closed the car window tightly. When he opened the door, he was afraid that he would follow him in. Jingtan wouldn't rush to flirt with him. If Ranchi drove away directly, Jingtan would take it that Yihao didn't have this opportunity. However, Jingtan saw that Ranchi was making a call inside and didn't look like he was going to leave. He quickly got out of the car and walked towards him. Jingtan was puzzled. He looked at the phone in Ranchi's hand again. It was indeed a phone, not a steel pipe. Because of the situation, Ranchi didn't turn on the speaker, so he put the phone on the empty space by the roadside and took a few steps back. Jingtan looked at Ranchi's phone. It was still in the middle of a call, so he walked over. Black charcoal, are you there? A familiar voice came from the phone. Ha! Ranchi was calling Celestine. Was he complaining? Jingtan raised his head and looked at Ranchi with disdain. Tattletale. Ranchi was so angry that his stomach hurt from Jingtan's look. He knew that a lot of times, a cat's eyes could directly reflect their psychological activities, just like the situation in front of him. Cats were indeed evil creatures. Jingtan didn't care what Ranchi was thinking. He continued to listen to the phone. He felt that this was good. With Celestine there was more protection. At least Ranchi wouldn't swallow him up and kill him. The swinging tail hit the phone, making a soft sound. This was the answer to Celestine's question. Celestine laughed on the phone. Hurry up and go home. It's so late. Don't wander around outside. Also, you ran too far." Listening to Celestine's nagging, Jingtan became impatient again. He turned around and jumped onto the empty space above the parking space. When Ranqi saw Jingtan leave, he was happy. He thought that Celestine's persuasion was effective. He walked over and picked up the phone to thank Celestine. When he hung up the phone and looked up, Ranqi saw the black cat standing on the edge of the empty space. There was a chain by the black cat's feet. As for what kind of chain it was dark and the light from the street lamps wasn't very good. It couldn't illuminate that angle, so he couldn't see clearly. Jingtan threw the thing next to his paw down. Ranqi hurried over and caught it. He quickly looked around to make sure that no one was paying attention. He looked at the thing in his hand. When Jingtan threw the thing down, he had been paying attention to Ranqi's reaction. Seeing Ranqi's reaction, Jingtan was now sure that Yi Hao didn't find this thing. However, Jingtan didn't care whether he found it or not. He also didn't care when Jingtan found it. The hot potato was finally thrown out. Jingtan's heart was also relieved. He took a deep breath. His body and mind were at ease. It was better to throw it out. After giving the thing, Jingtan didn't want to stay here any longer. He jumped off the empty space and ran out of the neighborhood to Tsinghua University without looking at Ranqi. It was time to go home. Jingtan didn't care what Yi Hao would do next. If this thing was really as valuable as Qin just said, with Yi Hao's ability, he should be able to cope with the impact of this thing. Of course, if Yi Hao couldn't discover the value of this thing, then it could only be said that this was fate. Chapter 157. In Yi Hao's villa, Leopard reported to Yi Hao what he had found out in the past 2 days. They had found a lot of things, but they had not made much progress on the most important part. Leopard looked like he had not slept well for the past few days. Clearly, he had been busy all this time. Ever since Lai Er's mysterious death, his subordinates had begun to seize power and profit. They knew a little about what Lai Er was looking for, but they did not know what it was used for. Lai Er had never told them. However, this did not dampen their enthusiasm. They all had the same idea: find it first, and they could not let the others beat them to it. If we can find this thing, we'll be able to find the answer if we keep digging. Something that can be valued by Lai Er and even classified as top secret must be very valuable, whether in terms of information or material, Leopard said. It's not that easy to find this thing. Yi Hao had already decided to give up. Ever since he knew about Lai Er's mysterious death, he had lost interest in the so-called material in the rumors. Without Lai Er, everything was easy. After taking over a few factories, Yi Hao was a little short on money and manpower. He did not want to waste manpower and money on this uncertain matter. The rumors were about Lai Er's blackmail material, but now it seemed that this was not the case. It made sense. If Lai Er hadn't taken back his own blackmail material when he was dealing with Qin Law, how could he have done it so quickly? Leopard opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. In his opinion, he had not come to a definite conclusion. The main reason was that he was useless and inefficient, wasting time and manpower. Just then, there was a knock on the door. After receiving Yi Hao's permission, a person walked in quickly. This person was Master Tang, the 7th subordinate. He had brought a document on Master Tang's orders. Yi Hao did not dare to underestimate a document that could be delivered urgently by someone he trusted. He opened the document. There was a photo inside. In the photo was a golden thing that looked like a pocket watch. This is that thing? Yi Hao asked. As expected of Master Tang the 7th. While he was still trying to guess what it was, Master Tang the 7th had already found the specific target. Yes. 7th Master calls it the Golden Compass. That person replied. Gold. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes and looked at the photo in his hand again. Since this name had come from Master Tang VII's mouth, it did not matter whether Master Tang VII had given it himself. As long as Master Tang VII approved of this name, it proved its value. This made Yi Hao, who was about to give up on the competition, change his mind. But at the same time, since he had decided to get involved, he had to be prepared to pay a price. Cutting his flesh at this time would definitely be painful. While they were talking, Ranchi also came back. How is it? Didn't you say you found something? Leopard looked at Ranchi. There was no progress on his side, so he hoped that Ranchi would find something. Ranchi shook his head and briefly explained the 3 people he had followed, as well as what he saw when he went to the empty house. After hearing this, Yi Hao sighed and said to Long Qi, "Put your work aside for a while and go with Baozi to deal with the matters in his hands." "Okay, Brother Hao. By the way, I met that cat today." Ranchi's expression was very conflicted. "Which one?" Yi Hao asked. "The black one." "Oh." Yi Hao and Leopard both understood. No wonder Ranchi's expression was so bad when he came back. They thought it was because he did not find anything. Now, it seemed that the main reason was the cat. "I was afraid that it would hinder my actions, so I called Brother Ling. Brother Ling told it to leave. But before it left, it gave me this." Ranchi said as he took out a golden pocket watch-like thing from his pocket and put it on the table in front of him. When Ranchi took out that thing, the person who brought the document under Master Chi's order let out a very obvious gasp. Yi Hao and Leopard stared at the thing in Ranchi's hand. Their eyes followed Ranchi's movements. Golden compass. Yi Hao could not believe it. He looked at it a few times, then took the document and looked at the picture. It was exactly the same as the picture. Leopard had the urge to bang his head against the wall. *CK, I've been investigating for a few days and nights. I haven't slept well. I was mentally prepared for a tough battle, but I'm not even as good as a cat. On the other side, Xing Tan, who had already returned to Tsinghua University, did not know how Yi Hao would react. He was now annoyed by the cat's cries. Xing Tan came in from the west gate today. The place he passed by was closer to the western courtyard. The army of pet cats in the western courtyard was getting bigger and bigger. Plus, it was closer to the old residential area. There were always cats from outside walking around here. Many people did not raise cats because of cat noises. The so-called cat noises were when cats were in heat. They would be like the cats that were scattered around now. They would scream like their lives depended on it. It was as if they were competing to see who could scream more miserably. It was quite scary. Spring was coming. Even the cats were restless. Xing Tan was mentally human. But to be honest, it was impossible for Xing Tan to be completely calm in the face of these cat noises. That was nonsense. It was like eating vegetarian noodle soup for a few years and suddenly finding out that the person next to you was eating shredded meat noodles. How could your heart be balanced? Spring was really a season of ripples. Xing Tan shook his head. He would not ripple for a cat even if he was beaten to death. However, when he was living the life of a monk with a pure heart and few desires, he could not let those bastards who were rippling around him have a good time. When I'm living a pure heart and few desires, you guys should also be living a pure heart and few desires. When I'm eating noodle soup, you guys should also eat noodle soup with me. At least in front of me. Therefore, in a corner of Tsinghua University, in this grassy forest area, which was almost occupied by the surrounding cats at night, when there were ear-piercing cat meows, an extremely strange and ear-piercing howl directly suppressed all the surrounding sounds, and this howl was getting stranger and stranger. It was somewhat like a wolf's howl, but it was also different from a wolf's howl. When dogs heard it, they had to retreat, and it was even more terrifying. The cat noises that came one after another stopped abruptly when the first howl sounded. Moreover, some cats directly ran away after hearing the howl, especially those in the western courtyard who had been beaten by Jingtan. They ran especially fast. They knew that in this area, only the black dictator in the eastern courtyard could make such a strange howl. Even if the cats did not know, they would be scared away by the howl. After Jingtan finished howling, he moved his ears and did not hear any ear-piercing sounds. Then he was satisfied and balanced. He swung his tail and went home. He took a shower and then went to sleep in little Pomelo's quilt. He did not know if it was because of the stimulation of Jingtan's howls, but the cat noises in the surroundings had decreased a lot recently. However, the loudest one in the eastern courtyard was still the same. Jingtan lay on the balcony and shook his ears as he listened to the heart-wrenching cries around the courtyard walls. What was the use of that idiot, the sheriff, barking around the courtyard? Other than men, there were eunuchs. The only female cat was still underage. The owner of the house protected his cat well. If he wanted to hook up with a female cat, he would go to the area around the tiled house, which was where Jiao Wei and the others raced. There were many cats and female cats there. Speaking of racing, Jingtan had been brought to Qing Zhong's place by Tong Qing a few days ago to try out the modified car. Qing Zhong had never seen a cat drive before. He had only moved the steering wheel down according to the third Master Fang's suggestion. He did not quite understand at the time, but after seeing Jingtan drive, he understood. After the steering wheel was moved down, even if Jingtan drove outside by himself, no one would think that a cat was driving. If they did not look carefully, they would not see Jingtan controlling the steering wheel. They would only think that someone nearby was controlling it with a remote control. There were already some children's car toys of this scale. Perhaps in another year or two, there would be more here. When that time came, Jingtan might be able to drive the cat car outside. Because he had signed a confidentiality agreement, Qing Zhong would not tell anyone about the whole thing. However, when Qing Zhong saw Jingtan's expression when he drove the cat car, he was indeed quite shocked. It was no wonder that the third Master Fang had asked him to sign a confidentiality agreement and additional agreements. Now, Qing Zhong was carrying out the second modification and adjustment. After seeing Jingtan drive, he knew what was going on. However, it would take some time for the car to be modified. However, Jingtan was not in a hurry. He could afford to wait. Now, even if the cat car was modified, he could not drive the cat car outside openly. After yawning, Jingtan put the cat car matter aside and thought about it. He did not know what was going on with Yi Hao. If Ranqi took that thing out, how would they react? Jingtan raised his paw and rubbed his nose. This was the 10th sneeze today. Did he catch a cold? No, Jingtan did not feel that anything was wrong with his body. He was in a good mental state and his body temperature was normal. He just had a bad feeling, which made Jingtan unhappy. After dinner, Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa chatted in the living room. Jiao Pa had been very busy these days. It was rare for him to have time tonight. He did not go out. He sat on the sofa in the living room and listened to Jiao Ma talk about some of the things that happened during this time. One of the teachers in our English group has a cat. Although I have not seen it, I have heard from other teachers that it is very beautiful. Jiao Ma said. Jingtan, who was lying on the sofa, pulled his ear. No matter how beautiful it was just a cat. It was not beautiful, nor was it delicate. It was not good. She said that she would come to see Black Charcoal tomorrow. She said that she wanted to find a little boyfriend for her Tafiacito. Speaking of which, Tafiacito is already more than 1 year old and can give birth to kittens. Jiao Ma laughed. Jingtan looked at Jiao Ma, who was smiling brightly, in horror. Little boy friend? This can't be true. This can't be true. Sure enough, the bad feeling came true. Jiao Ma, you can't be like this. Your cat son has a cat's body and a human's heart. Jiao Ma looked at Jing Tan and said to Jiao Pa, "Hey, look, Black Charcoal is looking forward to it." Jing Tan was speechless. What the hell am I looking forward to? Jing Tan wanted to hit the ground with his head, but he could not change Jiao Ma's decision. Looking at Jiao Ma and Jiao Pa talking about the female cat named Tofiacito, Jing Tan wondered if he should skip home tomorrow. It would be safer to skip a few days. There were so many resources in Little Gua's store, including the famous cats. They were all good-looking and well-mannered, and they ate the best cat food in the store. They were all fat and healthy, and they looked just like nobles when they squatted there. Except for their low IQ and weak fighting skills, they were much better than ordinary cats in everything else. Even if Tofiacito's mother wanted to find a male cat, she would find the ones in Xiaogua's store. Besides, Peanut Candy and Li Yuanba lived in the pet center. Peanut Candy could be pushed out. Chapter 158. Jing Tan had planned to run away from home to avoid this disaster, but Jiao Ma had reminded Jing Tan several times. Before going to bed, she pinched Jing Tan's ears and told him not to run away tomorrow. Even if he went out for a walk, he had to come home on time. Shaking his ears, Jing Tan was very annoyed. Indeed, running away was not a good idea. If he ran away this time, there would be a next time, and he would have to face Jiao Ma's nagging. What should he do? After thinking for a long time, Jing Tan still could not come up with a solution. He decided not to think about it anymore. When the time came, he would just ignore that cat. Could it be that the female cat wanted to force herself on him? Not every cat was Li Yuanba, and even if it was, Jing Tan was much stronger than it. The next day, Jing Tan lay on his balcony and felt depressed for the whole day. He mourned for his unsuccessful cat life. And all of this, in Jiao Ma's eyes, was a sign of impatience. Why the hell am I so impatient? Bang! Jing Tan did not know how many times he had hit his head on the flower pot beside him today. After dinner, Jiao Ma kept staring at Jing Tan, as if she was afraid that Jing Tan would run away. And Jiao Pa did not go out that night. He was reading the newspaper on the side. Jing Tan lay on the sofa and continued to feel depressed. He occasionally moved the tip of his tail. He had spent the whole day thinking about a few solutions. Just as he was thinking about which one would be the most suitable, Jiao Ma's phone rang. Jiao Ma quickly picked up the phone, said a few words, and walked out with a smile on her face. She went downstairs to pick up the teacher. It was the teacher's first time coming here. Jiao Ma had told her to call after she entered the courtyard. Not long after, Jing Tan heard the sound of someone going up the stairs. He also heard Jiao Ma talking and laughing with someone else. The man was in his early 40s. He was a colleague of Jiao Ma and a teacher in the same research group. He had a good relationship with Jiao Ma. Although he didn't live in Tsinghua University, he wasn't far from here. When the teacher came in, he was carrying a pet bag in his hand. Jing Tan could feel the scent of an unfamiliar cat inside. However, the sense of invasion was not strong, nor did it show any malice. It was just cautious in an unfamiliar environment. Jing Tan stared at the pet bag curiously, and the two children who were doing homework in the room also poked their heads out to look at the cat girl who had just arrived. The teacher opened the pet bag, and from Jing Tan's angle, he could see the cat hiding inside. Yes, the cat was indeed hiding inside the pet bag. It was more anxious than curious, so it did not step out of the pet bag. It was a silver-colored Scottish fold. It seemed to be in good health. The owner must have taken good care of it. The Scottish fold seemed to be naturally more lovable than other cats. In terms of appearance, it was much better than Jing Tan, the country bumpkin. It wasn't a hypocrite like Huang Erwo, nor was it the kind of person who wanted to join in the fun like Sheriff, nor was it as domineering as Li Yuanba. The Scottish fold in front of him, Tafiacito, had a quiet temperament, the kind that seemed to stand aloof from worldly affairs. Zhao Yuan was very curious about the Scottish fold. He wanted to take a closer look, but Tafiacito felt it and shrank back into the bag. Zhao Ma stared at Zhao Yuan, who was walking towards them. Zhao Yuan curled his lips and returned to the room. He stood at the door and continued to watch. The teacher took Tafiacito out of the room and put it in his arms to comfort it, dispelling some of its anxiety about this unfamiliar environment. Tafiacito gradually calmed down. Although it was calm, Tafiacito still looked around with vigilance. It was the first time that Zhao Ma saw Tafiacito. She had only heard about Tafiacito before. When she saw Tafiacito, Zhao Ma liked it very much. Scottish folds were indeed very attractive to women. Teacher Mo, your Tafiacito is so beautiful. Zhao Ma sighed. Teacher Mo just smiled, but Jingtan felt that this teacher's smile was a bit unnatural. However, Teacher Mo really doted on Tafiacito. Just by looking at the way she looked at Tafiacito, one could tell that she really doted on him. Black Charcoal, come and meet your new friend. Zhao Ma, who was sitting next to Teacher Mo, waved at Jingtan. Jingtan moved his ears and continued to lie on the sofa, pretending that he did not understand. Zhao Pa looked at Jingtan, shook his head, and sighed. Pretend, continue to pretend. Teacher Mo did not say anything. Generally, people like Zhao Ma would just say it. How could a cat understand these words? Teacher Mo did not understand, but Zhao Ma naturally knew that Jingtan did not understand. She could not reprimand Jingtan in front of Teacher Mo, so she just stared at Jingtan. Her eyes seemed to say, really disappointing. Jingtan did not care so much, he just made up his mind to pretend to be stupid. However, Jingtan looked at Tafiacito curiously. The ears of a Scottish fold were really small. Teacher Mo put Tafiacito on the ground. Tafiacito rubbed Teacher Mo's leg, stepped forward, sniffed around, and then jumped back into Teacher Mo's arms. Oh, your Tafiacito is too reserved. Zhao Ma laughed. Indeed, not everyone was as thick-skinned and bold as Jingtan and the rest of the Eastern District's 4 cheap men. Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo were sent back to do homework by Zhao Pa. In the living room, the 3 adults continued to chat. Zhao Pa had already seen that Teacher Mo had something to say, but she could not say too much in front of the children. After being led by Zhao Pa, the children began to complain. Teacher Mo liked to raise cats. In the past, he had raised mongrel cats. However, the few cats that he had raised all liked to run outside. The cats disappeared after a few years. They might have been tricked by cat traffickers or for other reasons. Last year, a friend of hers gave her a Scottish fold, which was now known as Tafiacito. Teacher Mo liked it very much, and the cat did not run out much, which saved her a lot of trouble. Some neighbors, relatives, and friends looked at Tafiacito with envy. They told Teacher Mo that when Tafiacito gave birth to kittens, they would order one. Although Teacher Mo liked cats, she did not know much about cats. As for Scottish folds, she only knew that the probability of a Scottish fold to give birth to a defective cat was very high. Therefore, she wanted to find a healthy male Scottish fold to give birth to a cat that was not born with a Scottish fold. For example, mongrel cats. However, Teacher Mo's plan was strongly opposed by some friends. Indeed, there were not many people who used Scottish folds and mongrel cats. There were more British Shorthairs and American Shorthairs. After all, they looked better in appearance, and their commercial value was much higher than mongrel cats. Hearing this, Zhao Ma's expression changed. Yes, Scottish folds looked much more attractive than black charcoal, but no matter what other cats were like, in Zhao Ma's eyes, her own cat was the best. No one could say anything about it. Her own cat was so good. It was obedient, sensible, and helped to take care of the children. Where could she find such a cat? So you don't like it? Jiao Ma, who was about to refute, was stopped by Jiao Pa, who signaled her to continue listening to teacher Mo. Jingtan also listened. He really did not know much about Scottish folds. He only knew that Scottish folds had folded ears and were very expensive. In the eyes of many people, Scottish folds were famous cats. Teacher Mo saw Jiao Ma's reaction just now and continued to speak. She did not have many requirements in terms of appearance, as long as the offspring were healthy enough. What made her change her mind was what she experienced when she took the cat to the pet center at noon. When I raised Toffiacito, many people were envious and bought a Scottish fold. My sister was one of them. However, she stopped raising it after 2 months, so I took it and raised it with Toffiacito. She was also a female cat, but she was 3 months younger than Toffiacito. However, my sister's Scottish fold was not as lucky as Toffiacito. That cat's tail was stiff, and it could not bend like a normal cat. I took it to Xiaoguo's place at noon this afternoon, and the results were not very good. A veterinarian in the pet center who was familiar with teacher Mo told her that many Scottish folds were accompanied by diseases. Some had short tails or were not flexible, and some had large osteophytes on their legs, as well as other bone genetic diseases. Their joints were also much more fragile than that of ordinary cats. Even if they did not have arthropathy, the degree of cartilage wear and tear of their joints was greater than that of other cats, and they were prone to joint pain, limping, and other problems. Toffiacito was relatively lucky. At least, no problems were found, but I am not sure how long it will be so lucky. In the past, I didn't know and didn't understand these things, but now that I know, and since I raised them, I have to be responsible. I need to spend more energy to take care of them, and take them for regular checkups. Before I figure it out, I don't want it to have kittens for the time being. The doctor in the pet center told me that this breed is very special. Even if you want to breed it, you need to have professional knowledge and a certain amount of experience. There are very few people who breed them in China, and there are not many cats who are as lucky as Toffiacito. He advised me not to breed this kind of cat privately. He also said that my sister's cat has to bear the pain caused by bone deformities every time it takes a step. We are all cat owners, and we all know that although cats have expressions, not everyone can understand them. Their pain tolerance is very strong, and they will not cry out in general pain. They are also used to covering up their injuries. This is their nature to protect themselves. So it's hard for me to know how they feel. I just think, if I let Toffiacito give birth to kittens without knowing anything, and there's a kitten with a serious bone disease in the kitten, I feel very uncomfortable. Jiao Ma was really silent this time. She didn't have much experience in raising cats. Over the years, Jingtan was an unusual cat that she didn't need to worry about. She was not a cat, so how could she understand the pain of a cat? Even Jingtan couldn't understand the feelings of those cats. After all, Jingtan was different from other cats. I am here now to tell Teacher Gu not to think too much. Teacher Mo explained. Jiao Ma quickly waved her hand to show that she understood, and asked about the situation of the other cat. Teacher Mo talked with Jiao Ma for a while, and then left with Toffiacito. There was still a cat at home that had just been adopted. Teacher Mo was worried and wanted to go back to see it as soon as possible. Jingtan's first forced, blind date was over before he could carry out his plan to make trouble. However, Teacher Mo asked Jiao Ma to take Jingtan to play when she was free. Her 2 cats didn't like to go out, and Jingtan had too many criminal records. All the teachers in the English group knew that Jingtan could go to the school for a walk. In the evening, Jiao Pa deliberately looked up some documents and magazines about Scottish fold cats published in China and abroad. She browsed the pet forum, and Jingtan squatted on the desk to read. There was a lot of debate about this breed. Maybe the problem wasn't as simple as black and white. The reason why Scottish fold cats were demonized was probably because people who didn't know anything and only saw the commercial value of the breed. Chapter 159. Although the Jiao Ma felt regretful about Tafiacito's incident, it did not dampen her interest in finding Jingtan a little girlfriend. This made Jingtan very annoyed. Therefore, Jingtan rarely stayed at home except for going home to eat and sleep. When he was at home, he could always hear the Jiao Ma nagging about it. Jingtan was also often scolded by the Jiao Ma. When Jingtan returned home at dinner time, the Jiao Ma was chopping ribs in the kitchen. When she turned her head, she saw Jingtan running back from outside. "You've been walking outside all day. I bet you've already become a father." The Jiao Ma raised the knife and cut the ribs on the chopping board into smaller pieces. "I bet you won't even know that you've become a father." Jingtan heard the sound of chopping ribs in the kitchen. He raised his paw and rubbed his ears uncomfortably. The Jiao Ma was so scary like this. Today, the weather was clear and the sun was shining brightly. The weather warmed up, and it felt much better to go out for a walk. Jingtan sniffed an unknown flower on the grass and sneezed. It had been a week since he gave that thing to Ron Qi. Jingtan did not know how Yi Hao would react. However, Celestine did not appear during this time. No one from the Zhao family came to disturb him. Perhaps Jingtan did not know that they had disturbed him. He just observed that the Zhao Pa did not do anything unusual recently. Jingtan went to Uncle Lame's neighborhood again. He did not find anything unusual. It was still empty, so he did not go there again. He walked slowly to the side of a sports field. There were some people playing football in the field, but they did not pay attention to whether there was a cat watching them. This sports field was considered one of the older sports fields in Tsinghua University. Compared to the surrounding buildings, the sports field was slightly lower. Jingtan stood on a slightly higher ground and watched. There were some bushes and evergreen trees here. They did not look bleak in the winter. When spring came, the flowers would not sprout vigorously like other trees to show their vitality. After squatting and watching for a while, Jingtan leaned against the trunk behind him. He moved his feet lazily and swept away the grass blocking his view. Bang! The ball bounced off the fence. A student ran over to pick it up. When he looked up, he saw the black cat sitting against the tree. He shouted, "Look, the cat sitting posture is so interesting. It's like a human." Jingtan glanced at the student and ignored him. And continued to sit there and pretend to be deep. A student who was closest to the cat trotted over to take a look and said to the person who had just shouted, "Do you think it's funny for a cat to sit like that? You're ignorant." In fact, many people don't know that a cat sitting like that is most likely because it is sick. Because of its illness, its hind legs are in unbearable pain. Cats do not want to use their hind legs to bear their weight, so they choose to sit like that. The student who shouted suddenly understood. No wonder. This cat looks quite heavy. The pressure on its hind legs is even greater. It's so pitiful. It's such a good cat. Unfortunately, it's a sick cat. Jingtan. **T. You're the sick one. I'm so healthy and strong. How can I be sick?" The two students had walked away and continued to play football. Even if they were here, they could not hear Jingtan's roar in his heart. Jingtan stomped on a few innocent flowers beside him. He used to sit like that too. He was even more arrogant when he was in the night building. Why didn't he hear about it from others? However, even though this was the first time Jingtan had heard of such a theory, he was not sure if the reason why the other cats were sitting like that was what the student had said. It might be, and it might not be. The Scottish fold incident made Jingtan understand that many cats in the world did not have a good body since birth. Jingtan felt lucky, and at the same time, he also felt that it was good to be an ordinary cat like him. Although cheap, ordinary cats had their own advantages. On average, ordinary cats were born with stronger physiques than ordinary cat breeds, and their ability to survive in the wild was not weak. After comforting himself, Jingtan got up and shook off the grass on his body. He looked at the sky, glanced around, and walked out from the side door closest to him. Jingtan usually did not walk through this side door. Since he was bored today, he went out for a walk. After going out of the side door, Jingtan walked along the outside for a while. When he came across an outer wall, he jumped on it and continued to walk forward. At 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, some students would set up street stalls here to earn some pocket money and sell some small things. Most of them were gadgets and clothes that girls liked. The cost of this kind of business was not high, and the sales were not bad. At this time, some people had already come to grab the space. They put a layer of cloth on the ground to occupy the space, and then put the goods one by one. When it was almost 5 o'clock, the surrounding open space was full of students setting up street stalls. Jingtan squatted there and watched these students busy. As he watched, he suddenly heard a few girls not far in front of him cheering. There was bamboo planted in the wall of this area, and a few bamboo leaves blocked Jingtan's sight. Jingtan pushed the bamboo leaves in front of him away, walked a few steps forward, and looked in the direction of the sound. A young man in his 20s with a mohawk hairstyle stood there. His hair was dyed yellow, and his clothes were somewhat non-mainstream. He looked a bit like a gangster. The young man was holding a poker card in his hand and playing a card trick. His eyes intentionally or unintentionally swept over the high peaks of several female students in front of him. Jingtan pulled his ear and despised him. In addition to despising this person's character, Jingtan also despised his skills. Since he had seen Uncle Lummy's tricks, looking at these street tricks again, he suddenly felt a little uninterested. However, street tricks were also very technical. Even if there were fewer inherited tricks now, he had to admit that there were indeed some capable people who were even more capable than some of the so-called XX masters. Jingtan squatted on the wall and watched the person play cards. Although he despised this person just now, he had to admit that this kid had some skills. Perhaps he was aware of the different sight of the surrounding crowd. The young man turned his head and looked behind the wall after playing a game. This person's perception is quite sharp. Jingtan evaluated in his heart. However, after seeing the young man's face, Jingtan was puzzled. Why does he look a little familiar? However, Jingtan was very sure that he had never seen this person before. Today was definitely the first time he saw him. That's strange. Who is this guy? For a moment, Jingtan couldn't remember why she felt this familiar feeling. Compared to Jingtan's puzzlement, the young man seemed to be startled when he saw Jingtan. His hands didn't play well and a few cards flew out. Because of this, he was laughed at by several beautiful female students standing at the side. Jingtan watched for a while and then left. Little Pomelo was about to finish school, so he had to go and wait for her. When the young man turned his head for the third time, he found that the black cat had finally left. He quickly put on a smiling face and joked with the surrounding female students. 10 minutes later, a car slowed down and came over. The car window opened and the driver whistled. Sorry, I'll be leaving first. See you guys. The young man who was playing cards put the cards neatly into his pocket and walked towards the car. Before he left, he even sent a flying kiss, causing the female students to cover their mouths and laugh. The young man opened the car door and got into the back seat. He stretched out his arms and crossed his legs. You're late, Senior Brother Wei. The young man said. The person in the driver's seat was Celestine, whom Jingtan hadn't seen for a while. Isn't this good? I even gave you a chance to talk to the female students. Celestine said. Don't mention it. I originally wanted to get to know a few girls and get their phone numbers. I didn't expect to meet a cat. What made me the most unhappy was that the cat kept staring at me from behind. It caused me to lose my ability to play. Celestine's eyebrows twitched and asked, "That cat is black, right?" "That's right. That's why I said that the black cat is evil." The person in the back slapped his thigh and sighed. Thinking back to the black cat, he didn't pay attention to Celestine's tone just now. Finally willing to come back. "I thought you would always be a rebellious prodigal and stubbornly stick to that path and never look back," Celestine said. "Let me correct you. That's called a game life. Moreover, stubbornness doesn't mean stubbornness." The person in the back answered confidently. "Oh, so you've realized. With your current image." Celestine laughed. "What's wrong with my image? I think my current image is quite good." The person in the back shook his non-mainstream jacket and touched his new hairstyle. "Yes, it's good. It's so good that it can make your dad's dormant volcano erupt again." "Then what do you think my image is now?" "Rascal. Boorish. Ruffian. TSK, you don't understand." The person in the back waved his finger. "Have you heard of the term ruffian philosophy? If there was no ruffian philosophy, our country's history wouldn't be so rich and colorful. Just think about some of the founding emperors in ancient times. Also, don't people fake things in football games? Even if it's a strategic dive, it's still a dive. Who doesn't play a little rogue and pretend to be a little ruffian? TSK, I haven't seen you for a few years and you're already acting as a philosopher." Celestine smiled and shook his head. The person in the back didn't comment. He looked at the surrounding buildings through the window and said excitedly, "Shall we go play at the night building you mentioned?" "No, let's go to Senior Walnut's first." "No, I'll be beaten to death by Senior Walnut." The person in the back covered his face and screamed. "It's okay, I'll collect your corpse." The next day, Jing Tan didn't leave the school gate to play. The four scumbags of the East District were squatting on a thick sycamore tree, looking at a group of people flying kites on the lawn not far away. On the main road of the school, Celestine drove slowly. "Aren't we going directly to the night building? Why are we here?" The person in the back seat complained while chewing gum. He moved his arms. He had been beaten up badly by Senior Walnut yesterday, but fortunately, he hadn't hit his face. Celestine didn't answer. He just drove slowly and paid attention to the surroundings, especially to the older and thicker trees. After seeing the four cats squatting on the trees, Celestine smiled and drove the car in that direction. "Found it." The person in the back seat rolled down the window and looked in the direction Celestine pointed. There were people flying kites there. He thought Celestine was talking about one of them, but after noticing the four cats squatting on a tree, his expectant smile disappeared. "Cats are a bunch of idiots." PFFF, after scolding, the person in the back seat spat the gum in his mouth into the trash can next to him. He was very proud that he could spit it into the trash can from more than a meter away. But his pride didn't last long. When he raised his head to look at the four stupid cats in the tree, he was choked by what he saw. Chapter 160. The reaction of the four cats seemed to be telling the person in the car, "We won't bark, we'll just look at you like this." Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but the person who had said, "Cats are a bunch of idiots," felt that the gazes of the four cats had changed from 30% disdain and 70% alienation to 30% alienation and 70% disdain. In fact, he hadn't finished the sentence of, "Cats are a bunch of idiots." After spitting out the chewing gum, he should have proudly added, "Even if you scold it, it won't know." Unfortunately, before he could finish the sentence, he was choked back by the reactions of the four cats. Wei Ling looked at the person who was choked to the point that his face turned pale. He smiled and said, Mao, why do you dislike all cats? They didn't provoke you." Mao, the person with the mohawk hairstyle, didn't answer. Instead, he pointed at the 4 cats on the tree and asked Celestine, "Those 4 cats, are they looking down on me? Why do I feel like they're scolding me in their hearts?" "You're thinking too much." Celestine knew his junior very well. This kid had a bit of a persecutory delusion. But he couldn't be blamed. He was forced to do this. It was an unbearable past. In fact, the situation of the 4 cats looking at Air Mao could only be said to be a coincidence that Jing Tan didn't expect. Among the 4 cats, Jing Tan definitely understood Air Mao's words. There was no doubt about that. Fatty was probably able to understand a few of the words. Even if he didn't, he probably felt that Air Mao was talking about them a lot just now. It was too targeted. Fatty was keenly aware of it, so he also looked over. As for Huang Erwo, this guy only looked over curiously when he heard the sound of Air Mao spitting out the chewing gum. As for Sheriff, he did whatever the other cats did. Thus, there was a situation where the 4 cats were looking at Air Mao at the same time. Was he thinking too much? Hearing Celestine's words, Air Mao scratched his head. He was probably overthinking. Thinking of this, Air Mao looked up at the tree again and happened to see Jing Tan looking at it with even more disdain. Compared to the other cats, this look was too obvious. Air Mao, who was just a little suspicious, was sure that it wasn't thinking too much. If Air Mao's expression was as if he had just eaten a mouthful of rice with mosquito legs, then his expression now was as if he had just eaten sh*t. Taking a deep breath, Air Mao said to itself, "Don't be angry with a bunch of stupid cats." He didn't come here to continue being entangled with these cats. Not wanting to stay here for even a second longer, Air Mao urged Celestine, "Senior brother, who are you picking up? Hurry up and leave this place." "Okay," Celestine shouted at Jing Tan, "Black Charcoal, come quickly. Let's go out and play." Before Celestine's car arrived, Jing Tan had already noticed it. However, he saw that there was a person in the back seat. It was the same person he saw playing cards outside the school wall yesterday. Jing Tan didn't pay much attention to it and continued to watch the people flying kites on the grass. He was just watching 2 kids having a kite fight. He didn't expect to suddenly hear a curse directed at cats. Did the 4 of them offend him? Obviously not. Was the person Celestine brought an idiot? After hearing Celestine's call, Jing Tan didn't immediately go over. He didn't like the kid in the back seat. At first glance, he could tell that the kid was a delinquent. Jiao Ma had said to stay away from delinquents. Jiao Ma's words were directed at Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo. As for Jing Tan, speaking of which, how many delinquents did he come into contact with? However, at this time, Jing Tan didn't think that he had done anything wrong at all. Seeing that there was no response, Celestine continued to shout, "Let's go. Let's go to the night building to play. I already told your cat dad." Originally, Jing Tan didn't plan to go out to play. However, after thinking about it, going to the night building was also a good idea. He wanted to see what Yi Hao and the others were up to. Thinking of this, Jing Tan came down from the tree and walked towards Celestine. Seeing the black cat getting closer and closer, Air Mao suddenly had a bad feeling. He was wondering who Celestine was talking to. Now, it seemed that it was actually a cat. Therefore, Air Mao's first reaction was to quickly roll up the car window, afraid that the cat would jump into the car. However, even though the back window was closed, the front window was still open. Jing Tan jumped into the car through the window next to Celestine. Since there was someone in the back seat, Jing Tan directly stayed in the front passenger seat. Air Mao looked at Jing Tan as if he was the plague. However, there was only so much space in the car, so he couldn't avoid Jing Tan. Air Mao's expression didn't look too good. Jing Tan squatted in the front passenger seat and kept staring at Air Mao. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Where had he seen it before? Jing Tan really couldn't remember. After Jing Tan jumped into the car, Celestine drove away from Tsinghua University and headed towards the night building. Celestine had a house not far from Tsinghua University. It was in a residential area that had just been built a few years ago. There was an elevator house, but usually, Celestine didn't live at home. After all, he was the only one there, and it was boring to stay at home. Therefore, most of the time, he still lived in the company. At least, there were some comrades and other colleagues there. When he was bored, he would play cards and chat. Every week, he would hang out at the night building to relax. His life was pretty good. Recently, he even hooked up with a primary school teacher, but Celestine didn't tell anyone about this. After receiving a call from Air Mao saying that it was coming to Tsinghua, Celestine had been tidying up at home for the past few days. He prepared a room for Air Mao. Air Mao's parents lived in Tsinghua, but Air Mao would never live with his parents. Otherwise, there would be a small quarrel every day and a big fight every 3 days. It would cause a lot of trouble. After thinking about it, only Celestine, who was single, would be more convenient. Therefore, he called Celestine to come over and stay the night. As for how long he would stay, it depended on Air Mao's mood. On the way, Air Mao complained to Celestine about why he had to bring a cat to the night building. Celestine simply told him about Jing Tan's past. This cat is very popular. Not to mention Yi Hao and the others, even Senior Walnut owes this cat a favor. Air Mao looked in disbelief at the black cat squatting in the passenger seat. This cat was really something to be able to make Senior Walnut owe it a favor. However, the more it was like this, the more it highlighted how strange this cat was. If it was a normal cat, then it would be fine. As for this kind of special cat, Air Mao felt that such a cat should be kept at a respectful distance. Cats are quite annoying. They just like to torment people. Air Mao sighed. While Celestine and Air Mao were chatting, Jing Tan was also observing them. He knew that these two were fellow disciples. Jing Tan was also curious about what Celestine's master did. These 3 fellow disciples had different professions. Moreover, he didn't know if there were any other disciples besides these 3. However, other than that, Jing Tan's main attention was attracted by the way Celestine addressed him. Air Mao. This name sounded very familiar. Jing Tan tried hard to recall and finally remembered. Celestine and Senior Walnut had mentioned this name before. Zhao Lu and that guy called Wang Bin had also mentioned it before. Wang Bin. Jing Tan raised his head and stared at Air Mao. At the same time, he recalled the young man called Wang Bin that he saw at the 3rd Master Fang's banquet. No wonder he looked so familiar. Air Mao and Wang Bin looked so alike. If it was just their faces, they were exactly the same. It was just that their temperaments were completely different. One was mature and steady, and looked like an elite. As for the one in front of him, no one would doubt that he was a hooligan. Therefore, at first glance, even if Wang Bin stood beside him, very few people would notice. If these two were really twin brothers, then Air Mao's background wasn't simple. However, why did Air Mao look like he wasn't doing well? The difference was too big. Compared to Wang Bin, it was like heaven and earth. Jing Tan thought of Zhong Yan. Was Air Mao's situation similar to Zhong Yan's? Perhaps not to the extent of having a stepfather or stepmother, but he was probably not loved by his parents. How pitiful. Air Mao, who was sitting in the back seat, had been chatting with Celestine and looking at the scenery outside the car window. However, from the corner of his eyes, he kept looking at the black cat that was squatting in the front passenger seat. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore and patted the driver's seat. "Senior, can you stop this cat from staring at me? The Tijans are here." Celestine was helpless. Black Charcoal, stop staring at him. Jing Tan had also finished studying Air Mao. He lowered his head and closed his eyes to take a nap. It would take about half an hour to get to the night tower. The exact time would depend on the traffic. During this time, Xingtian could take a nap. After arriving at the night tower, Yi Hao took Mao through the side door and went straight upstairs to the private room that Celestine often used. Xingtian followed them upstairs. The guards at the side door were already used to the black cat. Mao, on the other hand, was curious about their reactions. After seeing the black cat, they didn't react at all. During this time, Yi Hao was very busy. Celestine didn't want to disturb them. He took Mao to the private room to drink and chat. At night, they would listen to the performance of the East Palace. Celestine didn't want to tell Mao about Yi Hao's situation. Moreover, Yi Hao was busy with something that needed to be kept confidential. This time, Yi Hao really had to thank Xingtian. Why did Master Tang the Seventh call it the Golden Compass? Because it was related to gold. Lai Er's subordinates were fighting fiercely. Others were taking the opportunity to reorganize and get involved. It was very chaotic. On the other hand, Yi Hao and the others were quietly making a fortune. Xingtian jumped onto the sofa and occupied it. Mao didn't sit on the sofa. Instead, it dragged a chair over and said to Celestine, "When did cats become so important? Is this still a cheap cat? Your friend really allowed you to bring this cat in? Isn't he afraid that it'll scratch these sofas worth tens of thousands? Even if your friend doesn't care about tens of thousands, he's being too lenient." Celestine shrugged. "I can't help it. I said that this cat is special. Actually, someone gave this cat a nickname. It's called the Lucky Cat." Mao paused, then laughed out loud. It almost fell off the chair. Lucky Cat. That's it. In some small towns and villages, you can buy one for about 10 yuan. It can't make a fortune. Mao was about to say more, but when it saw Celestine's serious expression, it stopped laughing. "Senior, are you serious?" "Yes, I'm not joking." Celestine nodded. "So, I suggest that you interact with this cat more often. For example, you can go with it when it goes for a walk. You're bored anyway." Chapter 161. Since the first time they met, Xingtian and Mao had given each other bad comments. And this kind of bad comments could not be changed by Celestine with just a few words. Mao told Celestine about what he had seen in the past 2 years, while glancing at Xingtian from time to time. As for Celestine, while talking to Mao, his hands did not stop peeling peanuts, giving some to Xingtian and some to himself. Like a slave. Mao despised Celestine's behavior. But after all, they were brothers and had known each other for so many years. Mao also knew Celestine well. If this cat was not really capable, Celestine would never treat it like this. Manekiniko. Maybe. Mao had not seen it with its own eyes, so it was still suspicious. If it did not see it with its own eyes or hear it with its own ears, it would not admit anything. Even if it was Celestine who said it, it would also discount the so-called truth. Xingtian lay on the sofa, waiting for enough peanuts to be peeled, then jumped onto the coffee table to eat peanuts. "Have you thought about what you are going to do next?" Celestine asked Mao. "These 2 years, I have been running a small business outside. Now, I am not going to do anything for the time being. I am going to rest and enjoy myself, then sleep until I wake up naturally every day." As Mao spoke, its eyes were still glancing at Xingtian. Seeing that Xingtian was focused on eating peanuts, it jumped up from the chair and attacked with lightning speed. Paw! Subdue the demon. After a successful attack, Mao quickly retreated 5 meters away. Celestine and Xingtian were speechless. Xingtian really did not expect Mao to attack. Although they did not have a good opinion of each other, perhaps because of Celestine, Jingtan did not feel any malice from Air Mao. Because of this, Jingtan lowered his vigilance a lot. He was not prepared at all, but in the end, he fell into Air Mao's trap. Air Mao didn't hit him. His quick move was just to stick a paper on Jingtan's forehead. Jingtan didn't know what was drawn on the paper pasted on his forehead, but looking at the situation, Jingtan could guess that this was the legendary talisman that could summon gods and exorcise ghosts, subdue demons, and cure diseases. Subdue demons and devils. Subdue your Motherf * king demon. Damn it. Motherf * cur. Jingtan shook his head to get rid of the sticky paper on his forehead. He stopped eating peanuts and jumped off the coffee table to rush towards Air Mao. If I don't flip out, you'll really think I'm weak and easy to bully. Thus, the man and the cat began to fight in the private room. At first, Air Mao used a feather pillow on the chair to block the attack, but when he realized that the pillow was quickly torn apart and realized that he had seriously underestimated the enemy's attack power, Air Mao covered his head with his jacket and hid behind Celestine. After the feather pillow was torn apart, feathers flew everywhere in the private room, and the tidy room suddenly became a mess. Celestine looked at all of this. He really wanted to drag Air Mao over and beat him up. He was already in his 20s, but he still looked so unreliable. Many times, his words and actions always made people want to beat him up first. After messing around for more than 10 minutes, Jingtan squatted on the coffee table and continued to eat peanuts. However, from the way he swung his tail, it was obvious that Jingtan was not in a good mood. No one would be happy if a subdue demons and devils talisman was stuck on them, not to mention that Jingtan had secrets in his heart. Air Mao slowly moved towards the chair. His jacket was almost torn into strips, but for Air Mao, as long as there was no wound on his face, he didn't care about anything. Air Mao, why are you arguing with a cat? Celestine said. Air Mao rolled his tattered jacket into a ball and put it aside. Didn't you say that I should get along well with this cat? The relationship between men is built by fighting. Just like us brothers, who doesn't have a relationship built by fighting with each other? Celestine rubbed his forehead and stopped thinking about the fight. Instead, he pointed at the talisman that had been stepped on several times on the ground and asked, "Where did you get that thing?" Jingtan's eating slowed down a bit, and his ears turned to Air Mao. He also wanted to know where Air Mao got this so-called talisman. Was he really going to subdue demons and devils? Air Mao thought for a while and answered, "When I came to Chuhua City, I saw an old man at the train station. He had a bag and a book, and he chased after me and asked me to show him my love. He even wrote down his name on the book. I gave him 10 yuan, and he gave me this thing, saying that it was used to subdue demons and devils." At some stations or platforms, there would always be people begging or asking people to show their love. When there were too many people, it was hard to tell the difference between the real and the fake. Gradually, who knew whether it was because society was too cold, or because people had become shrewd? Or maybe those scams had catalyzed people's indifference. When people offered their love, their first reaction was to call them scammers instead of sympathy. Jingtan didn't know if Air Mao knew about this, but from the looks of it, even if he knew, he was just casually spending money for fun and didn't care at all. So, this so-called talisman was actually just a souvenir that he had exchanged for 10 yuan. Jingtan inexplicably felt a little more at ease. Celestine's focus wasn't on the souvenir talisman, but he said, "You really wrote your name on the book?" "I did, why wouldn't I? I spent 10 yuan on it, and I used the hard pen calligraphy that I've practiced for more than 10 years to write. It's better than the names on the book." "Really? If that's the case, then when those people who offered their love later in the book wrote their names, they would know that a person called Wang Ming had donated 10 yuan, Celestine said in a mocking tone. "I'm not stupid enough to write my name and tell others that I was also scammed. That would be so embarrassing. Sometimes, people who gave money didn't do it willingly, but were asked to donate. There was once a newspaper report of passers-by being beaten up for not giving money. Thus, some people felt that love that didn't come from their own will was very embarrassing, especially men with strong self-esteem. Since Mao said that he had written his name on the book, but it wasn't his name, then whose name had he written? Had he just made it up? Whose name did you write? Celestine was puzzled. Wang Bin. Mao was immensely proud of himself. Jing Tan and Celestine, who knew how Mao's brother would react when he found out. And this was probably just one of the things that Mao had done that wasn't very conspicuous. Jing Tan wondered if he would see Wang Bin's name on the wall in the future, on those advertisements for getting permits, air ventilation, drilling holes, grinding floors, cleaning sewers, or on the antenna poles for curing chronic ailments. It was hard to say. Jing Tan felt that if he were Wang Bin, he would definitely beat Mao so badly that even his father wouldn't recognize him. Celestine continued to rub his forehead. You really know how to make enemies for yourself. You're just courting death. Mao didn't take it to heart at all. He turned his face and leaned over to Celestine. Look. Celestine gave him a puzzled look. You have pimples. You've become thick-skinned again. Or do you want me to slap you? What? Mao waved his hand and pointed at his ears. He said proudly, do you see that? Super big earlobes. The old people always say that longevity is a blessing. Jing Tan took a look. The so-called super big earlobes was a bit of an exaggeration. But compared to people with small earlobes, Mao's earlobes were indeed considered big. At first, Mao was waiting for Celestine to be envious. Who knew that Celestine would calmly say, don't be ridiculous. Although I'm not very educated, I know that earlobes are genetic. Or, dominant. You have to thank your parents. We have to respect science. Mao leaned back and stared at Celestine seriously for 2 seconds. Senior, when did you start to respect science? You're even asking such profound questions. Mao and Jing Tan were shocked by Celestine's words. Was Celestine influenced by Jiao Pa and the others? Celestine did not feel that there was anything wrong with him. He continued, double eyelids, high nose, big earlobes, long eyelashes, etc. all belong to this dominant inheritance. Oh, and the chin is also hereditary. Look at those celebrities. Their parents' chins are not so sharp, but they are completely different on TV. It's obvious that most of them have plastic surgery. Mao still looked at Celestine with suspicion. He was not suspicious of Celestine's words, but he was puzzled that Celestine would say such things. Based on Mao's understanding of Celestine, this senior usually read political, military, and sports newspapers in his free time. When did he change to reading science? And hereditary? He used to despise those so-called experts and professors. Why did he change now? There must be a reason. However, Celestine did not wait for Mao to ask more questions. He changed the topic and talked about other things. Jing Tan continued to listen. When he came today, he thought that he would hear some things about Yi Hao. However, until now, Celestine did not intend to say anything. It seemed like he did not want Mao to know. Mao and Celestine were seniors and juniors, but Mao and Yi Hao did not know each other at all. There was limited trust between them. From this, Jing Tan could infer that the thing on Yi Hao's side was indeed very important. It seemed like he did not want to hear any useful news today. After listening to the singing in the evening, the two people and the cat left the night building. Celestine sent Jing Tan back to Tsinghua University first. Then, he drove Mao to his place of residence. In the car, without Jing Tan glaring at him, Mao seemed to be more at ease. Senior Wei, I'll stay at your place for a while. I'll move out in 2 weeks. 2 weeks should be enough for me to find a satisfactory house. Mao said. What's the trouble? You can stay at my place. I'm usually at the company anyway. If you're here, we can keep each other company. Come on, senior Wei. We've known each other for so many years. Do you think I don't know you? Mao winked. You have a target, right? Hurry up. Look at people around your age. Their children are already big. In the past, it was inconvenient because of my job. Now, you have to hurry up. Don't think I can't see it. I'll leave your house to you and sister-in-law. I don't want to be a third wheel. Although Mao looked unreliable, his observation skills were not weak. Once Mao decided on something, Celestine would not change his mind. Celestine did not argue and said, okay. However, have you decided to rent or buy a house? It depends on the situation. If there's something I like, I'll buy it. Anyway, I've made some money from selling things these past 2 years. Renting a house is also not bad. After all, I haven't decided how long I'll stay in Chuhua City. Mao leaned on the back seat and tapped his fingers on the seat. Senior, do you have any good suggestions? Chapter 162. Inside the university. Mao frowned. He had never thought of renting a house in Chuhua University. Generally speaking, there were more restrictions in the university, unlike outside where he could do whatever he wanted. I remember renting out a house there, but there was a little bit of resistance. However, the atmosphere was good, and it was quiet enough. You could sleep until you woke up naturally. The people living there are of high quality. One is marked by the company one keeps. Didn't a magazine say before that the living environment has an impact on a person's character? You should be more careful, Celestine said in the tone of an elder. Mao curled his lips and did not say anything. In fact, Celestine wanted Mao to live in the university because of several considerations. Mao was the most worrisome one among his fellow disciples. Although he looked like he didn't know any better, there were many things that he understood in his heart. However, in the past few years, he had probably gotten to know a few people from all walks of life. Wei Ling was afraid that Mao would continue to mingle in Chuhua City. Although he didn't expect this fellow to immediately turn over a new leaf, he still hoped for a better transition. Celestine was not sure about the other places in Chuhua University, but the East Side family compound was really good. If Mao could gain some positive energy from the retired teachers, Celestine would be quite satisfied. He would be more confident when he called his master. As for the resistance of renting a house there, Celestine believed in Mao's ability. After all, Mao was not the kind of person who did not know anything. If he really made a decision, he would definitely have a way. Celestine lived close to the university. If something happened to Mao, he would not go to his father. As his senior, he would be responsible for cleaning up the mess. In addition to Mao, Celestine also considered the Zhao family. Associate Professor Zhao would be leaving soon. During this time, Celestine could not always take care of the Zhao family. If Mao was there, he could help take care of the Zhao family. It was said that taking care of people could increase one's sense of responsibility. Celestine decided to let Mao try. Jing Tan did not know that someone was eyeing the East Side family compound. He was calculating the arrangements for the next week. The Zhao family was counting down every day. The time of Zhao Pa's departure was getting closer and closer. Jing Tan was also counting the days. One afternoon, Jing Tan lay on the sofa and looked at the calendar on the wall. Next Monday, he would probably spend the whole day at Xiaoguo's pet center. On Friday night, a foreign band would perform at the night building. On Saturday, the third master Fong would go to talk business with old Lu. Jing Tan would follow him and race toy cars with old Lu's son, Lu Yao. Apart from these things, Jingtan did not plan to go out for a walk before Zhao Pa left. He would just walk around the campus. Most of the time, he would lie on the tree in the east side family compound and sleep. When the Zhao family came back, they would be able to see him. However, Jingtan wondered if his life would be more difficult after Zhao Pa left. Most of the time, Jingtan would go out for a walk with Zhao Pa's permission. Zhao Ma was more conservative. Many times when Jingtan went out to play, especially at night, Zhao Ma was against it at first. She was scared by the cat trapping incident. She felt that it was not safe to go out at night with cat traffickers everywhere. She was afraid that Jingtan would not be able to come back after he went out. If Jingtan made a mistake outside when the Zhao Pa was not around, such as coming home late or getting hurt in a fight outside, Zhao Ma would not let him go out. What would he do? Would he have to stay at home all day? He would definitely be bored to death. He might even get depression. After getting used to running outside, Jingtan deeply felt that staying at home was a waste of time, because he could only sleep at home. Rolling on the sofa, Jingtan hung his head on the edge of the sofa. The tip of his tail wagged rhythmically as he thought about what to do in the future. His gaze swept across the living room and stopped at the master bedroom. The door to the master bedroom was open. The door to the balcony was also open for ventilation. The sunlight shone in, raising the room temperature by a few degrees. However, Jingtan was not staring at the master bedroom because it was well lit and ventilated. His target was actually the bulky desktop computer on the desk. This computer was usually only used by the Zhao Pa. Zhao Ma did not use it much. Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo were only allowed to play it on the weekends. The Zhao Pa was afraid that Zhao Yuan would get addicted to the game, so he strictly limited the time. The computer had a password, and other than Zhao Ma, only Jingtan knew the password. Usually, when the Zhao Pa used the computer to surf the internet, Jingtan would be watching from the side, so he was very familiar with the password. Think about it, the Zhao Pa was abroad, Zhao Ma was working, and Zhao Yuan and little Pomelo went to school from Monday to Friday. This way, Jingtan could surf the internet without worrying about being discovered by the Zhao Pa. The Zhao Ma was not that observant, so Jingtan would not be discovered if he was careful. It had been a long time since he went online. Although the Zhao Pa knew that his cat was different from the rest, he would never have thought that his cat had already started to think about the computer. After finally thinking of something to kill time at home, Jingtan jumped off the sofa with satisfaction and decided to go out for a walk. The temperature in Chuhua City was rising fast, so it would not wait for you to prepare yourself. After the weather warmed up, there were no more coats, cotton-padded jackets or down jackets. Depang squatted on its balcony, kicking its paws to bask in the sun. When it saw Jingtan coming out of the building, it squinted its eyes and looked at him, then closed its eyes and continued to sleep. It did not have any intention of moving at all. Jingtan did not see the other two cats, and Sheriff had stopped barking around recently. Maybe he went somewhere else to look for female cats. When he slowly walked out of the gate of the courtyard, Jingtan saw a man in sportswear and sunglasses squatting on a stone block by the gate of the east side courtyard, with a lollipop in his mouth. When Jingtan came out, the man kept staring at Jingtan, with a weird smile on his face. He looked very annoying. At first, Jingtan just glanced at him casually, then stopped looking. He cursed in his heart and was about to ignore him. But after 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. No. This person must be someone he knew. Jingtan turned his head and looked at the man squatting on the stone block. After a closer look, he realized that the thick sunglasses could not hide the idiot temperament. This guy was definitely that idiot Air Mao. Different from the last time Jingtan saw Air Mao was not wearing the non-mainstream clothes today. His hair was dyed black again, and he was wearing the same sportswear as the students on the school field. If the sunglasses were removed, he would look very similar to the atmosphere of the school. Seeing Jing Tan look over, Mao raised his hand and waved. Hey, black coal, go out and play. Jing Tan was speechless. Black coal, your ass. This kind of person who added words to other people's names for no reason was the most F***ing annoying. Jing Tan looked around. The entrance of the courtyard was indeed not a good place to fight. Forget it, he would let Mao go this time. Jing Tan turned and continued to walk forward, quickening his pace. He did not want to stay here and face Mao. Oh right, black coal, I will be moving here in a few days. According to initial estimates, it should be in your building, Mao said slowly. Jing Tan heard the words behind him and stopped abruptly. He pulled his ears and looked at Mao, trying to figure out if Mao was telling the truth. Jing Tan originally thought that Mao was like Ron Chi, who would avoid cats as much as possible. But looking at Mao's despicable look, this guy was preparing to go against the flow and become braver with every setback. Obviously, the more Mao disliked you, the more often he would show his presence to disgust you. But, Jing Tan thought about the residents of his building. Many of the teachers in the courtyard were repulsed by outsiders. They felt that outsiders were too complicated and did not know their backgrounds, so they did not trust them. In the Jiao family's building B, although there were some residents who did not live there, if they wanted to rent out their houses to outsiders, the first person they had to deal with was Old Man Lon. Old Man Lon hated it the most when people rented out their houses to unreliable people for money. Using gifts to bribe people would not only be ineffective, but would also make Old Man Lon hate them even more. If these methods did not work, what could Mao do? After thinking that Mao's chances of success were not high, Jing Tan was relieved. He ignored Mao and jogged away. Mao looked at the black cat that was walking away and mumbled, "It really does understand." Since Jing Tan felt that Mao's chances of success in renting a house were not high, he did not take Mao's words to heart. He felt that Mao was just saying it to make him angry. On Sunday morning, the Jiao Pa took the Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo for a jog. Jing Tan followed along. When they passed by the school square and saw the only man among the old ladies who were dancing with fans, he suddenly realized that Mao might be telling the truth. On the other side of the square, a group of old ladies were waving the fans in their hands. Around them, some students were smiling as they looked over. They were used to seeing old ladies doing fan dances. This was the first time they saw a young man in his 20s doing this. Moreover, he was holding on to that bright red feather fan and was dancing so well. He was not affected by the people around him at all. This caused a group of old ladies to laugh, especially old Madame Zhai. She was smiling very warmly at Mao. After dealing with old Madame Zhai, there was no need to worry about dealing with Old Man Lon. Jing Tan had an epiphany. It turned out that Mao was a friend of middle-aged and old ladies. It had to be said that Mao was really thick-skinned. The group of old ladies seemed to like this kind of shameless person. They felt that the young people nowadays were too shy and could not let go of their pride. As if to prove Jing Tan's guess, 3 days later, when Jing Tan passed by the small flower garden, he saw Mao working in it. "Teacher Lon, where should I put this pot of flowers?" Mao stood there holding the flower pot. Speaking of Old Man Lon, compared to the title of professor, he was sometimes more inclined to be called teacher. However, most people would call him Professor Lon or Elder Lon to show their respect. Unfortunately, Old Man Lon did not necessarily appreciate it. Now that Mao had called him that, it was as if he was scratching an itch in his heart. "Put it there, next to the pot of rhododendron reflection." Old Man Lon pointed at a place. "What about the pot of Echo Mountain Red?" "Put it there." Looking at Mao helping to move the flower pot and dig the soil, Jing Tan had to admit that Mao's goal was almost achieved. Because of this matter, Jing Tan's mood was really not good recently. On the way back to the courtyard, Jingtan walked while thinking about how to mess up Mao's matter. Suddenly, he heard a childish and crisp voice coming from diagonally in front of him. Brother He. Chapter 163. Jingtan felt that his luck was really bad today. Nothing good happened when he went out. Ignoring the shouts, Jingtan was ready to continue running forward. He hoped that it would not. Sure enough. Jingtan stopped. He didn't need to turn around to know that the little kid was crying on the ground again. This trick had been used many times, but Jingtan really couldn't resist it. When he heard the crying, he felt a little guilty. After all, the little kid still called him Brother He. After standing in place for a few seconds, Jingtan sighed, turned around, and looked over there. His gaze swept over the crying child on the ground, and then fell on a woman in her 30s standing next to the child. This woman was obviously the nanny. This woman was obviously closer to the child, but she didn't have the slightest intention of helping the child up. It was really strange for a nanny to be like this. Seeing Jingtan looking over, the woman smiled and didn't move. What are you laughing at? Jingtan pulled his ears and broke a few withered grass on the grass under him with his claws. Then, he swung his tail and walked to the crying child on the ground. Come to think of it, little kitten Zhuo was almost a year old. Time really flew by. Jingtan had met Zhuo Kitten several times this month. Zhuo Kitten wasn't there. The woman next to Zhuo Kitten was looking after her. He heard that Lord Zheng had found her. Lord Zheng was busy with work and couldn't take care of Zhuo Kitten often, so the task of taking care of the child was taken over by the woman next to her. Lord Zheng called her Little Wan. Zhuo Kitten called her Aunt. In local culture, the word aunt referred to the father's sister. As for Zhuo Kitten's father, Jingtan knew very well that the biological father wasn't here. Maybe he wouldn't appear in the future. And some of the fathers on registration forms, certificates, and files had already become martyrs. Because Zhuo Kitten was involved in the project, Zhuo Kitten enjoyed a special protection policy. The name on the column of the father was just the result of this protection policy. It could help Zhuo Kitten avoid the people around her. Jingtan wasn't sure whether this Little Wan nanny was hired by Lord Zheng or sent by the higher-ups. At least until now, Zhuo Kitten's growth was quite good. Before little kitten Zhuo was born, many people suspected that he had a deformity or a congenital disease. After little kitten Zhuo was born, some people suspected that there was a problem with the child's intelligence. But now, Jingtan was quite sure that this child's IQ was not low at all. She wasn't even a year old, but her ability to judge people's dishes was getting better and better. If this kind of child was called mentally retarded, then what were the others called? Labrador. Even though he knew that the little lousy child was pretending to cry, Jingtan still walked in front of him. As expected, the crying stopped in the next second. If one were to say that he was faking it, this child could really cry. However, as soon as Jingtan walked over, this lousy child immediately stopped crying and seemed to be in a good mood. It seemed that it was especially easy for children to use this move. Little kitten Zhuo especially liked to use this trick, and it worked every time. Every time, it made Jingtan grit his teeth in anger. Brother Black. Little kitten Zhuo, who was lying on the ground, called out again. Jingtan shook his ears and raised his hand to push little kitten Zhuo's head. There was no need for Jingtan to do anything else. Little kitten Zhuo got up on her own and stood up by holding on to the wooden railing beside her. Little Wan, who was standing at the side, smiled as she watched this scene. She was already used to it. It was like this every time. At first, she was still wary of the black cat, afraid that the cat would stretch out its claws to scratch people. However, when she talked to Little Zhuo said not to worry. Later, she tried a few times and found that the cat did not cause any harm to the child, so she stopped guarding against it. Little Wan still remembered that when little kitten Jua had just started walking, she liked to hold on to the wooden railing beside her to walk a few steps every day. When she saw the black cat, she would lie on the ground and cry. It was useless for her to go over and help her, unless the black cat came over. Later, there was one time when she did not immediately go over to help her. She waited to see how the situation would develop. The child wore thick clothes, and the key parts that were more vulnerable to injury were protected. There was no need to worry about falling and hurting. Moreover, there was only grass around them, so falling to the ground would not hurt. Later, when she saw little kitten Jua deliberately lying on the ground and pretending to cry, she did not care anymore. Every time little Wan heard little kitten Jua call the black cat, Brother Black, she wanted to laugh. After that, she learned some things from little Jua and relaxed a lot about the black cat. Sometimes, little Wan could not help but laugh when she saw the black cat waving its two front paws and patting little kitten Jua's head. That was because the black cat looked like it was waving its paws with great force. In fact, when it landed, it was very light. It was almost just a slight bump, and it always kept its paws well. Seeing little kitten Jua get up, Jingtan did not want to continue wasting time with this little brat. It would be more comfortable to find a quiet place to sleep. After walking for about 10 meters, when they were about to turn a corner, Jingtan saw someone coming from that direction. His mood instantly became worse. Black coal, why are you here? Oh, can't eat it. I just bought a mixed grain cake. Mao passed the half-eaten biscuit to Jingtan as a token gesture, then took it back and continued to gnaw on it. After helping Professor Lon move the flower pots at the small flower bed, Mao felt hungry. He ran to the small stalls and shops at the school gate to buy something to eat. In his hand was a bowl of packed tofu pudding, which he was going to give to Professor Lon later. He did not expect to run into this black cat on the small path. Jingtan stopped when he saw Mao. And in the time that Jingtan stopped, little kitten Jua also came over from behind holding on to the railing. As he walked, he called out, Brother Black. Mao heard the child's voice and looked around. At this time, the students were all in class. Not many people were walking around, let alone on this small path. At this moment, there were only a few people around. Mao looked around but did not see anyone else. Who was the child calling? When little kitten Jua called out again, Mao almost spat out the mixed grain cake in his mouth. He had already followed the child's gaze and found the corresponding target. Brother Black. This cat. This was the first time he had seen a child call a cat brother. Mao got up and walked over to little kitten Jua. When he got close, little Wan stepped forward to block him. Although he was smiling, little Wan's eyes were obviously alert. Mao raised his hand to show that he understood. He stopped a step away and took out a lollipop from his pocket. It was the kind of lollipop that had a cartoon doll face. Hey, little kid, I have something good. Do you want it? Mao waved the lollipop in his hand. Jingtan looked at him with disdain. What, brother? He should be addressed as uncle. Little kitten Jua pushed little Wan and took small steps forward, reaching out to take it. Mao pulled back his hand, letting the lollipop go further away. Then he pointed at Jingtan, who was squatting beside him, and said to little kitten Jua, you tell him that black charcoal is an idiot. Brother will give this to you. You can call him an idiot. Just call him an idiot. Little kitten Jua took a small step forward and continued to reach out, wanting to take the lollipop in Mao's hand. After Mao said it a few times, he realized that it had no effect at all. The child didn't care at all. Forget it. He's just a child. He can't even speak fluently. What does he know? Mao didn't want to continue talking nonsense with the child. He passed the lollipop in his hand to little kitten Jua and was about to say something. At this moment, a line of water arced through the air and shot towards Mao's shoes. Although Mao reacted quickly and jumped away, his shoes were still sprayed with some urine. F***ck. Feigning the east and attacking the west. This must have been planned for a long time, right? Otherwise, how could he urinate so much and so far? Mao looked at the urine on his shoes and his face contorted. Little one held back his laughter and continued to stand in front of little kitten Jua. Although Mao didn't show any malice, it was always good to be vigilant. After all, they were strangers. Little one felt that this young man who looked like a student in his 20s might not be easy to deal with. Little kitten Jua wasn't afraid at all. He didn't think that he had done anything wrong. He held the lollipop in his hand and laughed until his saliva dripped down. Seeing this, Jingtan's mood suddenly turned from gloomy to sunny. Good job, little kitten Jua. Mao shook off the urine on his shoes and wiped his sneakers with the paper used to wrap the cereal biscuits. He looked at the small child in front of him with a conflicted expression. Did this brat really not understand what he had just said? This brat and that black cat were actually biological brothers, right? Revenge. This was definitely revenge on him for instigating this kid to scold that cat. This wasn't the end. Little kitten Jua left the wooden railing and walked unsteadily to Jingtan. The grass was uneven and little kitten Jua almost fell to the ground. Putting the lollipop in front of Jingtan, little kitten Jua looked at Jingtan. Mao. F***ck, these two idiots must be biological brothers. Jingtan was quite touched. This brat clearly wanted to eat to death and was drooling a lot faster. Yet, he still put the food in front of him. What a good kid. Jingtan raised his paw and pushed the lollipop to little kitten Jua's hand and patted her on the head. This kid was still young. If he grew a little older, Jingtan wouldn't be able to pat him anymore. Jingtan was very happy that little kitten Jua had helped to anger Mao. He was happy for a few days. Whenever he thought about how little kitten Jua had peed on Mao's foot, he couldn't help but laugh. However, Jingtan's good mood only lasted for a week. A week later, Jingtan went out to get some fresh air under the sun. When he went downstairs, he noticed that there was a lot of commotion on the third floor. The door to Old Man Land's house was open. The door to the house opposite Old Man Land's house was also open. Old Man Land's voice came from inside. Put it there. Yes, just put it there. You can stay in the master bedroom. I'll make a study for you. The second bedroom will be used to store their things. Jingtan was quite curious. After living here for so long, he had only seen this house a few times. Jingtan went to the door and looked inside. He saw old Madame Zhai wiping the table with a cloth. Seeing Jingtan, old Madame Zhai smiled and said, "Oh, black charcoal is here too. Come in and walk around the house. I saw a mouse just now." Jingtan. Forget it. It was better not to go in. Just as he was about to leave, someone came out of the house. Jingtan looked up. What the F***ck? Why is this guy here? Mao was wearing a blue uniform. He came out to greet the old madam after hearing her words. Mao waved at the black cat at the door with a proud face. Chapter 164. After the spring rain, the grass seemed to turn green overnight, and the color changed every day. The yellow of winter gradually disappeared, and the flowers bloomed before people were ready. Jiao Pa had planned to leave in mid-April, but after receiving a phone call, he decided to leave Chuhua City in advance. He would go to Beijing first, talk with an old professor at Beijing University, and then go abroad together. With the help of the old professor, everything would be much smoother. 2 days before Jiao Pa left, he had already arranged the work in the institute. Besides 2 graduate students and a prospective graduate student, there was also a junior student who was going to be Zhao Pa's graduate student. All of them were assigned tasks. The student who was going to be submitted was selected by Zhao Pa. She was also a girl, and like Xing Jing, she was not the weak type. Some teachers in the institute joked that Associate Professor Jiao liked to recruit students who looked strong. Besides his students, several family members were also called by Zhao Pa to have a private talk, including Jing Tan. At this moment, Jing Tan was squatting on the cat tree, seriously listening to Zhao Pa's instructions. Don't cause any trouble when I'm not here. Don't think that I don't know anything about my family when I'm abroad. Don't play dumb. I know you can understand. Even if you don't understand everything, you can understand part of it, right? Well, let's make it simple. To sum it up, don't cause any trouble. Of course, just because you don't cause any trouble doesn't mean that you're afraid of trouble. Well, that's not quite right. It was probably the first time that Zhao Pa had been away from home for so long. Thinking that he would be separated from his wife, children, and pets for at least a year, the Zhao Pa's usual calmness was not much left. And Jing Tan was the biggest headache for Zhao Pa. That guy named Yi Hao, we talked, Zhao Pa said. Jing Tan's ears turned to the Zhao Pa as he waited for him to continue. However, the Zhao Pa did not reveal the contents of their conversation. Instead, he took out a card. It was a card that the Zhao Pa had registered with his own identity card. The money on the card was all Jing Tan's savings. The Zhao Pa had also received a thank you gift from Zhao Luo and the others for shooting the commercial, as well as the red packet money that Zhao Luo and the third Master Fang had given to Jing Tan, which made the Zhao Pa's eyes almost pop out of their sockets, as well as the money that Yi Hao had forked out this time. All of these were kept in the Zhao Pa's wallet and had never been touched by it. Here, this is your card. Even your mother doesn't know the details of this card. Now, keep it safe. Just put it in this drawer. Let alone Zhao Ma, even Celestine, Yi Hao, and the third Master Fang would never have thought that the Zhao Pa would put all the money in the card that was prepared for the cats. Now, the money in the card was considered a huge sum of money for some people, but other than the Zhao Pa, no one knew where the money was kept. The Zhao Pa opened one of the drawers that was connected to the cat tree and put the card into an unlocked drawer. This drawer was the masterpiece of the third Master Fang. There were 3 small drawers on the cat tree, and if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't notice that there was a key in each drawer. Jing Tan had hidden the key well, so it was Jing Tan's private property. As for the card, Jing Tan was really surprised. He didn't think that the Zhao Pa would give him a card. After putting the card away, the Zhao Pa patted the cat tree. Do you think that if a thief comes to the house, he or she will find a card hidden in the cat tree? Jing Tan wagged his tail. No thief would think that there would be precious things hidden in a cat nest, especially in a commoner's house like the Zhao family. After all, this kind of behavior was really crazy in some people's eyes. Jing Tan deeply felt that normal people wouldn't think in this way. The Zhao Pa was silent for a while, then got up and went back to the bedroom. After a while, he came out with a box in his hand. Jing Tan knew that the box contained the jade pendant that the old woman gave him when he went back to the Zhao Pa's hometown during the New Year. Jing Tan didn't wear the jade pendant much. One reason was that it was uncomfortable to wear it, and the other was that it was too eye-catching. It would definitely be stolen when he went out for a walk, so he had been keeping it with the Zhao Pa. This is also in the box. Oh, by the way, this is for you to see. The Zhao Pa took out another box and opened the lid. Jing Tan craned his neck and looked at it. There was an artificial amber in the box, and inside it was a cat tooth. It was left by the cat that the Zhao Pa once told Jing Tan that the Zhao Pa was indebted to. Jing Tan looked at it carefully and thought about the size of his fangs when he looked in the mirror. He had to admit that the tooth in the artificial amber was bigger than Jing Tan's own, but it was undeniable that it should be a big cat, but definitely not as big as the Monsignor size. The Jiao Pa just took out the artificial amber to show Jingtan, and didn't plan to put it in Jingtan's drawer. After giving a few more instructions, the Jiao Pa got up and left the room. The Jiao Pa left Chu Hua on a Saturday. Jiao Ma drove the two children and Jingtan to send the Jiao Pa to the plane. There was another teacher with the Jiao Pa. He was surprised to see the Jiao family send the Jiao Pa off with a cat. After boarding the plane, he joked with the Jiao Pa, "Your family even brought a cat, son." The Jiao Pa just smiled and didn't refute. Without the Jiao Pa, the Jiao family was much quieter, at least for now. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were very conscientious. They woke up on time, went home, and did their homework. They even helped with the housework. Jingtan was still the same as before. He went home on time and would definitely come back at dinner time. The difference was that he rarely went to the Institute of Biological Sciences. The Jiao Pa's office was often occupied. Axan and Su Chu didn't have a computer. Without the Jiao Pa, these two guys often used the computer in the office to watch TV series and browse casual forums. Speaking of the computer, Jingtan had been waiting for a time when there was no one at home to play with it. Early on Monday morning, Jingtan immediately ran home after sending little Pomelo to school. He didn't have the mood to do anything else, so he was ready to hit the keyboard. When he got home, Jingtan closed the door and rushed into the bedroom to turn on the computer. Jumping on the table and squatting in front of the computer, Jingtan waited for the computer to respond. It took a while to turn on the computer, but Jingtan wasn't in a hurry. He had time anyway. As for the mouse, Jingtan couldn't use one paw, so he used two paws. It looked like he was hugging the mouse. Since he became a cat, this was the first time Jingtan went online on his own. He was a little excited. When he hugged the mouse, he didn't control his strength well and almost threw the mouse away. When it was time to enter the letters, Jingtan was too lazy to turn around and use his paws to press the letters. So he could only use his hind legs and tail. It was very awkward and strenuous. He typed the same word wrong several times, but he couldn't believe that the saying, "practice makes perfect," would be carried forward by him. With some difficulty controlling the mouse and keyboard, Jingtan registered an account on a messaging app. Unfortunately, there was no one in the friend category. In fact, Jingtan wanted to look for his original self, but he couldn't remember the account number from back then. Looking at the interface of the messaging app, Jingtan was in a daze for a while. Shaking his head, he didn't know if he would have friends in the future. Speaking of which, he couldn't be seen in the light. He could only shout a few words in the virtual world of the internet to liven things up. Jingtan didn't dare to download games randomly. It wasn't the right time. He had been waiting to use the computer, but now that he was facing the computer, Jingtan didn't know what to do. Yes. Jingtan searched the pet forum that Xiaoguo often talked about. The two most active areas in the forum were the cat area and the dog area. In the city, there were the most people who raised these two kinds of pets. Clicking on the category of pet cats, Jingtan searched from top to bottom. After a few posts, he found a new picture advertisement that he had taken at Xiaoguo's pet center a few days ago. Jingtan looked at the comments below. Sure enough, the appearance of the animals that he had worked with was more likable than Jingtan's. What made Jingtan feel better was that there were some of his own fans in the forum, most of whom were old people in the forum. Especially when he saw someone saying, "Black Sea is the golden signboard," Jingtan was so happy that his tail was sticking up. To reply, he had to register a forum account. Jingtan held the mouse and stepped on the keyboard, following the instructions above to register step by step. However, the ID name was a laborious task. What should he call it? He looked at the other people's ID names. Love Cat is Wang Kai, Nyo Dian Dian Cat, Mi Ying, Meow Under the Eaves, Xianyuan Meow, Domineering Cat, Meow Fox, Hellcat, well, these names were either Meow or Me. At first glance, he knew that they were part of the cat community in the forum. After thinking about it, Xingtan typed one key after another. ID, Xingtan is a cat. After registering, Xingtan shamelessly replied in the post, that black cat is so King handsome. After thinking about it, Xingtan added, it's so cool. After browsing the web for a while, Xingtan erased some traces, turned off the computer, and went downstairs in a good mood. Although he could use the computer, Xingtan still liked to walk outside. Of course, if there was no one following behind him, Xingtan would be in a better mood. Mao slept until 9:30. At this time, the cafeteria was out of food. He went to the stall at the school gate to buy egg pancakes and a box lunch. The box lunch was saved for when he was hungry. Mao was not picky. Even if the food was cold, he could eat it directly. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Mao saw Xingtan walking out, so he immediately chewed on the egg pancake and followed behind with the box lunch that was almost cold. Mao was not close to Xingtan. It kept a distance of about 10 meters, but Xingtan did not succeed in getting rid of it a few times. After a few attempts, Xingtan decided to just ignore it. If Mao wanted to follow him, then so be it. He walked along the sidewalk. When he reached a wall, Xingtan jumped on the wall. Before the Jiao Pa left, Xingtan stayed in the school. This was the first time he came out recently. This road was still the same as before, and no earth-shattering changes had taken place. When he walked past an intersection, Xingtan glanced into a small alley. He saw a black and white cat squatting on a tree of an unknown breed in the alley. What made Xingtan stop was not how special the cat looked. The cat was the same as Xingtan, an ordinary cat. There was nothing special about its appearance. What made Xingtan curious was, what was it looking at? The cat was squatting about 5 meters above the ground. It was staring at the window on the second floor of a house in front of the tree. Chapter 165. Perhaps sensing that Xingtan was looking at it, the cat squatting on the tree turned its head to look at the intersection. It looked like a stray cat. Its fur was stained, and there were a few scratches of different lengths above its eyes. The healed wounds left streaks of blood, which were especially eye-catching on its white fur. These wounds were probably from 2 days ago. Xingtan didn't know what had caused the cat's wounds, but if the longest wound had been 1 centimeter lower, the cat's left eye would have been destroyed. On the bright side, the cat was still considered lucky. The cat only glanced at the man and the cat at the intersection. Perhaps it felt that there was no threat, so it continued to stare at the window on the second floor of the house. Mao, who was next to him, took the last bite of the egg pancake and smacked its lips. What is that cat looking at? Is there some kind of harmonious scene inside? Xingtan's ears twitched. He didn't want to bother with Mao, so he walked over. As Xingtan walked closer, the cat looked at Xingtan cautiously. Even if it wasn't staring at Xingtan, its ears kept twitching slightly. It was quite alert. Xingtan didn't climb up the tree. He walked over just to see what the cat was looking at. Xingtan was disappointed. He didn't need to climb up the tree. Xingtan could see the situation on the second floor of the house from where he was standing. Because the window on the second floor was closed and covered by the curtains, he couldn't see what was inside the house. Looking at the cat in the tree that continued to stare at the window, and then at the window with the curtains, Xingtan shook his head. It was really strange. Xingtan didn't stay there to find out. He returned to the intersection and continued walking forward. Mao continued to follow behind him. Mao didn't feel bored. It had never walked this street before, but now it was very interested in the local snacks on this street. Although it was already past breakfast time, many shops and stalls weren't just for breakfast. So, Mao bought and ate as it walked. There was a shop that sold green bean pancakes that Mao bought and carried with him. Some of the people on the street were already familiar with Jing Tan. Some of them even took the initiative to greet Jing Tan. Although they did not know Jing Tan's name, they would occasionally say a few words as if it was their own pet, or talk to the people next to them about the black cat, trying to guess whose pet it was. There were many alleys in the old neighborhood. There were many narrow alleys that could only allow 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. These alleys were also filled with all kinds of stories. Jing Tan had seen many of them after walking on this street for so long. Fighting, extortion, drug abuse, cheating, and so on. There was a wide range of ages, regardless of gender, age, or profession. Perhaps this was also part of the culture of the alleys. Just like at this moment, Jing Tan's ears twitched as she looked at a narrow alley. There was a concave area in the alley that was used to store rubbish. 2 young men in their early 20s were standing there, talking to the person in the concave area. Jing Tan listened to the voices and intermittent conversation. He didn't want to meddle in their business. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Mao walk into the alley. Mao didn't walk further in. After taking 2 steps, he leaned against the wall next to him. He carried the things he bought on the way here with one hand and ate a green bean pancake with the other. Jing Tan jumped onto the wall, ready to see what Mao, this foodie, was going to do. Good Samaritan. The 2 young men had already gotten the money. They counted it and walked out of the alley. When they looked up, they saw a person standing at the entrance of the alley. They put the money in their trouser pockets, looked at each other, and continued to walk out with their hands ready to take out their weapons. Mao wiped the crumbs around his mouth with his thumb and walked in. One of the young men gathered his emotions and was about to say something. Before he could say anything, Mao was already in front of him. The next moment, he fell down. He didn't even have time to see how the person in front of him did it. The other young man was about to take out his knife, but before the knife appeared, Jing Tan heard a soft, cracked sound. Before the person could finish screaming, his scream stopped abruptly. In just one move, Mao had only used one hand to knock out the 2 men in the blink of an eye. Jing Tan looked at the 2 men lying motionless on the ground and twitched his ears. They were indeed Celestine's juniors. They were really fast. The person who was standing in the concave area of the alley heard the noise and stretched his neck to look out. He happened to meet Mao's gaze, and then the child shrank his head back. He didn't dare to stand out at all. He was probably still praying that Mao wouldn't target him. He didn't want to be the companion of the 2 men lying on the ground. Mao only glanced at the garbage dump and didn't look at it anymore. Walking to the 2 men who were lying on the ground, Mao reached out and rummaged through their clothes and trouser pockets. The money he took out totaled up to 1,000 yuan. Then, he put all of it into his own pocket, not even sparing a 50-cent coin. He even looked as if he had a clear conscience. Jing Tan was speechless. What the F***ck? Demon on demon. Alright, Jing Tan was just wondering if Mao would be righteous and return the money. As expected, he overestimated Mao's character. After putting the money away, Mao patted the dust off his jacket. He didn't look at the 2 men lying on the ground and the person in the garbage dump. He turned and left, leaving the student who had stuck his head out of the garbage dump to watch the situation in the alley. He stood there with a complicated expression and felt like crying, but no tears came out. After walking out of the alley, Mao looked at the wall and saw the black cat on the wall looking at him with disdain. What? You don't like it? You think I should return the money to that little brat? Mao snorted and said, that kind of brat is obviously not a good person. Maybe he forced the money out of children who were weaker than him. Although Mao's character wasn't good, one had to admit that he was very good at judging people. Of course, maybe this was just Mao's excuse for his behavior. Jing Tan couldn't be bothered to take it seriously. He only had an impression of the student standing by the garbage dump. He had seen this person and his friends trying to stop Fu Lei. Unfortunately, Fu Lei was a tough nut to crack. The two of them teamed up to stop Fu Lei but failed. Instead, they were beaten up by Fu Lei. This kid's luck wasn't very good. Wasn't there a saying, sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you did? Mao's mood didn't change much because of what had just happened. Just like before, Mao looked at the shops and stalls with some curiosity. He went to buy whatever he liked. Jing Tan walked all the way and passed by Jiao Yuan's school. He stood by the window and looked at it for a while. He was noticed by a few students sitting in the back row. Before the teacher on the podium got angry, Jing Tan quickly left. Who knew if the teacher on the podium knew Jiao Ma and wouldn't tell on him? So, it was better not to stay here any longer. After that, Jing Tan went to the construction site of Yi Hao's project to take a look. Mao followed behind. Although it didn't show anything on its face, it had sighed several times in its heart. Especially when it saw the way the people at the construction site looked at Jing Tan, Mao realized that this cat was really popular. It followed Jing Tan to familiarize itself with the street. Seeing that Jing Tan was walking back, Mao didn't plan to stay outside any longer and followed him back. When they passed by the intersection, Jing Tan looked inside again. The cat on the tree was gone, and the window on the second floor of the house was open. Driven by curiosity, Jing Tan jumped up the tree and looked inside. There was a man in his 30s wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses in the house. At the moment, he was holding a cup of coffee and sitting in front of the window. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing the black cat suddenly jump up the tree, the man was stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Jing Tan felt that the man's gaze was a bit strange. The smile on his face did not seem strange to other people, but Jing Tan felt goosebumps all over her body. She felt like there was something strange and contradictory about this man. Jing Tan's feeling was right. The man still had the same smile on his face, but the hand holding the coffee cup suddenly raised, and the hot coffee in the cup splashed towards Jing Tan. The tree wasn't far from the house, and some of the branches had already reached the window. Fortunately, Jing Tan was vigilant and avoided it, but a little bit of coffee still splashed on his back. It wasn't much, and he couldn't feel the scalding temperature, but Jing Tan could smell the coffee. Thinking about what the man on the second floor had done, he was even more unhappy. On the other hand, the man was smiling even more happily because of this. After Jing Tan ran some distance, when he looked at the window on the second floor again, the man was no longer by the window. He probably went to pour coffee again. Pulling his ears, Jing Tan glanced around. There was a stone under the tree. Looking at the window on the second floor again, there was still no one. Jing Tan carefully approached the tree, in case something splashed down from the second floor. When he reached the tree, Jing Tan pushed the stone further away. Because there was a wall between the tree and the house, it would interfere with Jing Tan's movements. When he felt that the distance was just right, Jing Tan reached out two front paws to grab the stone, then threw it towards the window on the second floor. "I'll let you go *CK yourself." The stone hit the glass on the window, and then there was the sound of glass shattering. After throwing the stone, Jing Tan ran away. When he heard the sound of glass shattering, he felt much better. Although Jing Tan was very angry just now, it was also because Mao was watching them from the intersection. Therefore, when Jing Tan threw the stone, she did not stand up and throw it with only one paw like how she would throw a grenade. Instead, she threw the stone with both paws. Although it was still very surprising, it was still better than the former. Mao was surprised, but it didn't say anything. It even gave Jing Tan a thumbs up. However, Mao wasn't as calm as it looked. What it saw just now was really shocking. Fortunately, Celestine had given it a heads up, and it also had some of its own experiences, so it wasn't too surprised. It also remembered something that its master once said, revenge is an instinct. It's like that for humans, and it's also like that for cats. On the way back to Tsinghua University, when Jing Tan passed by a few small shops that were closed, he saw the black and white cat. There was a small gap between the two shops. Someone had put a paper box in the gap, and the black and white cat was inside. Next to it was a disposable paper bowl. At the bottom of the bowl were some food that had been there for a few days, and on top of the bowl were some fresh-looking buns. Looking at the cat up close, Jing Tan always thought that there was a black stain on the cat's nose. Only now did he realize that it was just a pattern on the cat's body. It was shaped like a rice grain. The cat didn't have any obvious hostility towards Jing Tan and Mao. It was just a little vigilant, especially when Jing Tan approached the paper bowl. It even let out a low warning sound. Seeing this, Jing Tan didn't go any closer. However, when Mao took out a box of food that it had bought earlier and leaned over, the cat didn't make a sound. It was just a little vigilant. The box of food was already cold, but the smell of meat still made the cat more energetic. Even so, it didn't eat immediately. It just kept staring at Mao. Mao looked around. Not far away, a small piece of brown crayon was thrown by a child. Mao picked it up and wrote a few words on the paper box. Can catch mice, can guard the house, please keep me as your pet. Chapter 166. When Zhang Zian returned to Tsinghua University, Mao was still talking to Jing Tan about the black and white cat that was sleeping in the box. However, even though Zhang Zian had given him food and written his name, Mao had no intention of adopting the cat. Thinking back to the second time he met Mao, Jing Tan knew that Mao had a complicated relationship with cats. He did not hate them, but he was not close to them either. He was different from Ron Qi. Forget it. Let's leave it to fate. Although Jing Tan really wanted the cat to be adopted, he could not force it. When Jing Tan was shooting commercials at Xiaoguo's pet center, he would walk around the grassy area around the pet center in his spare time. There were people who brought their pets there for treatment or shopping. One day, when Jing Tan walked around, he saw a lame old man. He was chatting with his cat friends. He said that he only raised pets based on fate. If he did not like the pet, he would not take it, no matter how precious it was. The cat that the old man adopted had lost one of its hind legs in a car accident. The cat was well taken care of and was very energetic. It could be seen that the man and the cat got along well. Therefore, it was all up to fate. If the man did not like the cat, he would not take good care of it. If the cat did not like the man, it would probably run away from home after a short time. After all, there were not many cats in the world like Li Yuanba, who found their own owners and stayed there. Of course, Monseigneur was also a weirdo to some extent. As he thought about it, Jing Tan walked down his usual path. This path was slightly different from the one he used to leave the school. It split at a fork in the road. When he left the school, he would take one path, and when he returned, he would take another path. That was because Jing Tan would not return to the eastern courtyard directly at noon after taking a stroll. Every time he came back from outside at noon, Jing Tan would pass by the International Academic Lecture Hall. This was because there was a large electronic screen outside the International Academic Lecture Hall that showed the time. Inside the school, whether it was the university's teaching building, the school's schedule, or the kindergarten schedule, they all showed the same time. Therefore, Jing Tan looked at the time and decided to pick up little Pomelo from the affiliated primary school. Hey, where are you going? Mao shouted. Mao, who had already walked a few steps towards the eastern courtyard, turned its head and didn't see Jing Tan. After looking around, it realized that the cat didn't walk the way it came, so it turned around, carried the bag in its hand, and followed the black cat in that direction. Jing Tan ignored him. Besides, Jing Tan couldn't answer. Celestine had told Ermao some things about Jingtan, but it wasn't very detailed, so Ermao couldn't figure out why the cat didn't go home when it was almost time for dinner. It wasn't until it saw the gate of Fu Tong Elementary School and the black cat jumping on the wall next to the gate that it remembered that the cat was going to pick up the child. Ermao didn't have anything to do at the moment, and it wasn't ready to eat lunch. It had eaten enough on the street just now, and there was still some food in the bag, so it didn't need to buy a lunch box. Some parents who lived nearby came to pick up their children. Most of them were very familiar with Jingtan and took the initiative to greet him. Jingtan ignored them. After all, he was just a cat now, so it wouldn't be considered rude if he didn't respond. After the school bell rang, the children who went home at noon ran out one by one. Little Pomelo saw Jingtan and trotted over. She looked at Ermao and waited at the gate with Jingtan. Ermao was puzzled. Who were they waiting for? 6 or 7 minutes later, Jiao Wei ran over. Sorry, the last class was a little late. Jiao Wei said to little Pomelo, then looked at Ermao who was standing next to him. There were no other parents around, and Ermao looked unfamiliar. Since they didn't know each other, Jiao Wei didn't plan to take the initiative to talk. He took little Pomelo and walked out of the school gate. Hey, where are you going? Ermao followed and asked. Jiao Wei looked at Ermao in confusion. Who was this person? He looked at little Pomelo and saw that little Pomelo was also confused. It didn't look like it had seen someone familiar. You are? Jiao Wei asked. I live downstairs from her house, on the 3rd floor. I just moved here. My surname is Wang. Ermao introduced himself very seriously. He thought for a moment, then pointed at the black cat who was squatting on the wall and watching the show. I'm more familiar with this guy. Jingtan pulled his ear. Familiar my ass. Unexpectedly, Jiao Wei had a look of realization. Oh, he said. So you know each other. Not to mention Jiao Wei, little Pomelo also lowered her guard around Ermao. This made Ermao even more surprised. He didn't expect that it would be so effective to build a relationship with a cat. This cat's reputation was greater than a human's. Jiao Wei also introduced himself briefly, then smiled at Ermao and said, Brother Wang, let's go out together. Lunch is on me. Don't be shy. It's my own shop. If you like it, we can go there again next time. Ermao didn't refuse. Okay, I'll go check it out first. During lunch, Ermao chatted with Jiao Wei. They talked about Celestine. So you're Brother Ling's friend. Sorry for the disrespect. Jiao Wei picked up some things from the past and said, at that time, it was all thanks to black charcoal that I asked Brother Ling for help. Otherwise, my shop wouldn't have been so successful. Ermao muttered in his heart. No wonder this kid looked at the black cat strangely. It didn't look like he was looking at a pet at all. It turned out that there was such a thing. Thinking of this, Ermao waved his hand. This is nothing. Celestine is my senior. He's not here often. I'll help you. If you have any trouble, just call me. I'm good at fighting. Jiao Wei's mouth twitched. Ha! When they left the small restaurant, Ermao left 2 bags of snacks in the shop. Although Jiao Wei's parents had been here for half a year, they had only been to the old street less than 3 times. It was impossible for them to have time to go there often. Some of the snacks were really uneaten. In the afternoon, after sending little Pomelo to school, Jingtan returned home. To be safe, Jingtan locked the door. He turned on the computer, entered the password, and went online. After browsing the web for a while and reading all kinds of gossip, Jingtan logged into the pet website. Originally, Jingtan wanted to see the post that reposted the picture he took to satisfy his vanity. However, after opening it, he found that the hottest post was about a recent cat abuse incident. There were some pictures in the post. A 20-year-old college student was next to him. A cat was lying on the ground. The cat's eyes were still bleeding and there were many wounds on its body. The following pictures were all about the student and the dead cat on the ground. Some were taken at close range, and some were taken from various angles. Jing Tan felt a chill down his spine. It was like watching a horror movie. If Jing Tan was still a human, these pictures would not have made him feel this way, but now he was a cat. He had been through the experience of cat traffickers and cat meat restaurants. The experience was too deep. When he connected these pictures to these pictures, the visual and psychological impact was too great. Even the scene of the tattooed man throwing the kitten in the old building district wasn't so bloody. The student in the picture didn't look like the evil people on TV. Jing Tan continued to read the introduction of the student. He was from a well-known university in another province. He was a top student. His father was a big boss, and his mother was also a senior executive. Famous university, top student, cat abuse. These words seemed very incongruous when put together, but this was the truth. Moreover, there were already more than 10 cats that had died in the hands of this student. Maybe more. The student said that he couldn't remember clearly. Jing Tan never knew that in addition to those scumbags like the tattooed man, there would be such a top student who abused animals. Instead of continuing to look at the pictures that affected his mood, Jing Tan continued to read the replies of the netizens. F*CK, this is so F*King cruel. What top student? Character has nothing to do with education. Drag him out and shoot him 100 times. Now, in addition to guarding against cat traffickers, we also have to guard against those who adopt cats with ill intentions. Don't do bad things with good intentions. It's too late to regret if you entrust the cats to those who make promises but speak like farts. Recently, I suddenly found that there are fewer cats near my house. I thought it was because of cat traffickers. Could it be that some pervert caught them and abused them? Where did so many perverts come from? Don't scare yourself. The most important thing is to take care of your cats, especially those who are free range. You have to pay more attention to them. From the perspective of a previous human, Jing Tan certainly wouldn't care about this matter. With Jing Tan's character, he was too lazy to care about this kind of thing, let alone argue with people on the internet. But now, this feeling was very complicated. A netizen with the ID, Grumpy Cat, commented, the reason for growing up. The father's indifference. The mother of a career-oriented woman doesn't have time to care. From a psychological point of view, indifference is worse than violence in a family relationship. It means that your existence is worthless. In the process of being ignored, children can easily learn to ignore other people's feelings. A netizen with the ID, Cat Made Xiao AI, commented, some people give a very different feeling outside and at home. On the outside, they appear to be passive and obedient, but on the inside, they are full of hostility and aggression. In front of the leaders, they flatter and cater to them, but suppress their true feelings, so the inner conflicts and contradictions are very strong. When they use violence or other extreme means in the face of vulnerable groups, it doesn't simply mean that they are dissatisfied with the performance of the victims of violence or abuse, but it is a behavior that is caused by multiple layers of pressure and anger superimposed together. This was a relatively rational analysis. The more he read, the more intense the argument became. Jing Tan turned 2 pages. Can't they accumulate some good karma? What's the point of talking about karma with animals? Karma has long been exhausted. Everyone, calm down. Your cat's eyeballs were dug out and beaten to death. How can you bear it? Aren't these all stray cats? Stray cats can be killed indiscriminately. Doesn't it count as killing the innocent? He's not wrong. At least legally, he's fine. Poor stray cat. We can't abuse people like we abuse cats. Since he has decided to repent, everyone should give him a chance, instead of creating pressure for him and leading social groups to exclude and scold him. This will destroy him. This is so King funny. Will he really change just because he says he will? There's a good saying, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Upstairs, you're slandering me. The post was quickly refreshed to 10 pages. Jing Tan roughly looked at the posts on the next few pages. The posts that started the war of words were not so elegant. They even began to greet the ancestors. Some people were strongly condemning. Since the law could not punish, they used social morality and public opinion to put pressure. Another group of people felt that it was just cat abuse, not murder. Since the student admitted his mistake and decided to repent, everyone should forgive him. Why should they destroy a person for a few cats? Of course, in the cat area forum, there were more people in the front. Most of the people in the back were not actually from the cat area forum, but from other areas. Jing Tan looked at the replies and thought of the black and white cat that was nestled in the paper box with injuries on its body. Perhaps it had also been abused, but it was luckier. At least it was still alive. In fact, Jing Tan knew that no matter how much they quarreled now, the standards for humans and cats would always be different. This was inevitable. After a few years, the elite would still be the elite, and the abused cats would no longer be there. In terms of the racial concept, society was always more tolerant of people, especially those who were successful in their careers when they were young. In the end, they still lived in a gorgeous world where they were surrounded by stars. If Jing Tan was still human, he would definitely not think so much. But now, his heart was filled with panic. When he came back to his senses, Jing Tan refreshed the web page and found that the number of replies to this post had already reached 15 pages. The war of words was still escalating. After thinking about it, Jing Tan raised his paw and dragged the mouse. He clicked on the reply button and typed a sentence.